Then the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Dark clouds gathered and swirled and lightning filled the entire sky. From the center of the thunderclouds, a colossal silhouette slowly emerged. A giant white dragon descended into the middle of the sky. Its terrifying aura was so immense that it felt as if space itself had frozen. Qin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the creature before him. Information appeared, shaking him to his core. Cursed White Dragon, ATIST level 100. Mythical grade. At that moment, the dragon's entire body suddenly erupted. Flashes of crimson lightning roared with immense power, then slowly descended. Qin Feng was stunned into silence. Unexpectedly, the being before him was a mythical grade boss. Could it be that the legend of the white dragon cursing the princess was true? And this was the hidden boss from the legends. As the dragon drew closer, the girl's body was suddenly lifted into the air. She woke up. Stunned, she gazed at the dragon, then reached out to embrace its head. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. But at that very moment, her body began to dissipate. A heart slowly revealed itself. The dragon's life force was exhausted, and it vanished along with her, leaving Qin Feng dazed in the emptiness before him. Only the heart remained, beating rhythmically. He stepped forward to pick it up. When the system notified him that he had prevented the resurrection of the ancient deep-sea god, Lazarus, and received the cursed heart. This prop can turn the user into a noble of Lazarus, continuously draining their lifespan to await the master's arrival, or destroy it to seal it away. The time was undone, and he received an item of mythical rank. Qin Feng pondered quickly. No matter how tempting the reward was, this remained a high-risk curse. So he decided to crush the heart. As the heart shattered, a surge of light swallowed him. When he regained consciousness, Qin Feng realized he was still in the leaning magic tower. But everything had completely changed. Looking at the guard standing before him, he realized he seemed to have entered a sealed memory. Just then, a young girl ran over and asked the guard sitting on the wall if he had to leave far away again today. Addis turned back and smiled. "Forgive me, princess, but the octopus monster suddenly attacked. As the protector of the kingdom, I am obliged to go and provide reinforcements." The princess immediately pouted, because he had promised to teach her the wind-riding technique. Itis tried to comfort her, saying he would return before nightfall. But the young girl did not believe him, as it takes 7 days and 7 nights to reach the coast from here. She blamed her father for always telling lies. And now even Atist keeps breaking his promises. All men only know how to deceive. Atist could only smile helplessly, then took out a scale called the wish scale, intending to say that anyone who breaks a promise, DGISS Qingqin, CA no SN MTT Goikan, and will never be able to fly again. The princess was frightened and hurriedly returned it. But Addis smiled, telling her he would not break his promise. Immediately after, red lightning erupted from his back. A pair of giant dragon wings appeared. Watching the scene, the princess still could not hide her admiration. No matter how many times she watched it, it was always incredibly cool. Before leaving, Adist promised to return for dinner with her and left 3 shadows to stay and play with the princess. He soared up into the sky, while she stood below, waving goodbye. Then she whispered to herself that she must also try harder. Afterward, the princess led the guards to prepare ingredients for dinner, to welcome Adist back. Witnessing everything, Tanfeng immediately understood that the person before him was the princess, the hopeless one, and the white dragon. He himself had truly stepped into the timeline, sealed within the cursed heart. Following that, the princess and the others picked mushrooms, hunted rabbits, went to the sea to fish, and joyfully caught a pufferfish. By evening, she was exhausted, but still carefully arranged a series of dishes on the table. Black smoke rose from them. These were all the dishes she believed Adist loved. While wiping her sweat, she blushed, thinking that he must be returning soon. A while later, the princess slumped over the table and fell asleep right next to the feast she had painstakingly prepared. Black smoke still quietly rose from the dishes, when a scholar stepped forward, woke her up, and reminded her that it was very late and she should return to her room to rest. The princess woke up in a daze. Realizing it was nearly midnight, she anxiously asked, "Has Adist returned yet?" However, the news from the front lines was extremely bad. The scholar said that the battle was still raging fiercely. The enemy had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a monster, a giant deep-sea creature, with a body like a fortress, covered in tentacles and countless eyes. Just seeing it was enough to drive a person mad. If the intelligence was true, then even Ada would have to endure a death match. The princess immediately denied it, because in her eyes, Atest was the strongest protector of the kingdom. No enemy could ever defeat him. But right at that moment, the enchanted dress Adist had left behind suddenly cracked. The princess panicked, remembering his promise that if he didn't return before midnight, he would lose his wings. She immediately pulled the scholar to go find the king, believing that only he could break this curse. But just as she opened the door, Ada stood right before her with his familiar smile. Unable to contain her emotions, the princess burst into tears and rushed into his arms. Adis gently patted her head, reminding her that he had promised, so he would definitely return. The princess shyly said that everyone had told her the war situation was extremely dangerous, so she thought he might not be able to make it back. Atis just smiled and said the battle was indeed very difficult. But in the end, it was resolved. The rest of the army can handle it themselves. Hearing this, the scholar could not help but sigh. He truly is the guardian of the kingdom. At this moment, Adist held his stomach, complaining of hunger, and looked at the dining table. Knowing that everything had been prepared by the princess herself, he immediately sat down and ate heartily, even though every dish had long since gone cold. He kept praising that every dish was delicious, from mushrooms to other exotic dishes, making the princess only smile happily. Then she reminded him to eat slowly, lest he choke. The scholar standing behind could only sweat, watching the feast. After dinner, Adis took the princess to the top of the tower to keep his promise, to teach her the wind-riding technique. But no sooner had they stood there for a moment, she started yawning repeatedly, because she had been busy preparing dinner all day. Adist intended to postpone it until the next day, but the princess hugged his leg and pleaded, just wanting to experience the feeling of flying once. She even scolded him for returning late, making her wait all day. Now he was even trying to break his promise, hearing her constant complaints. Adist could only surrender, but warned her that this must remain a secret. Absolutely not to let the king know. Immediately after, red lightning flared around him. His body gradually transformed into a giant white dragon, which was also his true form. The princess's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Atas lowered his head for her to embrace him, then carefully lifted the princess and placed her on his head. With just a few flaps of his wings, the two soared into the sky, leaving the tower, under the watchful eyes of the scholar, and the soldiers below. Looking down from the air, the princess was overwhelmed by the vast view of the kingdom, constantly exclaiming that the world from above was even more beautiful than she had imagined. Just as the bell on the tower rang, she softly asked if Addist would protect this place forever. He was silent for a moment, then smiled, affirming that it was his responsibility. Hearing that response, the princess hugged him tightly and sincerely said thank you. After the flight, Addist brought her back to her room. When the princess had fallen into a deep sleep, he gently tucked her in and quietly walked outside. The king was already waiting there, looking at the wounds on Addist's body. He knew he had just gone through a battle, extremely fierce. Addist just smiled, saying he was lucky to survive, and had burned the deep-sea monster with his dragon fire, just needing more time to recover. However, the king was more worried when realizing the magic empire was conducting a dangerous ritual, and the monster just now was only the beginning of a catastrophe that would sweep across the entire continent. Addist calmly replied that no matter what happened, he would follow the king's arrangements. But as night fell, the truth gradually revealed itself. In an empty room, Addist's armor lay scattered everywhere. The floor was stained with fresh blood. He kept clutching his mouth, coughing up blood, while a strange red mass appeared on his chest, like a parasite, constantly spreading, clinging tightly to his body and little by little sucking away his blood and vitality. Addist's face was pale, sweat pouring down from the pain, signaling the battle that had just ended, leaving a price more terrifying than anyone could imagine. 5 years passed. The entire kingdom was engulfed in flames. Countless monsters screamed and crazily charged at the city walls. Each punch made the sturdy walls deeply dented. On the ramparts, soldiers constantly sounded the alarm when they realized the enemy army was now entirely made of monsters. The people had no strength left to resist, could only hold each other and run away in despair. A giant monster raised its foot, intending to crush the children, while others carried those who had just been captured, like spoils of war. The massacre unfolded before the king's eyes, and the battlefield situation had completely tilted in favor of the enemy. He gritted his teeth, realizing the Mariga Empire had gone mad. They wanted to drag the whole world down with them. While waves of monsters kept pouring in, the princess rushed up to the city wall to find Addist. She urgently reported that the enemy had breached the city. In their ranks were countless non-human monsters. Ordinary soldiers could not resist them at all. So, only Addist taking action could save the kingdom. But contrary to expectations, Addist calmly told the princess to stay in the magic tower, because it was the safest place. The princess immediately opposed, reminding him that the one who needed protection was not her, but the entire kingdom. The capital was about to fall. The people and soldiers were being slaughtered. What he had to do was transform into a white dragon and burn all the enemies. She affirmed that she only needed his shadows to protect her. As before, that was enough. Hearing that, Addist was silent for a long time, then finally decided to tell the truth that had been buried for many years. He recounted that 5 years ago, they discovered the Mariga Empire was secretly conducting an ancient ritual named divine obliteration. This ritual used human lifespan to summon non-human creatures. The more life force sacrificed, the more terrifying the monsters that appeared. Normally, no one dared to use it, because the price was too high. But to Mariga, it was their last hope. Mariga was originally an empire located on the inner sea islands, possessing a special plant called the blood flower. The magic power of this flower helped the people there have an average lifespan of up to 700 years. Also, because of that precious resource, for thousands of years, Mariga always became the center of every war and power struggles. To maintain peace, Mariga used to send its strongest envoys to nations to establish covenants to protect each kingdom, aiming to maintain balance. Indeed, those weak nations quickly turned the tide thanks to those envoys, but Mariga greatly underestimated human greed. Before long, every nation realized that the people of Mariga themselves were the greatest threat. They secretly formed an alliance, determined to eradicate this entire race. The curse of the plague, division, and betrayal fell upon Mariga, one after another. Even many envoys, who were once loyal, were manipulated to turn against their own homeland. The land was ravaged, causing the blood flower to gradually go extinct. When the flower disappeared, Mariga also lost its final value in the eyes of the world. The nations immediately launched a total war of annihilation, destroying the homeland and massacring all its people, determined not to let any resources remain for other countries to seize. Driven to the brink, the people of Mariga could only cling to a forbidden ritual as their last ray of hope. It was a curse. Every Mariga person was marked, their life force constantly being drained, while inside their bodies, monster seeds slowly grew. When they reached maturity, they would tear the host's body apart to emerge, bearing the sole purpose of destroying all of humanity. Recounting this, Adis turned to look at the princess. His face was now beginning to show patches of terrifying parasites. He smiled bitterly and confessed that he could no longer turn into a white dragon. The only thing he could transform into now was nothing but a monster. The princess was stunned, unable to believe that the one who had always protected her was slowly transforming like this. Adis continued to reveal another secret. The Mariga people were, in fact, the Dragon Clan, and the whom the kingdoms called protectors, actually all originated from Mariga. He said painfully that the tide of darkness could no longer be stopped. The apocalypse of humanity had begun, and the only thing he could still do was to protect one single person, the princess. Meanwhile, outside the city, monsters continued to slaughter, non-stop. Soldiers and civilians lay dead everywhere. Bloodthirsty creatures scoured every street corner to hunt for survivors, while new swarms of monsters continued to arrive, as if endless. The scholar, Lin, asked the king, "Your Majesty, should we retreat now that the capital has fallen?" But the king only shook his head silently. He said they had no path left to retreat, for the magic tower was the kingdom's greatest center of magical power. If this place fell, all mages would lose most of their strength, and by then, no one would be capable of stopping the monster army sweeping across the continent. Watching the battlefield collapse completely, the king's eyes suddenly turned cold. He gripped his blade tightly and charged alone into the middle of the monster horde. With a single strike, he split a giant monster in two, but others immediately swarmed him. The king continued to fight without pause, but age finally caused him to become exhausted. Panting, he remembered the early days when he first met Adis. Back then, they both looked like they were the same age. But in reality, Adis was nearly 100 years old, and to the Dragon Clan, that was only adulthood. The two had stood together through life and death, drinking and talking, fighting side by side for years. Yet, as time passed, he grew older. while Adust forever kept the appearance of a youth. The king suddenly realized there was always a distance between them that no one could overcome. Adust could not understand the burdens of a king, and humans could never truly understand a dragon. At that moment, a strike swept toward him, tearing his face open. Blood flowed down unceasingly. Seeing the battlefield filled with corpses, his hand holding the sword gradually loosened. In the final moment, the image appearing in his mind was the day first held the princess in his arms with a gentle smile. Only then did the king realize he had been wrong. He planted his sword into the ground, calmly facing the giant monster that was gathering power before him. A terrifying gust of wind struck, swallowing everything, and the king simply smiled faintly before vanishing amidst the explosion. From the leaning tower, the princess watched with her own eyes as the palace exploded. She was stunned to realize the imperial capital had completely fallen, and the monsters would surely reach this place soon. Sure enough, shortly after, flying monsters appeared in the sky, charging straight toward the magic tower. But as they touched it, all were blocked by a massive barrier. They repeatedly crashed into the shield, unable to enter. At that moment, the scholar Lin appeared, covered in wounds. He conveyed the king's final wish, demanding that the princess be taken away immediately. Lin and Adust agreed instantly, saying they would use wind magic to take the two to the rendezvous point. But the princess still did not understand what was happening. Until Lin choked out that the king had passed away. She felt as if she had died inside. All plans had been prepared in advance. The moment the capital fell, he would immediately take the princess to the neighboring kingdom for refuge. The princess turned to look at Adust, hoping he would go with them. But Adust only shook his head silently. He smiled sadly, saying he had nowhere left to go. As a Mariga and a member of the dragon clan, he had long become a target for all of humanity. No matter where he ran, he would be hunted. Therefore, the place where the night fell would be the dragon's tomb. He belonged here, and he would stay to fight until his last breath. Hearing those words, the princess immediately used wind magic to fly up before him. Adust, she firmly insisted that she was also born in this place. This is her homeland. So, she will stay and fight by his side. She even proudly boasted that her wind magic is now very proficient, and she wants to become a Test's Dragon Knight. Looking at her determined gaze, Adust could not help but smile. He took out the familiar pendant and gave it to the princess. She happily accepted it. Clutching it in her hand, she smiled, and said that from now on, the two of them would always be together. But Adust's smile was mixed with sadness. He whispered that it was true, they would never meet again. Before the princess could grasp the meaning of those words, Adust suddenly used wind magic to push her toward the scholar Lin, entrusting the princess to him. She cried out in desperation, calling Adust's name through her tears. Adust simply said quietly, "A princess should not be near a dragon. Where you belong is the world of humans." But just then, the most horrific incident occurred. Scholar Lin's eyes suddenly turned blood-red. His arm pierced straight into the princess's chest and pulled out a heart that was still beating. Blood splattered everywhere. Adust stood frozen, stunned. He could not believe what had just happened. The princess spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes gradually losing their vitality. Lin, holding her heart, trembled as he warned Adust to be careful of the curse. Immediately after, his body began to contort and bloat in a grotesque manner. A terrifying monster tore through his body to crawl out In its hand, it still held the princess's heart. It laughed insanely and greedily, staring at the still warm heart, and mocked Ada. It said the princess's body and lifespan were perfect. Then it asked, "Does the feeling of watching your loved one being killed repay the debt of the dragon fire from years ago?" The monster let out a triumphant laugh, relentlessly, provoking the white dragon with the princess's death. Her heart was still dripping blood in its hand. Then, before Atest's terrifyingly cold gaze, it crushed that heart into pieces. In that moment, Atest's night clones immediately lost control. Eyes filled with murderous intent, they lunged at the monster. In a blink, the shadows flashed by, executing sudden death after images and severing a series of tentacles on its body. But even while shrieking in agony, the monster laughed wildly, as if all this pain was within its calculations. One of Atest's clones rushed to catch the princess. She weakly called his name, still trying to force a smile. But tears continued to stream down her face. Her chest had a gaping, bloody hole. Then, her eyes slowly closed, unable to say another word. The monster continued to mock Ada, saying that the lifespan the people of Mer sacrificed was only enough to summon a fraction of its body. The body in front of him was just one of countless clones, while its seeds had been sown everywhere, parasitizing living creatures, corroding the hosts, and breaking out from the cocoons, just like Scholar Lin earlier. It asserted that all of Atest's kin would eventually turn into vengeful monsters, ravaging the entire world. And Atest himself was also deeply cursed, able to turn into a monster at any moment, killing the person he loved. It wanted to dig deep into the resentment, regret, sorrow, and despair within his heart. Because to it, those emotions were the most beautiful things. It was unknown how much Atest could still hear. Only that the black mist around him grew thicker. His eyes were fiery red, as if about to be swallowed by darkness. Seeing this, the monster changed its tone to lure him. It identified itself as SEIZURE, the ruler of the old world, an omnipotent god who could change every tragedy before his eyes, repel the monsters, save the kingdom, resurrect the princess, and ensure the two would never be parted again. The price was simply Atest's heart. SEIZURE continued to force him to choose: either die with the princess in the tower and be torn apart by monsters, or let the princess become his dragon knight, protecting the kingdom with him forever. This clone's time was running out, so it urged the white dragon not to hesitate anymore. And then, to the astonishment of Qin Feng, who was inside the body of the clone holding the princess, Atest pulled out his own heart by hand. The heart was still beating strongly in his palm. When brought before SEIZURE, the monster rejoiced immediately, saying that Atest had made the right choice. It bestowed a blessing upon that heart, making it beat forever without ceasing, and then placed the heart into the princess's chest, allowing her to receive the power of a god and wake up once more. As for Atest, despite losing his heart, he would not die nor turn into a monster, but become a dragon protector forever by her side. Immediately after, a brilliant light burst from the top of the leaning tower. Atest fully transformed into the white dragon. A majestic roar echoed across the sky. In just a moment, he left the tower, dove down to the battlefield, and used dragonfire to incinerate swarms of monsters. Wherever he flew, a sea of fire spread. The capital was engulfed in flames. The monsters that could not escape in time were all burned to ashes. The sound of the white dragon's wings flapping, mingling with the miserable screams, turned the entire battlefield into a scene both majestic and tragic. SSS was satisfied, because that power was enough to cleanse the entire kingdom. But just then, from the top of the leaning tower, purple lightning bolts suddenly shot out everywhere. The princess awoke, but her eyes were completely white. Black mist ceaselessly poured into her body, causing her to writhe in pain. Strange things grew from beneath her feet, and tentacles emerged, turning her into a half-human, half-beast form. In truth, SSS had used her body as a vessel, because it was currently too weak to parasitize the dragon clan, so it could only temporarily use a human body. It believed that as long as it controlled the white dragon well, the life force collection will be completed soon. However, SSS quickly realized something was wrong. The kingdom had been burned to the ground. Then why was the white dragon still soaring in the sky, instead of returning? Right then, two vow scales appeared before it. It turned out the princess's final consciousness still remained. Struggling to control her body, she clasped her hands to fulfill the vow. One was the final pact Adist had given her. Never meet again. The other was a vow from long ago, a promise that a test would forever guard the kingdom's tower. SSS immediately understood. So, these vows had all been prepared by the white dragon in advance. When making the pact with him, Adist had already anticipated his scheme, which is why he trapped himself in the magic leaning tower, choosing to become an undead shell, rather than being used. SSS was furious, but quickly changed his plan. If he couldn't control the white dragon, he would turn this tower into a lair, lure the greedy inside, and hunt their life force. As long as time passed, one day, he would be fully resurrected and rule the world once again. And so, time flowed on. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Countless eras quietly vanished. Back to reality in the magic leaning tower, Qin Feng was still holding the princess's heart. Or, more accurately, it was the heart of the white dragon. As Adist recalled all the scenes he had just witnessed, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is this just the game's background story? But the feeling was too real, and it was directly related to the origin of the monsters. The more he thought, the more it felt like a buried piece of history. At this moment, dark energy shrouded the surroundings. The heart in Qin Feng's hand also vanished. The system immediately notified him. He had obtained a mythic level skill, Shadow of Decease. It could create 3 clones that lasted for 7 seconds, able to use the main body's skills and deal full damage. This was the skill that once belonged to the white dragon, Adist. Something that could boost Qin Feng's combat power manifold in a short time. Just one skill was already this terrifying. No wonder it's mythic grade. Immediately after, a series of rewards appeared. The key to the magic leaning tower sanctuary, 50,000 experience points. Level increased to 19. Added 360 evolution points. 7 pieces of equipment. 3 skill books. A gate key. The Skull City Ruins map and a level 20 area map. Looking at the location marked on the map, Qin Feng realized it was an island in the inland sea. He immediately deduced this place might have once belonged to the Mariga Empire, which was also the White Dragon's homeland. If that was true, Skull City must still be hiding many secrets and rare treasures. He only needed to reach level 20 to go there, and he was already level 19. The distance was not far now. But before that, he decided to sell the key to the Magic Leaning Tower Sanctuary first. Scene shift to the sanctuary. In the Phi Koa Heavy Industry Zone. At this moment, home to people and the guild members were agonizing over a Jada-level boss. Someone suggested, contact Shadow to ask for his help, because they were completely unable to defeat this boss. Hong Tufan sighed, preparing to ask someone in Jianghai City to relay the message, as it was rumored they had a good relationship with Shadow. But right at that moment, Qin Feng had silently appeared beside her while invisible. He calmly said, "No need for such trouble. Both sides can trade directly." The entire guild was startled and panicked. No one knew when he had entered. Someone even angrily cursed him, acting like a ghost. Qin Feng coldly replied that if he truly had malicious intentions, they would have been dead long ago. He also reminded them that the sanctuary should have a protective barrier. Otherwise, anyone could walk in as easily as him. Hong Tufan immediately asked what trade he was talking about. Qin Feng brought out the key to the Magic Leaning Tower sanctuary and said directly, "I want to sell it." The whole group was shocked. They couldn't believe Shadow had actually killed a boss and obtained the key. Hong Tufan was also astonished, but quickly replied that she wanted to buy it and told him to name his price. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush. It was the price he mentioned before. 1,000 years of life force. Hong Tufan agreed immediately. But just as everything seemed settled, Hong Tufan jumped out, pointing at Qin Feng, calling him shameless, and claiming it was all his plan. He thought himself clever, analyzing that Qin Feng had intentionally targeted him, then destroyed the teleportation gate, causing the guild to lose its combat power, leading to the team's wipeout. And now he was back, pretending to be the good guy to sell the key. Hong Tufan frowned and ordered her son to step back. But Hong Tufan refused to stop. He insisted that the key belonged to their guild, because the guild had paid a huge price for it. Qin Feng glanced at him and asked, "Then what do you want?" Hong Tufan laughed sinisterly, demanding Qin Feng return the key and compensate them with 1,800 years of life force. Only then would they not pursue the matter. Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at Hong Tufan and calmly complimented her on having a very capable son. After that, he said, "Then let's do as he said." Hong Tufan thought he had won, looking smug, but Hong Tufan's face turned pale, because Qin Feng's next sentence was, "The current price has increased to 1,800 years. 1 day short and I won't sell." Hong Tufan was stunned. Hong Tufan's face darkened. Qin Feng clarified that he had come to do business in good faith. But, since he was insulted like that, the price would no longer be reduced. Hong Tufan was gnashing his teeth with anger. Before he could say more, his own mother slapped him until he bled. Hong Tufan spoke coldly, ordering her men to take Hong Tufan away to level up, and he wasn't allowed to return until she gave permission. After that, she turned back to apologize. Qin Feng said that she didn't know how to raise her son. Just as she tried to negotiate again, Qin Feng immediately stated, 1,800 years. Do I need to repeat myself? Hong Tufan was silent for a moment before admitting this price was fair, especially since she heard he had sold other sanctuaries in Jianghai for 2,000 years. It's just that this time, the guild had suffered heavy losses. Currently, she couldn't cough up such a large amount of life force. So she had to ask if payment by installments was possible. Qin Feng thought for a while and agreed to installments. He required the guild to pay 1,000 years up front, and he would return for the remaining 800 years in 10 days. Hong Tufan agreed immediately, and couldn't hide her gratitude. The transaction was complete. The system notified Qin Feng that he had lost the key to the magic Leaning Tower Sanctuary and received 1,000 years of life force. Transaction successful. After finishing, he said only one sentence and activated his stealth, disappearing before everyone's eyes. On the way out, Qin Feng assessed that the FICOA Heavy Industry Guild still had great potential. If they owned a good sanctuary, they could absolutely become an important force for the Great Xia in the future. After he left, Hong Tefan immediately declared, "From now on, the guild will use the SSS-LEVEL sanctuary, Magic Leaning Tower, as their new base." At the same time, to pay off the debt for purchasing the key, all members would have to pay a 50 fun taram tax for life until the debt was cleared. Although the tax rate was very high, she asserted it was a worthy price for the long-term development of the entire guild, and hoped everyone would work hard together. The members also responded in unison, promising to unite to overcome this difficult phase. Switching to another forest, Tu Thai gently advised Hong Tefan, "Don't be angry anymore, because you really were wrong today." But Hong Tefan was still full of resentment, shaking her hand off, then gnashing his teeth, vowing that sooner or later he would make Shadow pay. Right then, a silver-level boss appeared ahead, belonging to the Humanfest race. The team quickly entered combat mode. Everyone kept reminding Tu Thai to prepare healing and detoxification skills, because the boss used very strong poison. While the team was focused on fighting, Hong Tefan silently left the group and went in a different direction alone. He looked down on his teammates, thinking the whole guild was just a bunch of cowards, always developing as slowly as turtles. Even the fact that his mother was trying to match him with Tu Thai made him feel annoyed. According to him, in this game, only those who dare to take risks and seize opportunities can become strong, and Shadow had surely risen that way. Thinking this, Hong Tefan pulled out a strange jar, covered in dark energy, with an eye in the center that was wide open. He flashed an ambitious smile and said, "This is my true trump card, a Jada-level treasure he had secretly obtained." Afterward, he put his hand into the jar. The dark energy immediately surged violently, and the system announced it was the Abyssal Flower Vase. Every 48 hours, it could randomly extract an extremely powerful skill. This time, Hong Tefan obtained the forbidden spell, Abyssal Puppet, an epic level magic that could turn corpses into puppets under his control, while retaining all the capabilities of that creature while it was alive. Seeing the skill he just received, he laughed like a madman. As long as he found an opportunity to kill Shadow, then use this skill to turn his opponent into his puppet, he would become invincible. But immediately after, the system also gave a haunting warning. The power of the abyss is truly immense. But always remember that when you gaze into the abyss is also gazing back at you. At the dry bone graveyard in the Meido ruins, Kulin swung the Yellow Springs chain horizontally, and in just a blink, she slashed down a zombie monster with over 560 damage. Immediately after, the system announced her weapon had evolved from silver to gold. At the same time, her experience points were enough for her second job promotion. Kulin sighed in relief and didn't hesitate to select Evolve. A fiery red array appeared under her feet. The light erupted and shot straight up into the gloomy sky. After completing the promotion, the Yellow Springs chain unlocked a series of new abilities. 3 weapons that could freely change shape. Unlocked the second stage of the Yellow Springs Evil Demon State. along with 2 new skills, Yellow Spring's Eye and Yellow Spring's Touch. Yellow Spring's Eye could perform mental attacks, causing the target to fall into hallucinations, while Yellow Spring's Touch helped track enemies through scent, with a chance to deal double damage to lower-level opponents, while burning the target with the white commercial flame. After reading all the new attributes, Kulin tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes as cold as ice. Now she was much stronger. Not only did she increase her damage and speed, but she also had the ability to counter the origin of the plague. In her mind, there was only one goal left: to kill the disease king, Hong Feng Nuyat, to avenge her parents. Before acting, Kulin sent a message to Qin Feng, informing him that she had completed her promotion and would remember this favor to repay it. After reading the message, Qin Feng immediately understood that Kulin had succeeded. But instead of being happy, he felt worried. According to his memories from his past life, Gui Ling had truly succeeded in her revenge. But because of her soft heart, she spared a pet. This allowed the beast tamer to eventually track the trail and discover her true identity. From then on, she was hunted by countless enemies, triggering a prolonged war, causing the government to suffer heavy losses. In the end, Gui Ling died of exhaustion, and Mado fell into chaos for many months. Thinking of that outcome, Tan Feng decided to log out immediately, to prevent her from repeating the mistakes of the past. Switching to the real world. At Dongfang Yu's villa, on the outskirts of Mado, 2 guards were standing and chatting. One complained about being bored of standing guard. He just wanted to go down the mountain to find some girls. The other one chuckled. They even talked about how, once they grew stronger, they would kill Jian Wang, and then take Dongfang Yu for themselves. Just then, right before their eyes, the image of Dongfang Yu in a nightgown appeared. Sensually, she pretended to be seductive, saying she was bored of her useless husband and wanted the 2 of them to come keep her company. Hearing this, the 2 immediately lost all reason. They scrambled to rush toward her, even hurriedly taking off their clothes. The fake Dongfang Yu became increasingly bold. Even telling them both to come together was fine. But at the very moment, they completely let their guard down. The Huangquan chain whistled through the air. With one strike, their heads flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The illusion of Dongfang Yu vanished, revealing Gui Ling standing behind them, her eyes filled with hatred. Not stopping there, she immediately used stealth and charged straight into the villa, like a gust of wind. Inside, Jian Wang was lying on a hammock. He just squinted and smiled coldly, because he had detected an intruder. The moment Gui Ling set foot into the manor's perimeter, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Jian Wang used extreme speed to grab her throat. Thanks to his airspeed skill, he slammed straight into the ground, taking Gui Ling with him in the blink of an eye. While tightening his grip on her throat, he laughed maniacally and said, the entire manor was covered by a barrier of energy. An ammoniac barrier. As soon as anyone stepped inside, he would immediately sense it. He quickly realized that Gui Ling was the girl who had escaped last time. Even though she was being choked to the point of suffocation, Gui Ling still struggled. Jian Wang seemed extremely interested, commenting that she had become much stronger than before. He even expressed regret, because if he let her grow for a while longer, she would be worthy of being his opponent. That fact made him extremely excited. He wanted to kill her immediately, yet couldn't bring himself to do it because he wanted her to get stronger. In his madness, he kept murmuring to himself whether he should kill her or not kill her. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Gui Ling's neck was snapped to the side. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices. Jian Wang stood stunned and cursed loudly, not expecting to have accidentally killed his opponent. He just dropped Gui Ling's body to the ground, and was still blaming himself for killing her too soon, when suddenly, a hand, sharp as a blade, pierced straight through his chest. Blood instantly sprayed from his mouth. Even then, he still didn't understand what had just happened. Gui Ling's body on the ground slowly dissipated. It turned out it was only an illusion. The real Gui Ling had appeared behind him a while ago. The chain pierced straight through Jian Wang's chest. His eyes widened, unable to believe the person who just died was standing right behind him. Gui Ling coldly replied that he had long fallen for her illusion. She then immediately activated the Wangquan Eye. Jian Wang only then understood that he had fallen into a trap from the very moment he looked into Gui Ling's eyes while choking her. Knowing he had lost, he just laughed loudly, admitting Gui Ling was indeed a worthy opponent, then collapsed to the ground. Just then, the castle door swung open. Dongfeng, Yu stepped out in a fit of rage, screaming because the noise had ruined her sleep. But as soon as she saw Jian Wang's body on the ground, she immediately turned pale. She hurriedly called all the guards to protect her and search for the intruder. Shortly after, Nam Thien also woke up and saw his mother worried. He even pretended to comfort her, saying he was already a profession holder, capable of protecting her. Dongfeng Yu was touched and hugged her son, while mocking her useless husband. Then the mother and son shared a strange kiss. Just then, a thud echoed at the door. A corpse was thrown straight into the room. Dongfeng Yu looked around, discovering all the guards were dead. She panicked, immediately thinking of the darkness, assuming he had discovered her plan. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind, asking, "What plan?" Dongfeng Yu startled and turned around, only to see Gui Ling slowly manifesting. In taking off her hood, she coldly asked if her enemy still recognized her. Upon seeing that face, Dongfeng Yu immediately retreated in horror. She didn't expect the girl from all those years ago was still alive. But before she could react, the Wang chain had pierced straight through her chest. Gui Ling, like a death god, growled, saying today was the time for the blood debt to be settled. Dongfeng Yu screamed in pain, while Gui Ling intentionally let Nam Thien witness the entire scene of his mother being killed, just like how she had once been forced to watch her parents die powerlessly. Nam Thien cowered under the blanket. Beside him was only the dog, growling. Dongfeng Yu used her final strength to beg Gui Ling to spare her son, saying all the grudges should be borne by her. But Gui Ling laughed bitterly, yelling that when her parents were killed, did the enemy ever think of today? As soon as she finished, the Wangquan chain swept across. Dongfeng Yu's body was instantly cut in half. Blood splattered all over the room. Nam Thien burst into tears, and the dog next to him kept barking fiercely. Gui Ling turned to look at him with eyes filled with hatred. But after a moment of hesitation, her red eyes slowly returned to normal. In the end, she turned her back and left, sparing Nam Thien's life, just like what had happened in Tan Feng's memories. However, as soon as Gui Ling left, Nam Thien wore a sinister smile. He calmly said he was tired of his mother's control, and even thanked Gui Ling for helping him gain freedom. After that, he ordered the dog named Vuong Tai to prepare some girl meat to eat. Right then, behind Gui Ling, a series of tall figures appeared. She turned around and was startled. to discover all the corpses she had just killed were slowly standing back up. Nam Thien laughed sinisterly and ordered them to capture Gui Ling alive, because he still wanted to play with her. It turned out he possessed the only hidden profession: undead necromancer. Even though he had no combat power himself, he possessed extremely strong mental energy, capable of controlling corpses after enhancing them, while retaining all the abilities they had while they were alive. Just as Gui Ling intended to retreat, a loud explosion rang out. She was blown out of the castle. Her body slid along the ground, so painful that she kept coughing up blood. The undead, controlled by Nam Thien, immediately charged down like bullets. At a frightening speed, Gui Ling was exhausted by now, only able to helplessly wait for the final blow. But just as they were about to touch her, all the undead suddenly fell straight to the ground, as if pulled by an invisible force. Gui Ling opened her eyes, stunned, looking ahead. Amidst the dense smoke, a figure walked out silently. In his hand was Nam Thien's head, and under his foot, the dog Vuong Tai had been crushed to death. The person who just appeared was none other than Qin Feng. He looked at Gui Ling calmly, then coldly said to her, "Towards the enemy, mercy is cruelty to yourself." Gui Ling had never met Qin Feng in real life, so she asked guardedly who the man before her was. Qin Feng just threw Nam Thien's head to the ground, then calmly replied that, towards enemies, one must absolutely never have even a shred of mercy. Hearing that familiar saying, Gui Ling immediately recognized this was her master. In the game, all the suppressed emotions suddenly burst forth. She thanked him emotionally. Qin Feng didn't answer, just silently used the curse, making flowers bloom on the surrounding corpses. Amidst a forest of red flowers blooming across the ground, Gui Ling knelt down and cried. She sobbed to her parents that she had finally avenged their death. Just then, the system notified. Qin Feng absorbed an additional 788 years of lifespan, available for trading. Waiting for Gui Ling to calm down, he asked what she intended to do next. Gui Ling lowered her head and replied that she had no goal left. Perhaps she just wanted to die to reunite with her parents. Hearing that, Qin Feng slowly said that after taking revenge, what remains is usually just emptiness. If she chose this path, she must have prepared herself beforehand. But before making a decision, he wanted to tell her a secret. The game, then Dung, still had countless things left to explore. There even exists a possibility of resurrecting the dead. As long as one keeps moving forward, there will always be hope. If she considered revenge as the ending, he would act as if he never said anything. But if she still wanted to step forward, stand up and follow him. After saying that, Qin Feng turned and left. Gui Ling silently followed that back for a long time. Finally, she slowly stood up, deciding to choose a new path back to my. In real life, Qin Feng took Gui Ling to his hideout, the Pure Soul Land. When he opened the door leading inside, Gui Ling could not hide her amazement at the vast and magnificent scene. Just as she entered, the maid created by the Book of Divinity respectfully welcomed the master home. Gui Ling was even more surprised to learn that even the maid was created from the Book of Divinity. Qin Feng told the maid to prepare dinner, then explained that this was an extremely important prop. He also promised tonight he would take Gui Ling to the Divinity Tower in May to get her a Book of Divinity of her own. Hearing this, Gui Ling immediately knelt on one knee, sincerely thanking her master. Switching to the So family villa, Not long after Qin Feng and Gui Ling left, a series of military vehicles rushed in. Leading them was So Khan's son, a military advisor of Mado, and also Dong Fengyu's husband. On the way, he still thought his wife had just called for help. It was very likely the darkness had discovered the plan at the firework factory. But when he entered the villa, before his eyes were only traces of a chaotic battle. The ground had collapsed, and the room was devastated. His subordinate quickly reported that everyone in the villa had disappeared. No guards, maids, or any corpses were found. Hearing this, So Khan's son completely collapsed. This scene was exactly like the incident at the Dongfeng family. Previously, he assumed Dongfeng, Yuan Namthin, had definitely met with something. He immediately screamed, asserting that the darkness was the culprit, and demanded a warrant be issued immediately. However, Lam Than Uyen, standing behind him, calmly questioned why he could be so sure when there was no evidence yet. She also pointed out that the incident at the Dongfeng family had also never been proven to be caused by the darkness. If so, Khan's son insisted on that. It could only be that he knew some inside information beforehand. Hearing this, So Khan's son was immediately speechless, then turned and loudly threatened her. But Lam Than Uyen was unfazed. She stated that the Thien Kung Guild had captured members of the Black Dragon Maiden. After interrogation, they confessed that the entire plan was orchestrated by Su Kunshan, from the ambush at the Shadow's hideout, to the conspiracy of luring him to the firework factory, and then detonating it to eliminate him. Initially, they intended to catch them red-handed on the spot. But since Dong Fengyu has now gone missing, there is even more reason to suspect that she has fled. Therefore, Su Kunshan is suspected of abuse of power and conspiring to commit acts of terrorism, and is forced to return for further investigation. As soon as she finished speaking, two people immediately moved to restrain him. Su Kunshan roared in anger, accusing Lin Qingwen of colluding with the guilds to arrest a government official, but Lin Qingwen calmly replied that she does not stand with any faction. She only stands with justice. Su Kunshan was restrained and forced into the vehicle, but he still struggled frantically, continuously screaming and demanding to be released. Lin Qingwen coldly replied that it would be best for him to cooperate with the investigation. If he is truly innocent, then it won't be too late to settle scores with her later. At the same time, she reminded him that Su Kanxian would be sent to Meido prison, a place where time flows 100 times faster, so he should prepare himself mentally. Hearing this, Su Kunshan became even more panicked, constantly shouting that he would report this to his superiors, but he was still escorted into the vehicle. Just as the convoy was pulling away, in the tree canopy nearby, several figures appeared, silently monitoring them. After confirming the target was Staff Officer Su Kunshan, the group immediately prepared to strike. The convoy had traveled only a short distance when an arrow suddenly tore through the wind, piercing straight through the driver. The vehicle lost control, skidded, and slammed into the roadside. The window shattered. Lin Qingwen was also injured from the impact. Before she could recover, she saw a giant hand pulling Su Kunshan out of the car. It was the group that had ambushed them earlier. The man with curly hair laughed loudly, slung the target over his shoulder, and announced the mission was accomplished. The remaining officers immediately drew their guns, demanding them to release the prisoner. But they only laughed in contempt. Immediately after, a muscular man wielding two giant hammers descended from the sky, unleashing the meteor fire prison technique. With just one strike, the car was crushed and exploded. The cries of the officers echoed amidst the sea of flames. The man with the hammer laughed triumphantly, boasting that thanks to Theodore's enhancement card, his strength had increased fivefold. Even though he was only level 10, he was strong enough to rival a level 50 player. It was just a pity that the officers had so little lifespan. Killing the whole squad didn't even net 150 points. The group immediately reassured him that it was just small change. Once the mission was complete, Theodore would reward them with 1,000 years of lifespan. The group quickly prepared to retreat, believing that with Theodore's help, the day they killed the shadow to avenge Qin Feng would not be far off. However, just at that moment, the only girl in the group suddenly stopped. She sensed there was still one survivor hiding nearby. Without hesitation, she immediately unleashed a fireball spell toward the wreckage. A second explosion erupted violently, scorching the entire area. Seeing this, she was finally satisfied and turned to leave, joking that this time, not even a dog could have survived. On their way, the group mentioned Qin Feng with great regret, saying they would help her get revenge and fulfill her wishes. But after they had left, Lin Qingguan slowly stepped out from behind a tree. Thanks to the passive skill of the hidden class, Ghost Hunter, she had activated the evasion effect at the moment of near, so she was lucky to survive. Watching the direction the group had disappeared into, she immediately realized they were the remnants of the Alice Guild, and identified the person behind Su Kunchin's kidnapping as Theodore. The entire escort team had been wiped out, so she had to quickly report this to her superiors. Switching to the game world, Qin Feng brought Guiling to the Tower of Divine Power in front of the tower gate. He explained, "The NPC guarding this place is the Crescent Moon Queen, Virginia." Before becoming the guardian of the tower, she had witnessed the murder of her 2 children, causing her mind to completely collapse. She lived in the delusion that her children were still alive. Normally, players would receive a quest to help her find her children, but it was an impossible quest to complete. The only way to receive the best reward is for 1 male and 1 female to form a team so Virginia would see them as her lost children. In that case, the difficulty would decrease significantly and the rewards would be higher. Thus, Qin Feng told Guiling that once they entered, she just needed to call her mother and to leave everything else to him. Guiling nodded in agreement. Inside the tower, Virginia stood on a crescent moon, smiling gently, emotionally welcoming her 2 children back home. As soon as Guiling said, "Mother," tears involuntarily fell, and Virginia shyly replied that she missed them very much. However, according to the rules of the Tower of Divine Power, she still had to let them pass the trial before handing over the Divine Power books. Immediately after, a clone of Virginia appeared. The system instantly announced that both had received the mother's blessing, increasing all attributes by 20 fun to ram. Not giving the opponent a chance to react, Qin Feng summoned 3 shadow clones and immediately unleashed the Death Shadow skill, combined with Shield Shadow Strike. 4 attacks simultaneously landed, each blow dealing over 10,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Virginia's clone was destroyed. The system announced the trial was complete, while Guiling just stood there, stunned by disbelief. She didn't expect Qin Feng could summon up to 3 clones that were so powerful, finishing the opponent in an instant. As soon as Qin Feng acted, he used the Tan's 4-fold strike, coordinating with his 3 clones, to finish Virginia's clone in 1 move. Guiling watched, dazed, and couldn't help but ask what kind of skill that was to be so strong. After the trial ended, Virginia walked up to them, saying emotionally that her, Len, and Anna had finally grown up, becoming much stronger and braver. Especially when looking at Gui Ling, she praised her even more tenderly, and without hesitation, handed her all 9 divine power books she possessed. Gui Ling hugged Virginia tightly, crying as she called her mother, and Virginia hugged her back, gently comforting her, as if she were truly hugging her lost daughter. Watching the scene, Qin Feng secretly understood why many players in his past life always sought out Virginia. She was willing to give everything for the children of her delusions, even eventually sacrificing her own lifespan to create divine band books, ultimately dying from exhaustion of life force. When Virginia turned to ask Qin Feng what he wanted, he immediately chose the divine band bracelet of communication. Even though she didn't have one ready, Virginia still used her own lifespan to create it. But as soon as he received the item, Qin Feng returned 150 days of lifespan to her, which could be traded. Virginia was startled, saying he didn't need to do that, but Qin Feng simply said it was a son's token of heart for his mother, then led Gui Ling away. Behind them, Virginia still tenderly told them to take care and reminded Little that if she encountered danger, not to stand too far from her brother, because he would protect her. Hearing this, Gui Ling suddenly thought that Qin Feng's age was quite fitting to be her older brother, so she chased after him to ask, "From now on, should I call you master or brother?" But as soon as the word brother was mentioned, Qin Feng's expression changed instantly. He coldly said, "Call me whatever you want, except for old brother." Gui Ling, though confused, obediently agreed. Inside, she secretly guessed that perhaps behind that firm rejection lay a not-so-happy past. Just then, An Wu messaged Qin Feng, asking if he could reveal his friends list. It turned out that in the city of Shanghai there had just appeared a serial-killing demon. 7 people had already died, and the timing of the victims' deaths coincidentally aligned with when Qin Feng logged in and out. The culprit also understood the government's investigation methods very well, knowing when to log off so as not to leave any clues, leading many to start suspecting the shadow. Qin Feng immediately realized someone was deliberately setting him up, and whoever knew his online times must definitely be on his friends list, or had other means of tracking him. He listed the people on his list, including an ooze group, the Holy Templar Guild leader, Wu De Hui Huang, the Wild Savage player, White Milk, Old Man Zhang the leader of the Sky Guild, Old Man Zhang's granddaughter, and 10 others from his guild. An Wu immediately recorded the names to send investigators. Learning that the victims' bodies were scattered all over, Qin Feng decided to get involved himself. After ending the communication, he turned to tell Gui Ling to log off, as he had a mission for her. Returning to the real-world hideout, Qin Feng gave Gui Ling the communication bracelet, something that could connect the game and reality, and also gifted her the Ghost Knight mount, so she could travel to Shanghai to investigate the case. Gui Ling was both surprised to be given such a precious mount and worried, confessing that she didn't know how to investigate. Qin Feng explained that this case was clearly set up to frame him. The victim's time of death coincided with the time he was offline, while it was unlikely to be anyone on his friends list. So he suspected his login information had been leaked from Wang Meng's group. Where a mole might exist, Gui Ling's Netherworld touch skill could track targets, through the aura of objects. So she was the most suitable person to investigate. The relevant files had been fully sent. She just needed to use her abilities flexibly to find clues. Hearing this, Gui Ling clenched her hand and accepted the order seriously. Because her master had trusted her, she definitely would not let him down. Meanwhile, in Mado, in the real world, inside a secret hotel, the group that had kidnapped Su Kanchian had also brought him to their base. The curly-haired man threw Su Kanchian to the ground and reported to Theodore that the mission had been completed. As he lifted his head, Su Kun Shan immediately realized the man in front of him was Theodore, whom he had met at the embassy. Theodore smiled, recalling their very pleasant conversation before, and pretended to say that he couldn't bear to see Su Kanchian suffer an injustice, which was why he had people rescue him. Su Kanchian quickly realized that the people around him were all wanted criminals in Daxia, most of whom were connected to Qian Shi. He immediately asked Theodore whether he was targeting the Shadow or the Daxia government. Theodore just smiled coldly, thinking that the two sides were already so there was no difference. Su Kanchian angrily told the story of his wife and child being murdered, while the government didn't pursue the culprit, but instead turned to arrest an officer and staff officer like him. He knew Theodore wouldn't save him for no reason, so he asked directly about his goal. Theodore calmly replied that his divination had pointed out Su Kanchian as the person who could help him find what he needed, and asked what his class was. Su Kanchian laughed, introducing himself as the only hidden class, a Feng Shui master under the healer category, possessing the skill Yang-Yang Harmony, which can manipulate an enemy's emotions and increase damage to ghost-type creatures, and Earth Vein Sense, which helps find treasure, monsters, and determine auspiciousness. However, he also admitted this was only a support role, so it was very difficult to deal with the Shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kanchian immediately unleashed Yang-Yang Harmony. In the blink of an eye, Tony and the black man next to him began to lose their tempers, screaming and charging at each other in a life-or-death brawl. The two giants punch and kick wildly as if they have lost their minds, causing chaos throughout the entire room. Suo Kanchian calmly explains, "This is the effect of his skill. As long as the opponent is not more than 5 levels higher, they will be manipulated, their emotions controlled, until one side collapses." Instead of getting angry, Theo claps his hands and laughs loudly. He praises it as the ability he truly needs. Afterwards, he takes out a card bearing a crescent moon symbol, then activates Moon God's Purification. The light from the card instantly wipes away the negative status effects on Tony and the dark-skinned man, continued, causing both to regain consciousness despite being covered in wounds. The only girl in the group smiles with interest. Theo immediately tells Enmi to heal the two of them. With everything settled, he turns to Suo Kanxian and tells him to rest for now. Wait for his teammates to recover, then they will begin the plan. Seeing his skill dispelled so easily, Suo Kanchian cannot help but be shocked, because yin-yang harmonization cannot normally be removed by ordinary purification spells. As if guessing his thoughts, Theo smiles and welcomes Suo Kanchian to their side. At the same time, he reveals that he is a hidden class, a unique cleric type, fortune teller. He can use cards for divination, purification, teleportation, and even grant cards to others for one-time use. But in Zhanghai City, Gui Ling lightly touches the remaining trace of energy then activates yellow spring touch. After only a few seconds, she smiles, having identified the culprit's trail. Without hesitation, Gui Ling immediately mounts the Netherwing Corvette that Qin Feng gave her and rapidly speeds off in the direction of the energy signature. At the same time, at Qin Feng's old house, knocking sounds continuously. Tan Xiaoyu happily opens the door, thinking Suo Ran has found someone to help by the house. But Suo Ran hurriedly explains. The person accompanying her is not a buyer, but the fortune teller Ren Du, whom she invited to find Qin Feng's whereabouts. Hearing that, Tan Xiaoyu cannot help but be surprised. Suo Ran sadly says she is about to move away, because the Jianghai government just discovered a hideout, St. Hall. The Saha Guild Cathedral will also move there, so she can no longer live with Xiaoyu. Worried about her being left alone, she asked Rendu to help find her brother. However, Tan Xiaoyu still remains stubborn, saying that the sibling bond between her and Qin Feng ended long ago. Finding him would be pointless anyway. Currently, she is guarding the entrance to the Shadow hideout, meets him frequently, and is confident she will be accepted into the guild one day. Unable to persuade her, Suo Ran just sighs and leaves. After she leaves, Rendu asks Tan Xiaoyu if she still has any of Qin Feng's belongings to use for the divination. Although she keeps refusing, Tan Xiaoyu cannot stop him from stepping inside. Rendu just smiles, saying that since this place used to be where Qin Feng lived, that is enough. He takes out a card and performs Spiritual Omen. The card glows, revealing an image, a silhouette lying motionless at the bottom of the sea, deep in the night. Rendu immediately concludes that Qin Feng has been burned to death, and his body sank to the seabed. Hearing that, Tan Xiaoyu is stunned and screams in disbelief. Coincidentally, at his hideout, Qin Feng sneezes repeatedly, making the maid think he caught a cold. Believing the fortune-telling, Tan Xiaoyu is both angry and resentful. She loudly curses Qin Feng for being useless, dying so early when he should have lived until the day she became strong enough to crush him under her own feet and force him to admit his mistakes. Seeing her mentality has completely wavered, Rendu immediately changes the subject. He says he knows the location of Shadow and can take her to meet him right away with a teleportation card. He even subtly suggests that if Qin Feng is dead, accepting Shadow as a new brother would be a good thing. Hearing those sweet words, Tan Xiaoyu immediately brightens up, agreeing to follow him without suspicion. Rendu immediately activates the teleportation card, bringing them both to a dark, desolate place. Just as they land, Tan Xiaoyu is still blankly searching for Shadow. While behind her back, Rendu has quietly looked at her with murderous eyes. Brought to a dark place, Tan Xiaoyu is still naive, looking around, searching for Shadow, unaware she has walked into a trap. She just turned to ask where Shadow is, when Rendu slowly takes off his coat, revealing his true colors, then, coldly, replies that she is the one who should answer that question. As he finishes, he lands a punch, extremely hard in her stomach, making Tan Xiaoyu spit blood. In such pain, she almost faints. He grabs her by the chest, demanding she reveal all information regarding Shadow. However, even with tears and snot streaming down, Tan Xiaoyu still laboriously replies that she doesn't know him at all. Not believing that, Rendu continues to throw another punch, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Looking at the limp Tan Xiaoyu, who no longer reacts, he shows disappointment, because she seemingly hasn't been able to bring the strength from the game into reality. Afterwards, he drags her to a table, then makes a call reporting that the prey is ready, just waiting for the order to act. The person on the other end tells him he can do whatever he wants, but absolutely must not kill Tan Xiaoyu without instructions. Rendu smiles eerily, picks up a surgical knife and mumbles that if he can't kill her, then he will slowly play with the prey. Meanwhile, Ma Naoyang, who is hiding within the police station, is the very person who issued that order. He secretly calculates that it has been 2 days since Shadow went offline. If the strength in the game really affects the physical body, then Qin Feng cannot go without eating. So there is a high possibility An Yu has discovered someone is intentionally setting a trap and is no longer reporting his online time. Thinking of this, Ma Naoyang grows even more restless, deciding to speed up the plan. In his mind, there is only one goal: frame Shadow as the culprit of the murders in the eyes of public opinion, forcing the government, even if they don't want to take action against him. At the same time, Gui Ling is still riding the Netherwing Corvid, following the culprit's energy. As the aura of death becomes thicker, she knows she has arrived at the right place. The final trace leads directly into a room in the building ahead. Gui Ling immediately recalls her mount, uses shadow stealth to hide, then quietly approaches the window. But as she looks inside, she instantly freezes. Tan Xiaoyu is hung up, dying, and Rendu is standing right below, with a crazed smile, watching the prey while laughing with pleasure, as if it has been a long time since he found such satisfying entertainment. Continued. Tan Xiaoyu wakes up in pain and repeatedly tries to log into the game. But the system time and again notifies her of failure because she is in combat state. Desperately looking at her bloodied legs, and Rendu is calmly catching every drop of blood to drink, she bursts into loud sobs. Only one thought in her mind: if only Qin Feng were still alive, he would surely come to save her. Just when she is most desperate, her body is suddenly enveloped by a healing light, and the wounds slowly stop bleeding. Tan Xiaoyu hasn't had time to be happy when she discovers the person casting the spell is Rendu himself. He laughs pathologically, introducing himself as a cleric in the game, and says his greatest pleasure is healing the prey to keep them alive for further torture. To him, only when the victim is tortured to their limit and then killed is the hunt truly perfect. As he speaks, Rendu tears Tan Xiaoyu's clothes, scaring her so much she faints on the spot. But just as he is about to continue, the yellow spring blade suddenly pierces through his abdomen. Gui Ling immediately appears, her cold eyes filled with killing intent. Rendu screams in pain, while Gui Ling only coldly asks why he killed people and intentionally framed Shadow. He tries to use a healing spell to recover, but Gui Ling gives no chance. She jerks the blade, pulling him down, then smashes his head into the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Following that, Gui Ling warns him that if he doesn't confess the whole truth, he will also get to taste the feeling of having both legs severed like the previous victims. Terrified by her murderous aura, Rendu immediately begs for mercy and agrees to confess everything. Meanwhile, in Shanghai in the game, An Yu and the others are analyzing the case. Ever since they stopped reporting the online time and offline status of Shadow, the string of murders has also suddenly disappeared. That even further proves someone is using this data to frame Qin Feng. Xiao He asserts that the master absolutely cannot be that perverted murderer, and Yu analyzes that the culprit's true motive is not killing, but creating public opinion, forcing the government to confront Shadow if things go too far. Even if Qin Feng is innocent, the government will still be forced to take action, leading to heavy losses and creating opportunities for other countries to eye the Great Jihad. Wang Meng also agrees, saying they must quickly clear the suspicions on Shadow, while simultaneously identifying the mastermind, who is likely hiding within the Zhenghai city government. Continued. An Yu thinks for a moment, and gradually narrows down the suspect. At the same time, Ma Neiliang repeatedly checks his phone, but still doesn't see news of Qin Feng going offline. He starts to worry that his plan has been exposed. Deep down, he is both resentful of Shadow and madly obsessed with an EU, believing that only by eliminating Qin Feng can he win her over. Thinking that, he takes out a card to prepare to act, when his phone suddenly vibrates, making him immediately think that finally there is news that Shadow is offline. Ma Neiliang just picks up the phone and receives a message from Rendu. The prey has escaped. I need 3 years of lifespan to extract a tracking skill. Come to this address to give me the lifespan. Reading it, he trembles with rage, secretly cursing that he couldn't even handle a small task. If this is exposed, every plan will collapse. Therefore, he decides to go to the abandoned house, where Rendu is holding Tan Xiaoyu. Just stepping in, Ma Neiliang loudly complains. Hey, I'm here. How did you mess this up? Why did you let the prey escape? But the scene before him makes him freeze. Tan Xiaoyu and Rendu are both hanging upside down from the rafters. Blood from Tan Xiaoyu's legs is still dripping down, drop by drop. At that moment, the yellow spring blade shoots out from the shadows, wrapping tightly around Ma Neiliang and hanging him upside down. Gui Ling slowly steps out, coldly asking, You're the one who wants to harm my master, right? Ma Neiliang angrily shouts, Who is your master? Let me down immediately. Do you know who I am? Gui Ling calmly replies, Of course I know. Rendu has confessed everything. You are Ma Neiliang, the son of Mayor Ma Kong. You were the one who ordered Rendu to kill people and wait for Shadow to go offline to frame him, saying that. Gui Ling drops Rendu to the ground and coldly says, You have successfully lured the mastermind here. Consider this a job well done. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Go kill Ma Neiliang, use whatever method you prefer. Rendu laughed excitedly. Thank you, miss. He gripped his scalpel and took a step forward. Ma Neiliang panicked and shouted, Rendu, stop. Rendu wore a sinister grin. Sorry, CEO Ma, in being forced to do this too. Just as the blade was about to touch him, Ma Neiliang instantly activated his knockback ability, throwing Rendu away. An explosion rang out, and Rendu died on the spot, leaving behind a cluster of life essence. Ma Neiliang stuck a strength enhancement card onto his body, standing in the sea of fire with a cold laugh. I came here, how could I not be prepared? You are a disciple of Shadow, aren't you? Then I will kill you first, and then finish off Shadow and all his underlings. The effects of the Sun God power card immediately erupted, buffing all attributes for 3 minutes. Ma Neiliang leaped high into the air, repeatedly firing flame arrows, screaming, Die! Continuous volley. Gui Ling lightly jumped up and used shadow steps to vanish before his eyes. Ma Neiliang immediately lost his target. muttering, disappeared. A true assassin, just like Shadow. Suddenly, the Huangquan blade appeared out of nowhere, binding him tightly and piercing through both his arms. Ma Neliang shrieked in agony. Gui Ling emerged from the shadows and said coldly, "Weaklings like you deserve to die. That enhancement card certainly doesn't belong to you. Speak, who else is behind this?" Unable to bear the pain, Ma Neliang spilled everything. "It was some foreigners in Qianxi who sought me out. They wanted me to help them kill Shadow." Gui Ling asked further, "Did they give you this card too?" "Yes, that's right. They even said there is a big shot backing them up. So I should just do it without worry." "Who is that big shot?" Ma Neliang wept and begged. "I really don't know. Please, spare me. My father is the mayor. He will give you whatever you want." Hearing this, Gui Ling just flicked her wrist. In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on Ma Neliang's body. Blood splattered everywhere. She said coldly, "Too noisy." Recalling the teachings of Qin Feng, that one must never show mercy to an enemy, Gui Ling finished him off immediately. Afterward, she looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who was unconscious with one leg severed. She softly said, "How pitiful. I'll call the authorities to save her. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate." A short while later, the police force of Zhanghai received the report and arrived immediately. They discovered the body of Ren Tu. Ma Neliang and Qin Xiaoyu were still alive but severely injured. An officer discovered a note left at the scene. The serial killings were committed by two conspirators, who intentionally framed Shadow. All evidence is stored on their phones. This girl is a witness. After checking the phones, the police quickly confirmed that all recordings were intact. Ma Neliang and Ren Tu were the culprits. Furthermore, there was an accomplice inside the department secretly leaking the online and offline status of Shadow. Immediately, the authorities launched a manhunt for the mole. Elsewhere, Qin Feng was leisurely eating a grilled chicken leg when his phone buzzed, and Yu sent a message with good news, saying the serial killer case had made a breakthrough. Qin Feng asked, "Have you found the culprits?" And Yu replied, "Temporarily identified as Ma Neliang and Ren Tu. To be exact, yes. Both of them are already dead. But we recovered all the evidence and found a surviving victim. She lost both her legs, suffered through immense torture, and is currently comatose in the hospital. We need to wait for her to wake up, to take her final statement, before officially closing the case." Reading the message, Qin Feng nodded silently. It seems Gui Ling had completed the task perfectly. At this moment, "Anne," you added, "Big shot. This has caused you trouble. I am truly sorry. To apologize, I will give you a piece of intel. A strange phenomenon has appeared in the beginner town in Shanghai City. 5 demonic creatures are flying around in the sky, constantly hunting players. Moreover, even after we kill one, the number of them does not decrease. They always stay at 5. This is similar to the situation with the 7 bosses gathered in an EU town. Last time. Big shot, there must be a super treasure there. You should go and deal with them." Qin Feng thought, the ancient Godstone tablet has appeared again. Then he messaged back, "Not bad intel." He then analyzed, based on an IU's description. The ancient Godstone tablet must be floating in the air. To reach it, players would need the ability to fly in the later stages of the game, which means I need a flying mount. Last time at the Leaning Magic Tower, I received the Skull City key. That place was once part of the Mariga Empire, also the homeland of the demon race. Perhaps there, one could find a flying mount. To enter this area, one needs to reach level 20. And currently, I am at level 19. I just need one more level. Let's head out. After saying that, he immediately logged into the game. In the sea region outside Skull City, Qin Feng was hunting monsters along the shore. Life essence orbs were falling continuously. Just then, he spotted something unusual in the distance. A giant shrimp was engaged in a battle with a team of players. The shield bearer stood guard in the front. Mages stood behind, and fighters were attacking continuously. The giant shrimp roared and spat out countless giant bubbles. A foreign girl in the team asked in surprise, "Bubbles? What kind of skill is that?" The black man smiled and replied, "Leave it to me." He possessed the only hidden class, Spirit Traveler, one of the most powerful support classes. His skills can turn himself and his teammates into a spirit state. In this state, they cannot attack, but they also take no damage. Even physical objects pass right through their bodies. When the shrimp's bubbles surged forward, he immediately activated his skill, helping the whole team dodge every attack. Then he laughed and said, "As long as you attack, you will automatically exit the spirit state. Let's go, brothers." The whole team immediately rushed to counterattack. At this moment, the giant shrimp had less than half its health left. Qin Feng looked at that group of people, thinking to himself, "I remember in my past life, Juma and this group conspired to swindle the Mado government. That incident caused the Mado government to suffer heavy losses, leaving them unable to maintain social order, leading to 3 months of chaos and, indirectly, causing the deaths of over 100,000 citizens." Just then, the boss let out a shriek. The girl immediately warned her teammates to be careful. This boss's HP is low now. It's about to enter phase 2. From beneath the boss's body, countless eggs were released. In the blink of an eye, they hatched into a swarm of small shrimp, with fiery red eyes, filled with killing intent, and rushed straight at the team. A young man immediately raised his shield to block them. Damn it, how infuriating! How could it summon so many spawn? The girl shouted in a hurry. Juma, use soul conversion on the swarm now. The rest of you, focus your attacks on the boss and well win. But Juma just stood still, looking in the other direction. The girl grew more anxious. Juma, hurry. What? What are you doing? By now, she was surrounded by the swarm and backing away. She kept firing arrows at them. Damn it. There are more and more of them. We can't hold out much longer. Juma stopped spacing out. Just then, a spawn leaped onto her. She only had time to scream, "Ah!" The giant mouth under the monster's belly opened wide, preparing to swallow her whole. At the most dangerous moment, countless sword auras cut through the wind, chopping the monster into pieces. The one who struck was Qin Feng. He unleashed shadow slash, gliding past like a phantom. Each step left behind numerous flashes of light, wiping out all the spawn in his path. Afterward, he turned around, rushed straight at the boss, and delivered a dark night blade. A bloody light covered the entire area. The boss's body was instantly shredded. System, you have killed a Jatagrade blue cucumber shrimp. You received 15,000 EX. Congratulations, you received 55 evolution points. You received 9.17 years of tradable lifespan. You received 13 pieces of equipment and 6 skill books. Juma turned around. Upon seeing Qin Feng, his face turned pale. Shadow, why is he here? But before he could react, Qin Feng appeared right in front of him. A flash of a sword, and Juma's head fell to the ground. System, you have killed the player. His body quickly turned into orbs of lifespan. The girl was horrified, watching her teammate's head roll to her feet. After regaining her composure, she looked at Qin Feng, both grateful and confused. Shadow, thank you for saving us. But why did you kill our teammate? Qin Feng looked at her and asked back, Midnight Rain, why does the Mado government team have foreigners among you? The girl replied, he was a foreign expert we invited. His profession was key to taking down the boss. Who would have thought he'd lose focus at such a critical moment? Hearing this, Qin Feng gave a cold smile. I don't think he lost focus. Have you heard the saying, those who are not of our kin will have different intentions? The girl was stunned. You mean, he did it on purpose? But what would he gain from that? Qin Feng calmly replied, that is for your government to investigate. You should report this to the Mado government. In the future, if you encounter a boss of platinum grade or higher that you can't handle, you can contact me directly. I only want the lifespan, assassin equipment, and the right to touch the boss's remains. Everything else belongs to you. It's like the partnership model between me and the Zhenghai government. The girl asked excitedly, really? Qin Feng nodded, yeah. Only limited to bosses of platinum grade and above. She immediately sent a notification to the entire exploration team of the Mado government, urgent notice. From now on, if you discover a platinum grade boss or higher, report the coordinates immediately. Shadow has agreed to provide support. He only wants the lifespan, assassin equipment, and the right to touch the boss. Once the news spread, the entire communication channel exploded. That's great. Finally, we don't have to risk our lives anymore. The spring of the Mado government has finally arrived. Finally, we can be like the Zhenghai government and be able to farm bosses easily. In just a moment, countless boss coordinates were sent in. I have a platinum boss here, come quickly. We can't hold out much longer. Over here, we're fighting a Jatagrade boss and are almost wiped out. The girl looked at Qin Feng and smiled, big shot. We've received a lot of boss coordinates. Among them, a few are right nearby. Qin Feng was also surprised by their speed. So fast. He thought to himself, because in the past, I often collaborated with the Zhenghai government, so their levels and equipment have generally improved. However, Mado is still in a dire situation. Thinking of this, he said, send the coordinates to me. I'm heading over now. The girl excitedly replied, okay. I'll send them to you right away. The others also thanked him in unison. Thank you for helping, big shot. Safe travels, big shot. Elsewhere, a bovine-shaped boss has been discovered by the exploration team. It keeps looking around vigilantly. A girl hiding nearby speaks up. Captain Lam says the darkness is heading our way. The girl beside her immediately exclaims, really? I've never met the darkness before. I wonder if he's handsome. A young man nearby laughs and says, this girl is daydreaming again. You don't even know what the darkness looks like yet. The girl blushes and retorts, that's not true. I'm just curious. The darkness once killed a Jata tier boss. Do you think this platinum tier boss can survive 2 of his slashes? The young man shakes his head, no way. A platinum tier boss isn't that easily defeated. Its attribute points must be at least Before he could finish his sentence, a blade of light tore through the sky from out of nowhere, slashing the boss in two and dealing over 310,230 damage. The boss instantly fell. Ding. You have slain the beast. Minotaur, long-haired two-horned. You received 72,000 EXP. Congratulations, you received 20 evolution points. You received 5.17 years of tradable lifespan. You received the assassin skill. Platinum smoke bomb. Qin Feng stood there calmly and said, "All right, Minotaur is finished." Next is the one to the east. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the lifespan orbs on the ground. The young man stood stunned. What just happened? Where's the boss? Did the boss die? It must have been the darkness. A one-shot kill and then he just left. But I didn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. The legend really keeps his word. If it isn't an item for an assassin, he doesn't take it. In another canyon, the blood-red sunset covered the sky. A loud explosion rang out, and dust billowed high. A group of players was blasted into the air by something. Both the people and their gear were sent flying. Someone screamed loudly. In front of them was a giant boss holding a great sword, relentlessly chasing them down. Someone shouted angrily, "Damn it. I told you not to let it get close." The detection range of a Jada tier boss is double that of a Platinum tier boss. Just as the boss was about to deliver the finishing blow, everyone screamed in despair, "It's over. We're dead for sure this time." Suddenly, a ray of light cut through the sky, grazing the top of the boss's head. Everyone stared in shock at the figure that had just appeared. It was Qin Feng. He summoned 3 shadow clones. Both the main body and the clones simultaneously unleashed shadow shields. 4 beams of light merged and pierced through the boss's body. In the blink of an eye. Ding! You have slain Lu, the traitor, the eldest son of a Jada tier noble. You received 160,000 EXP. Congratulations, you received 60 evolution points. You received 10.35 years of tradable lifespan. You received the assassin skill, Jada tier shadow blend. The group below was too stunned to speak. There were 4 shadows. Each one dealt over 310,000 damage. Am I dreaming? Am I really playing the same game as the darkness? Why is the gap between me and him no different than the gap between humans and gods? From today on, the darkness is my idol. Just then, Qin Feng's system chimed, ding ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. He was slightly surprised. Just farming bosses and I leveled up this fast. Immediately after, another notification appeared. Ding, the forbidden heavenly catastrophe tablet has been fully recharged. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. The corner of his mouth curved up. Oh, I can embed another affix now. Let's see what good stuff drops this time. Ding. Qin Feng spent 321 evolution points, leaving 252 points to upgrade Shadow Blend from Platinum to Mythic tier. This skill allows himself and his teammates to enter level 5 stealth and grants 20 Funtarum damage immunity. In dark environments, the stealth level increases to level 10 and remains indefinitely. Qin Feng said with satisfaction. With this, my stealth level can reach level 21. Even most Diamantier bosses would find it hard to detect me. Next, he spent another 251 evolution points, leaving only 1 point to upgrade Smoke Bomb to the legendary tier. Then used the Soul Devourer lineage to devour this skill. After the enhancement, every point of spirit converts from 3 to 5 points. Total elemental resistance increases from 5 to 7 points. Elemental attack increases from 1,373 to 1,895. All elemental resistance increases from 1,623 to 2,145. And elemental damage reduction increases from 61.8 Fontarum to 68.2 Fontarum. Looking at his new stats, Qin Feng smiled. With this amount of elemental resistance, am confident enough to enter the Skull City ruins? It's just a pity I haven't found a way to cross the sea, since I don't have a ship or a suitable mount. Just as he was checking the map, he discovered a secret door right on the coastline. After using the skull key to unlock it, a massive tunnel appeared. Following the tunnel under the seabed, Qin Feng finally arrived at the Mariga Empire, a place where lifespan drains 100 times faster than normal. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So, the rumors from a madman in my past life about the undersea tunnel turned out to be true." But as he ventured deeper into the ruins, his stealth state was suddenly broken. In front of him, a giant skeleton was coming back to life, with the upper body of a woman on its head. Ding, guardian of the Skull City ruins, Morven, Diamantier mob. Looking at the deformed body and festering wounds, Qin Feng guessed she was once a resident of Mariga, cursed by Sithenhu and turned into a monster. Without hesitation, he dodged the attack and activated Gift of Deliverance, combined with 4x Shadow Shield / sending the boss's health bar plummeting. As soon as the cooldown ended, he immediately unleashed the 4-directional Shadow Strike, shattering Morven's body in the blink of an eye. Ding, you have slain Morven. Received 180,000 EXP. 60 evolution points. 10.23 years of lifespan. Tradable. 16 pieces of equipment and 4 skill books. Before vanishing, Morven wore a smile, as if finally set free. Continuing to advance into the castle, Qin Feng once again used Shadow Blade, piercing the body of the cursed Mori. Is Li finishing off another boss? You have received 180,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 15 tradable years of lifespan, 15 pieces of equipment and 3 observation skill books. Across the ruins, Qin Feng discovered that every monster in this place had the upper body of a human, while the lower half had mutated into a monster. Even the dragon skeletons were covered in eyes and horns, turning the entire skull ruins into nothing less than a giant biochemical laboratory. The deeper he ventured into the skull ruins, the more clearly Qin Feng sensed the origin of the curse. To win the war in the past, the people of Mariga summoned the ancient sea god, but he himself sowed the curse, causing all the inhabitants of this place to be deformed into monsters. The curse grew heavier the closer one got to the center. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the wall to block his path. Marine, commander of the Royal Guard. Level 25, Platinum grade. Seeing a Platinum boss but with such a low level, Qin Feng immediately grew suspicious. Sure enough, upon clashing, he discovered that this boss possessed 10 times the health of a regular Platinum boss, and also carried a 100 Fontarum damage reflection effect. Every bit of damage dealt was reflected back at him. If not for the dark light shield blocking the blow, that reflected damage would have been enough to take his life. Realizing the opponent's mechanic, Qin Feng changed tactics. He continuously used skills with low damage to build up for a finisher, while using the dark light shield to counter the reflection. When the opportune moment arrived, he immediately activated Liberation Gift, combined with the Crimson Fury Blade. dealing 450,000 damage. All that damage was reflected back at him, but thanks to the lifesteal effect of 600 fun to ram from the Crimson Fury Blade, the recovery amount far exceeded the reflected damage, helping the shield increase to 2,700,000. To Qin Feng, 450,000 reflected damage at this moment felt like nothing more than a scratch. You have defeated Marine Platinum Grade Commander of the Royal Guard. You have received 250,000 experience points, 85 evolution points, an additional 14.26 years of lifespan. Tradable, 13 pieces of equipment and 6 skill books. But right after Marine fell, every royal guard in the city was alerted. The sound of horns echoed everywhere. Countless monsters swarmed in from all directions, from flying beasts to the giant monsters running on the ground. Even a giant white bear with red eyes appeared. You have triggered the monster frenzy. To continue advancing, you must eliminate all the monsters. Listening to the notification, Qin Feng remained completely calm. Instead, he laughed with excitement. Haha, now things are getting interesting. Immediately after, he unleashed his shadow dagger. With a single strike, he wiped out a horde of monsters. System, you have killed 32 monsters. After clearing the wave, the system announced the passage to the center of the ruins, and the Skull City had been unlocked. However, when collecting the loot, each monster only dropped a mere 500 EXP and 1 year of lifespan. This made Qin Feng realize that even after becoming monsters, the lifespan of the inhabitants here was still being continuously eroded by the curse. At that moment, countless orbs of light rose from the monster carcasses, merging to form a bridge across the abyss, leading straight to the fortress ahead. Simultaneously, a golden light enveloped Qin Feng. Ding. You have received the blessing of the Skull City citizens. For liberating the cursed souls, they have bestowed their blessing upon you. When fighting within the city, there is a chance to obtain dragon power. Qin Feng smiled and stepped onto the bridge of light. Understanding that the people here were placing their hope in him to break the curse, he reached the other side. Before him lay a giant cavern, looking just like the mouth of a monster. Without hesitation, Qin Feng jumped straight down. The system immediately warned, "You have entered the cursed abyss of Skull City, where lifespan is drained 1,000 times faster." At the bottom of the cave was a pool of blood-red liquid, and in the center, a man was shackled by something, as if trapped in a monster's stomach. Upon seeing the light on Qin Feng, he immediately shouted excitedly in the ancient god tongue, "Morven," but in a blink of an eye, the man's body began to mutate, transforming into a giant monster named SSS-LEVEL, the final guardian of Skull City, level 20. Grade, Jade. Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow Cloak. But to his surprise, Achilles could still lock onto his location. The boss lunged at an astonishing speed, constantly attacking with its claws. While dodging, Qin Feng speculated, "Achilles keeps calling the name Morven. It must be because I absorbed her lifespan earlier. That is how he tracks me." To verify this, he used his shadow dagger to attack, and the damage was immediately reflected back at him. Sure enough, Achilles also possessed a damage reflection ability, just like the previous captain of the guards. Without stopping, Achilles summoned a series of reflection eggs around the battlefield. Qin Feng tried to destroy them, but found he had to use the shadow dagger 3 times to break a single one. This meant consuming 3 layers of his dark light shield. While the shield only regenerated 1 layer every 2 seconds, He had to abandon the idea of destroying the eggs, and instead focused on dealing damage to finish the boss. Once the strike was fully charged, Qin Feng lunged forward and unleashed the Crimson Rage Blade, dealing 450,000 damage. And he remained calm, withstanding the entire reflected damage, thanks to his massive protective barrier. Right at that moment, all the bronze eggs simultaneously hatched into 9 Jadatir hatchling dragons, cursed by the Emerald Blight. Qin Feng immediately unleashed the Shadow Blade Swarm to wipe out the entire brood. He drained their blood while maintaining his barrier, so he had no fear of the reflected damage. However, after death, the souls of the hatchling dragons merged into a new entity. A cold voice echoed, "Outsider, don't even think about destroying our kin." Immediately after, the blood curse of Achilles, the scale-piercing dragon, appeared, rushing straight toward Qin Feng. He countered with the shield shadow slash, but this time, the boss was completely immune to damage. Before he could understand what was happening, the opponent's giant fist struck him, sending Qin Feng flying and dealing 28,769 damage. After being knocked into the wall of flesh, the surrounding layer of Qin Feng's blacklight shield also showed cracks. The boss coldly declared, "As long as the bloodline and souls still exist, the Skull City of Mariga will never fall." What surprised Qin Feng was that, even though it was only this boss possessed consciousness and could speak like calamity or monsters. As soon as it finished speaking, it launched the demon dragon cannon, asserting itself as the protector of the city and all its inhabitants. Qin Feng quickly dodged the attack, then counterattacked with shadow blades, but all were nullified by the immunity layer. Before he could find a way to break it, the giant hand of the boss transformed into a cage, trapping him inside. Qin Feng's lifespan was being constantly drained. 1 year increased to 2 years. Then 3 years in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng immediately realized this was the power of the old god SEIZURE, an ability that could neither be dodged nor blocked. Just when the situation was critical, the blessing effect of the citizens of Skull City was suddenly activated. Having previously absorbed the power of the Dragon Guardian, he received the Flame of Destruction. From now on, every attack using the Dragon Shadow Strike would carry this flame, bypassing all defenses, burning the opponent's soul directly, and increasing damage by 100 Funterum. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the Dragon Shadow Strike, followed by the Dragon Shield Shadow Slash. A series of flaming blades struck the boss directly, burning away the previously untouchable immunity layer. The monster shrieked in pain, frantically begging for more power to sustain the dragon race. But Qin Feng coldly retorted, "What you have done was never protection. It only caused the entire city to be forever drowned in a curse of shadows." Adist also appeared as if in agreement with those words. Immediately after, Qin Feng unleashed his ultimate skill, Dragon Frenzy Red Blade, dealing 467,000 damage, and finishing off the last protector of Skull City. The system instantly rewarded him with 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, an additional 39.85 years of tradable lifespan, and a Diamantier Bone Spike. The dragon wings gradually disappeared. Qin Feng landed on the ground, then realized all the magical creatures in the city had been continuously offering resources to nurture this boss. But its remaining lifespan was a mere 39.85 years, proving that most had been stolen by SEIZURE long ago. Immediately after, by using the dragon's power to destroy the boss, He also received a special reward, including the dry bone rune and an epictear mount. The dry bone rune was the key to entering the tomb of the dry bone god when all 3 pieces were collected. When using the summoning bell, in front of him appeared the King of Predators, a level 20 epic quality bone dragon, capable of aerial combat and summoning support bone dragons. Surprisingly, this dragon could speak. It confirmed that Achilles was dead, then recounted the entire tragedy of Skull City. Years ago, during the incessant wars, Lord Achilles desperately summoned Seth. According to the ritual, he had to sacrifice his most beloved person, his daughter Morven. But at the last minute, he changed his mind to save his daughter and sacrificed all the citizens, including himself, in exchange for the entire city, receiving immense power to repel the enemy. However, everyone turned into monsters and gradually lost their humanity. Morven, the only one who kept her human form, became the target, hated and tormented by the very citizens who had turned into monsters for a long time, before she too was swallowed by the curse. After finishing the story, the dragon sincerely thanked Qin Feng for releasing all the souls from the tragedy that had lasted for hundreds of years. It even felt a familiar aura on him, so it vowed to follow him forever and asked to know its new master's name. Qin Feng calmly replied with 2 words, darkness. Exilio immediately bowed in submission, officially accepting Qin Feng as its master. Observing the attributes of his new mount, he quickly noticed something unusual. Even though it was an epictear mount, Exilio only had 100,000 HP, too low compared to a boss of the same tier that should have possessed tens of millions of HP. Qin Feng guessed the reason was that the dragon had been dead for a very long time. Its power eroded over time before being forcibly resurrected by necromancy. In terms of combat skills, Exilio was not outstanding, but the ability to summon 12 Jada-tier armored bone dragons, helping to expand aerial vision, was extremely useful. More importantly, thanks to its body being almost entirely bone, it was very lightweight, with a flight speed reaching 360 fun terum, equivalent to about 450 mets, even exceeding the speed of sound. For Qin Feng, this speed alone was enough to make him extremely satisfied. Just then, the system notified him that he met the requirements for an advancement in profession. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately chose to advance. Darkness enveloped his body. Fiery red eyes opened, and behind him appeared a blood-colored halo. For professions, the Shadow class has officially advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. All attributes have surged significantly. Strength increased from 27 to 54, and Constitution increased from 27 to 54. Agility increased from 72 to 144. Meanwhile, Spirit increased from 45 to 90. At the same time, he gained a new passive skill called Shadow Arc. Whilst, if he is hit by crowd control effects or his stealth is broken, all impacts will be delayed by 1 second. During that interval, he can reactivate stealth, use healing, lifesteal, restore vitality, or create a shield or use a cleanse to nullify all damage and negative effects. After reading the description, Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. As long as his reflexes are fast enough, this skill essentially allows him to neutralize every attack. While he is hidden, he became even more convinced that in his past life, the person who held the Shadow class certainly never lived to reach the 3rd advancement. Otherwise, this ability would have drastically increased their survival rate. Next, the system also rewarded him with a weapon, a diamond-grade weapon called Dry Bone Piercing Spike. This weapon significantly boosts physical attack, elemental attack, spirit power, armor penetration, and elemental resistance ignore. Especially, every time it lands a hit, it further reduces the target's physical defense and elemental resistance by 30 fun to ram. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately swapped to the new gear. After leaving the Sea of Blood, he mounted Auxilio and activated Fade into Shadow. Instantly, both man and bone dragon disappeared from sight. Even Auxilio was astonished to discover that his master's stealth level was even higher than his own. Qin Feng just smiled faintly, saying that was only the beginning, then ordered it to take off. Auxilio immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The speed was so terrifying that only residual images were left behind. Even Qin Feng had to admit this dragon was faster than he had imagined. He decided to return to and then head to Lucktown to collect the 10 ancient stones that An Wu had mentioned. If previously this journey took hours, now it only took about 10 minutes. During the flight, the supersonic wind generated by Auxilio continuously swept across the ground. Elsewhere, a group of players were fighting monsters when the mage girl was suddenly knocked away by the boss, causing her skill to hit her teammates by mistake. Before the group could understand what was happening, a whirlwind swept past. The boss was also struck by the blade and died on the spot. Meanwhile, at the teleportation point in Maid, a couple who had just made up were about to share a kiss when Auxilio rushed past. A terrifying gust of wind immediately blew both of them away, causing the guy to crash headfirst into the ground and die instantly. The girl suffered the same fate. Qin Feng landed slightly confused as he looked at the scene, then calmly muttered a line, "I think I just bumped into something, oh well." After leaving the Skull City, Qin Feng stepped into the teleportation array. To return to Lucktown, he had to spend 5.45 years of his lifespan, which made him feel quite regretful. Even though he possessed over 2,000 years of lifespan, he always calculated carefully and told himself to only return here when absolutely necessary. Just as he set foot in the town, Qin Feng immediately realized the scenery was completely different from his past life. Everywhere there were government personnel assisting newbies in hunting monsters, protecting them from being attacked by other players. He silently understood that his cooperation with the government had unintentionally accelerated their development progress much faster than before, helping even older players have better chances of survival. Right then, a monster suddenly lunged to attack an old man. 2 government members immediately rushed in to save him. The girl used a divine shield to protect the victim, while the guy with the shield charged forward to slash the boss. However, the monster quickly fled, leaving both of them helplessly watching. Qin Feng understood the problem at a glance. These 5 golden-ranked demonic beasts were not strong. Any government team would be enough to defeat them. But whenever they were about to die, they would fly away, making all efforts useless. Yet, instead of being grateful, the old man who had just been saved turned to curse, berating the government as useless and threatening to report them. The old people around immediately joined in, continuously applying pressure, complaining that the shadow had promised to come but still hadn't appeared. They even claimed that the strong must serve them more. The 2 government members could only endure and explain, but the crowd became increasingly unreasonable. Some even pretended to fall, acting as if they were victims of police brutality, then incited the whole mob to riot. It didn't stop there. A pervert even took advantage of the chaos to sexually harass the female government member. Overwhelmed with anger, she slapped him by reflex. Unexpectedly, her hand was too strong, and he died on the spot, turning into lifespan and dissipating. The crowd of old people immediately twisted the truth, shouting that the government had murdered someone, and continued to press forward. The guy could only hold up his shield to protect his partner, enduring their constant curses, being pelted with all kinds of trash, and even having spit thrown in the girl's face. The entire scene fell into Qin Feng's eyes. The killing intent within him instantly erupted. He jumped onto Exilio's back. Shadow enveloped both man and the bone dragon. Even Auxilio felt a chill down its spine from that terrifying killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the dragon lunged into the crowd. One swing of its wings knocked away all the troublemakers. Because they had absolutely no strength to resist, they all crashed headfirst into the ground and died instantly. The two government members were stunned, watching the scene before them, while Auxilio, still in stealth, immediately turned and lunged straight at the 5 monsters flying above in the sky. At this moment, the 5 monsters, still continuously channeling energy into the object, as it hovered in the air, Qin Feng rode Auxilio and charged forward. The boy and girl from the authorities saw this. They exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the darkness figure, the monsters immediately turned to stay alert. But Qin Feng just coldly opened his purple eyes. He rode the dragon and dived straight into the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere. All 5 bosses were slashed into pieces. The 2 people below could only stand still in shock. Just then, the group of old people resurrected. They rushed forward, screaming and demanding compensation for their lost lifespan, thinking that someone dared to hit the elderly. The boy sighed, feeling that the trouble never seemed to end. But before they could cause a scene, the corpses of the 5 giant bosses fell right onto their heads, crushing the whole group to death once again. At the same time, the ancient stone tablet also fell to the ground. Qin Feng landed on the dragon. He was puzzled, wondering why he had only killed 5 bosses. Yet the loot was so abundant. One old man who was still alive immediately pointed his finger and cursed. He even hugged the ancient stone tablet, intending to charge forward to make trouble. But as soon as he touched it, a massive force blasted him away, causing 13,892 points of damage. Qin Feng calmly collected the stone tablet, then gave the order, summoning the bone dragon swarm. Immediately, swarms of bone dragons filled the sky, leaving the girl from the authorities filled with awe. However, the group of newly resurrected old people continued to slander him. They shouted, claiming that darkness colluded with the authorities to steal 1,000 years of their lifespan. They even incited others to demand their years back. The 2 government members felt helpless, watching this group continue to cause chaos. Right at that moment, the bone dragon swarm began to act. They took turns grabbing each troublemaker and flying into the sky. At first, everyone screamed and begged for mercy. But as soon as they were dropped from high above, they immediately fell to their deaths. The remaining ones were pale with fear, continuously begging, "Please don't drop us anymore." Qin Feng then turned to the 2 government members and calmly said, "The safe zone only prevents players from killing each other, but it doesn't change the laws of physics. From now on, the bone dragon swarm will be stationed here. Anyone who causes trouble will be thrown out of town by them. Whether you save them or ignore them is up to the authorities to decide." His business was done. The 5 bosses in the sky had also been completely eliminated. The two hurried to ask why he didn't take the loot. Qin Feng just smiled and said to leave it for everyone else. The boy was delighted by the massive amount of gold-tier equipment, while the girl stared, dazed, following Qin Feng's receding figure, admitting her heart had already followed the big shot. The boy immediately teased her, saying don't dream, because darkness would never notice a normal person like her. The two argued back and forth for a while. Finally, the boy unexpectedly asked her out for dinner, making her blush, and he hastily tried to deny it. At Zhanghai City Hospital, Tan Xiaoyu sat quietly on her hospital bed when the doctor announced the cost for treating her legs had reached 55 years of lifespan. The authorities had already subsidized 15, so she still had to pay the remaining 40. Hearing that figure, Xiaoyu was stunned. She hurried to ask if she could mortgage her 2 houses. But the clerk just shook his head, stating that the total value of both houses was now equivalent to only 3 days of lifespan. She hurriedly mentioned the over 500,000 in cash she still had, but received the reply that the old currency had completely lost its value. All transactions now used lifespan. Because she couldn't afford to pay, Xiaoyu was told she only had 3 days to sort it out. If she missed the deadline, she would be transferred to the government's logistics team to labor off her debt through tasks like killing monsters, gathering materials, or constructing buildings, working at least 15 hours every day. Hearing that, Xiaoyu almost collapsed. She sobbed, unable to accept that she was now disabled and still had to endure hard labor. A female staff member softly asked her if she had any relatives or friends who could vouch for her. If so, the government could lend her 40 years of lifespan at an interest rate of only 3 fun teram. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered Qin Feng, but he was thought to be dead. And as for Su Nyan, she wasn't sure if she would help her. Just as she cried out in despair, the hospital room door suddenly burst open. Chen Woming appeared, smiling, saying that just 40 years of lifespan was no problem. He asked Xiaoyu to hand over her phone, then immediately transferred 100 years of lifespan to her. Seeing the notification pop up, Xiaoyu was both astonished and moved, continuously thanking the guild leader. However, when she saw the 30 fun teram interest rate line, she was bewildered and asked what it meant. Chen Woming just smiled and explained that it was a loan he was personally guaranteeing. At the same time, Chen reassured her that the Holy Temple Guild would always be her support, and they would wait for her to return. Those words moved Xiaoyu to tears. After leaving the hospital room, Chen Wuming immediately asked the fat guy with him if he had recorded enough footage. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he coldly ordered the video to be edited and uploaded online, emphasizing the need to build an image of Tan Xiaoyu as pitiful as possible, so everyone would see that only his guild was willing to help her. After leaving the hospital, Chen Woming clenched his fists and laughed coldly. To him, Tan Xiaoyu had already cost the guild too much, so the best way was to exploit her for propaganda, attracting new members. That was the best way to extract the remaining value from a useless person. The fat guy immediately flattered the guild leader. Chen Woming then said it was time to post the video online, because the meeting time with darkness was approaching. Switching back to the game. At the hideout of the Holy Temple Guild, in the ruins of Zhanghai City, Chen Woming was scrolling online and discovered a series of posts smearing darkness. He laughed gleefully, thinking that Qin Feng had offended too many people. If not for the massive difference in strength, he would have wanted to kill his opponent himself. At that moment, Tan Feng suddenly appeared right beside him. Chen Woming was so terrified that he collapsed to his knees. He hurriedly fawned over him. Then he led the two assassins, whom he had already prepared, to be handed over to Tan Feng for disposal. Only a few minutes later, the scene became extremely bloody. Limbs and heads were scattered everywhere. The system also notified him that Tan Feng's crime value continued to decrease. After handling everything, as he was about to leave, Chen Woming hurriedly called out to him. He pointed at the screen and asked if someone was intentionally trying to frame him. On the internet at this moment, it was filled with posts slandering Shadow, accusing him of fraud, playing with women's hearts, and killing indiscriminately. They even claimed the government was shielding him. Tan Feng immediately recognized the main character in one of the posts as the old man who had caused trouble in Lucky Town. Afterward, he noticed another post about Tan Xiaoyu, praising the Temple Knights Guild for wholeheartedly helping the girl who had lost both her legs. It was then that Tan Feng realized the person saved by Gui Ling the other day was Tan Xiaoyu. He couldn't help but exclaim how coincidental it was. He only replied that he was aware and then left. Immediately after, Tan Feng contacted Gui Ling, tasking her with investigating the person behind the rumors slandering him. Hearing this, Gui Ling was so angry she gnashed her teeth, immediately setting out to investigate. Only a short while later, she found the slanderous post claiming Shadow had evil intentions toward an old woman. The moment she saw the woman's face, Gui Ling immediately recognized her and coldly declared she would deal with it right away. She dashed across the buildings of Zhanghai City, heading straight for the home of Feng Shihing. Right at that moment, in front of her door, another family was standing there demanding justice. Ma Dagan was continuously pounding on the door, demanding Feng Shihing come out and explain why her dog had pushed his son down the stairs, causing the boy to become paralyzed from the waist down. However, as soon as she opened the door, Feng Shihing began to loudly curse them and even lead, claiming Ma Dagan frequently used his ability of clairvoyance to peep at her while she bathed, threatening to call the police. When Ma Dagan presented the security footage as evidence, she immediately kicked his phone away and shamelessly asked where the evidence was. Furious, Ma Dagan declared he had stopped coming to reason with her. He used his Hawkeye skill to lock onto his target and warned her if Feng Shihing continued to be unreasonable, he would hunt her down to the end. Feng Shihing was not only unafraid, but she clutched her chest and shrieked, mocking Ma Dagan for being a nobody, and dared him to make a move. Enraged, Ma Dagan immediately used his Hawkeye skill to lock onto the target. But the system suddenly purported that the skill could not be activated. He stood stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Seeing this, Feng Shihing laughed triumphantly, revealing that her son was a magic-suppressing warlock, possessing a hidden profession, who had already set up a barrier around this area, so all skills were neutralized. At that moment, her son stepped out of the house. Hearing his mother say someone had come to cause trouble, he immediately rushed over, delivering a powerful punch to Ma Dagan, piercing through his chest and knocking him away. His wife panicked and rushed over to use her healing skill, but she also realized she could not cast any spells. The guy just laughed contemptuously, believing that with such weak strength, they were not qualified to come and cause trouble at his house. Then he grabbed the wife by the collar, lifted her up, and coldly told the whole family to get lost and never appear again. The woman, crying and filled with resentment, demanded they take responsibility for leaving her husband and son in such a state. Hearing this, the guy immediately flew into a rage, dropping her and throwing a horrific punch, declaring that this was an era where the strong decided everything. Just as the punch was about to hit the target, the Wanquan blade suddenly appeared, pulling the woman aside. The missed punch shattered the wall behind her. Gui Ling slowly stepped out, looking coldly at the group before her. Feng Xiying's son immediately asked who she was, while the rescued woman thanked her repeatedly. Gui Ling didn't pay it any mind, only coldly declaring that she knew their identities very well. They were the very people spreading rumors to slander Shadow. So today, they would definitely have to pay the price. Hearing this, the guy was startled, thinking Shadow had appeared. But Feng Xiying immediately reassured him, saying her figure didn't look like Shadow. With his mother backing him up, he became extremely arrogant again, asserting that he had reached level 16, with all his attribute points poured into strength and physique. Within his magic-suppressing barrier, he believed that in close-quarters combat, no one could beat him. Gui Ling just snorted in contempt, replying that in a moment, he would know just how stupid he was. Gui Ling coldly walked forward, her entire body emanating an eerie aura. Han Bingsheng was still extremely confident, thinking that within his magic-suppressing barrier, he was invincible. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward to throw a punch. But Gui Ling just glided once, appearing right in front of him, startling him. A powerful kick struck straight at his chest, followed by a series of consecutive attacks, causing Han Bingsheng to be repeatedly knocked back. Even so, thanks to his extremely high physique, he still managed to stand up. When Gui Ling appeared behind him to land another blow, he unexpectedly caught her fist and laughed with contempt. According to him, Gui Ling's speed was very fast, but her force was too weak. Without the ability to use skills, you're just scratching an itch. After speaking, he threw a powerful uppercut that sent Gui Ling flying, slamming her directly into the wall, then arrogantly declared that was the true difference in their strength. Feng Xiaoying stood by, laughing triumphantly, while Han Bingsu stepped forward to grab Gui Ling by the collar, intending to force her to reveal everything about the darkness. But just then, Gui Ling let out a sinister laugh, telling him to look at his own body. Han Bingsu was startled to discover his entire body was covered in thick, green poison gas. The toxins surged violently, causing him to collapse. Gui Ling calmly explained that before entering the barrier, she had already applied a lethal poison. The anti-magic barrier only blocked the activation of skills, but it could not neutralize effects that had already been enhanced beforehand. Every attack of hers had silently added a layer of poison. By the 10th layer, he was just waiting to die. Gui Ling coldly exposed the identity of the mother and son. Feng Xiaoying was just a Tier 3 mage, who relied on her seniority to bully others, while Han Bingsu actually possessed a hidden, extremely powerful priest-class profession, but was foolish enough to dump all his stat points into strength, learning only the anti-magic barrier to steal others' lifespans. If he had bothered to learn the priest's cleansing skills, he wouldn't have died today from his own poison. As soon as she finished, Han Bingsu vomited blood and collapsed, dead on the spot. Even the dog on him died as well. Feng Xiaoying wailed in despair and reached for her phone, intending to report it to the authorities, but Ma Dazhen immediately kicked away the phone. At this moment, his injuries had been healed by his wife, and the anti-barrier had vanished with the death of Han Bingsu, Ma Dazhen and his wife stepped forward. Scaring Feng Xiaoying until she turned pale, he delivered a straight kick to her face and declared that before handing her over to the authorities, he had to beat her to vent his anger. Chuha stood nearby, continuously using healing skills, smiling and telling her husband to hit her harder. With his wife's support, Ma Dazhen dove in, delivering a flurry of blows that left Feng Xiaoying beaten into a pulp, reduced to almost nothing but a pile of flesh. Only when his anger subsided did he ask his wife if she was still alive. Chuha nodded, saying she had used the heart of the archangel to keep the woman alive. Ma Dazhen then called the authorities to handle the rest, and turned back to thank Guiling, only to find she had already vanished. Meanwhile, Guiling was gliding over the high-rise buildings, purporting to Tan Feng that the mission was complete. Tan Feng praised her for doing well, making Guiling beam with joy. Shifting to a place over 300 kilometers away from the Meido ruins, Xiao Kunshen was leading Theodharma and the others deep into a land filled with toxic gas. Despite his teammates' skepticism that nothing could live here, Xiao Kunshan insisted that his geomantic sensing could not be wrong. Arriving before a massive cave, he told Dharma to be ready to use the Soulwalker ability if they encountered danger. The group quickly descended into the cave, finally stopping before a cliff face, where a brilliant red flower was blooming silently. Seeing it, the group laughed heartily, for they had finally found the Helldream Nightmare flower. According to them, as long as they had this flower, the darkness would surely die. As soon as Tan Feng entered the depths of the Purgatory volcano, the system notified him that this was a nightmare zone, where lifespan drains 10,000 times faster. Theodharma's group turned pale, because with their current lifespan, they wouldn't last half a day. Looking at the Helldream Nightmare flower before him, Dharma felt a chill down his spine just by glancing at it. Theodharma reassured everyone that as long as they didn't wake it up, it would be fine. Xiao Kunshen then demanded he explain the plan. Theodharma immediately handed Tony a divine book for building city walls. After using it, a colossal wall instantly rose up. But Tony realized each time the wall was built, it consumed 10 days of lifespan, and it only had a durability of 100,000. Theodharma gave a cold laugh, ordering Tony to train the skill continuously to raise durability to 10 million. His plan was that once they were prepared, they would lure the Daxia authorities and the Darkness faction into the cave. Tony would build a wall to block the only exit, while he and Dharma would pretend to fight, then use the Soulwalker ability to phase through the wall and escape. The rest would be left for the Helldream Nightmare flower to handle. Faced with Xiao Kunshan's doubt, Theodharma explained that when the boss awakens, the entire cave will be plunged into a nightmare. Players inside will continuously accumulate cursed states, and once full, they will be controlled and have their lifespan sucked dry. Combined with the 10,000x lifespan decay rate, everyone would die permanently. If the plan succeeded, the entire elite force of the Meido authorities, especially the Darkness, would be wiped out, while they would become heroes of the Mo Nation and enjoy wealth and glory. Hearing this, they all dreamed of a glorious future. But Dharma suddenly asked how to wake the boss when the team had no long-range attack skills. Tony laughed arrogantly, then casually picked up a stone and threw it straight at the Helldream Nightmare flower. In a blink, the flower instantly awakened. The red petals unfurled to reveal a grotesque face. Theodharma turned pale with fear. screaming that Tony was an idiot, and immediately ordered Dharma to use Soulwalker. The group scrambled for their lives, fleeing the nightmare zone. Once outside, Dharma couldn't help but slap Tony with all his might, warning him to stay and train wall building until he succeeded. If he failed, he would be cast out by the Mo Nation. Shifting to the decaying forest on the outskirts of Mado, Viva's Dragon Mount had just bitten a wood-type boss to death, leaving the team in awe. Just as they were talking, toxic gas suddenly spread throughout the forest. Vivu immediately warned that a magical beast had appeared. In a blink, a female team member was tightly wrapped by vines. Before them was an Emerald tier boss, the corrosive Asura plant, level 25, with a full 1 million HP. Seeing their damage was only about 1,000. The whole team was almost in despair. Vivu decided to immediately call the darkness for help, sent the coordinates, and invited Qin Feng into the team. Qin Feng reported he was about 10 kilometers away, leading Vivu to guess it would take him half an hour to arrive. So the team had to both hold their ground and prepare to retreat because the toxic gas was too potent. But just as she finished speaking, a fierce gale swept away all the toxic gas. Qin Feng, riding Oxyleo, appeared right above them and calmly said, "I'm here." The entire team froze, because from the moment she messaged him to his arrival, it had only been half a minute. Vivu stared in disbelief, while the others were stunned to see the legendary dragon mount of the darkness with their own eyes. The aura from Oxyleo was so strong that Vivu's dragon was terrified, rolling its eyes white. Just looking at Vivu's mount, the bone dragon Oxyleo immediately showed disdain, mocking it as just a mongrel dragon, a product of inhumane experiments conducted on Marie, which made the earth dragon shake with fear. The team was even more shocked to learn that creatures from epic tier and above could speak. Oxyleo even innocently asked permission to eat that dragon, but was scolded into silence by Qin Feng. Vivu could only manage a wry smile, admitting she once thought owning an earth dragon was very imposing. Who would have thought the master would ride an actual epic deer mount? Observing the Asura boss with 1 million HP, Qin Feng realized that to take it down in one blow, his current strength was not enough. He immediately took out the ancient blood god stone, used the blessing of the ancient god Alex, and enhanced the shield shadow slash skill. After the enhancement, the skill only targeted one enemy, but the number of slashes increased by 6x, all automatically striking weak points, while also building energy for a finishing move. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied, because now, a single shield shadow slash was enough to charge up the Crimson Blade ultimate. While the team was still dazed, watching him mutter and glow continuously, Qin Feng had already vanished from his spot. A blink later, he was right in front of the boss, unleashing the shield shadow slash. With just one short dash, a series of dense, violent slashes simultaneously erupted on Asura's body, each strike dealing over 10,000 damage. As soon as the ultimate was fully charged, he immediately activated Crimson Blade, slicing the boss in two in an instant, with over 450,000 damage. The system announced Asura had been defeated. Qin Feng received 160,000 EXP, 120 evolution points, another 10.35 years of lifespan, along with various gear and skill books. The entire government team could only gape in astonishment, seeing an Emerald tier boss with 1 million HP insta-killed for the first time. While everyone was still reeling, Qin Feng calmly analyzed his new power. Shield Shadow / now dealt about 600,000 damage, and combined perfectly with Crimson Blade, greatly increasing his ability to burst down single targets, as well as his survival. Thanks to the massive shield, even so, he still felt this was only a very small part of the potential of the shadow profession, and surely there was much more power yet to be unearthed. Hearing Vaivu endlessly praising him, Qin Feng just smiled and generously declared that all the boss's loot would be gifted to the team. Someone asked, overjoyed, "Is the loot really all ours?" Qin Feng just nodded and turned to ask Vaivu if there were any other bosses. Vaivu immediately listed a series of boss locations, from the wandering monsters in the shining gold forest, the fat demon in the immortal prison, the mechanical minotaur in the jaguar forest, to a boss near the beach. Before she could finish, Qin Feng interrupted, saying to list them one by one, and called Vaivu onto the back of Oxy Leo. The girl was both surprised and delighted to be able to ride the master's mount, but with a single flap of its wings, Oxy Leo carried them both away in a blink, leaving the others standing there, bewildered. Someone couldn't help but blurt out, "What about us?" Shifting to the real world in a closed-door meeting, leaders were discussing the proposal from Theodharma. He promised to provide information on a Diamantier boss, in exchange for requesting only the resumption of flights to bring the Monation's people home. Some thought the deal was too good to be true, so there must be a trap. But others argued that Theo was willing to lead the way personally, so it was unlikely he would gamble his own life. The biggest problem now was whether they had enough strength to destroy the Diamond Boss, because until now, no one in the world had done it. Not even the darkness was guaranteed a win. Right then, someone suggested cooperating with the darkness, because according to the latest report, he had been able to single-handedly insta-kill an Emerald Boss. Some still expressed doubt, but when the video of Qin Feng taking down the boss was played at the meeting, everyone went silent. After witnessing that terrifying power, the council quickly voted and unanimously passed the plan to cooperate with the darkness to conquer the first Diamantier boss. Finally, they decided to immediately send someone to contact him. After using Shield Shadow / to finish off the Minotaur in an instant, Qin Feng calmly told Vaivu to go outside to collect the loot, then get ready for the next target. Right then, Vaivu received an urgent notification from her superiors about a boss of Diamond Tier named Hell Dream Nightmare Flower, so she immediately reported it to him. As soon as he heard that name, Qin Feng's expression changed, as in his previous life's memories. Waming Nightmare Hell. The Nightmare Hell was the source of the first disaster in Medo, where a foreign force used this boss to set a trap, causing over 100 elites of the Medo administration to perish, leading to the Medo region being occupied by monsters for half a year and causing casualties to thousands of people. The mastermind behind it all is none other than the. Sensing something was wrong, Qin Feng immediately asked, "Was this boss discovered by the administration itself?" Wei Wu shook her head, stating that the information was provided by a foreigner, and the superiors had decided to assemble a team of 100 people to carry out an expedition. Hearing this, Qin Feng coldly asserted, "Those who made the decision have no idea what they are facing." He demanded that Wei Wu assemble only 25 people, all of whom must be at least level 18 and have advanced their class at least once. Wei Wu was surprised by the small number, thinking Qin Feng would need more support. He explained that the Wameng Nightmare Hell though only has strength approaching an epic ranked boss. There are only two ways to defeat it. Either crush it immediately with absolute power, or use another strategy, which he cannot reveal at the moment. Even he himself is not yet capable of killing this boss instantly. Wei Wu was even more confused. When she asked why he didn't just gather all 100 people to be safe, Qin Feng replied coldly, saying he could not explain it. If you trust me, follow my lead. Otherwise, let the superiors handle it. Seeing his rare, serious attitude, Wei Wu did not dare to ask further. She admitted that she could only gather about 10 people who met the requirements. Qin Feng nodded, saying that would be enough. He would find the rest himself. Then arranged to meet at the Meadow ruins in 3 days, before vanishing right in front of her eyes. Watching Qin Feng's figure dissolve into the air, Wei Wu could only mutter, wondering whether she should truly place her entire trust in the shadow or not. The story then shifts to Tan Xiaoyu. In her dream, she saw the image of a warrior, using his own body to shield her from a monster. That person helped her up time and again, helped her level up, and always smiled, calling her Xiao. When she woke up with a start, her forehead was drenched in sweat, and tears were streaming down her face. For the first time, the man's face in her dream appeared clearly, and it was Qin Feng. She suddenly realized that every location, monster, and event in her dreams perfectly matched the game world. This could only prove one thing. The shadow was truly Qin Feng. Xiaoyu immediately wanted to enter the game to find him. But then she began to torment herself. The shadow had met her many times, yet he always acted coldly, as if they were strangers. If he really was Qin Feng, perhaps he no longer wanted to acknowledge her. Furthermore, if you claim Shadow as your brother, no one will believe you. You might even bring disaster upon yourself. Yet, this is her final shred of hope. So, after a moment of struggle, Zhao Du decided to log into the game. In that world, her legs returned to normal, but all her attributes were halved due to her injuries. In reality, as soon as she entered, she stumbled right in front of Chen Wuming. He immediately helped her up, advising her to focus on recovery, and not to rush into earning life points to pay off her debt. Xiao Du shook her head, saying she wanted to continue her job of guarding the door for Shadow to repay the guild. Chen Wuming acted moved on the surface, but right at that moment, his phone received a message from Qin Feng. The content was just a single sentence. Do you want to take down a Diamantaire boss? Chen Wuming was overjoyed and accepted immediately, so excited that he left Xiao Du falling to the ground and hurried off to meet the master. Before ending the conversation, Qin Feng also requested him to find 2 others, Di Yan Quan and Grey Rose. They were to meet at Meadow in 3 days, to prepare for the upcoming Diamantaire boss battle. 3 days later, at the volcanic area of the Meadow ruins, a table full of fragrant dishes was laid out in front of Xiaohe. He drooled as he exclaimed, I never thought the Book of God's gift could create so many delicious meals. Amazing, I have to eat this. Just as Xiaohe was about to pick up his chopsticks, An Wu kicked the door open. Dailizy, come with me quickly. Master Shadow is recruiting members. With that, she dragged Xiaohe away. Xiaohe looked back at the food, tears welling up in his eyes. Wait, I haven't even taken a bite yet. An Wu said angrily. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Shadow has always been the one helping us. This is the first time he needs someone else's help. Zhao He could only cry while running. Who? Elsewhere, After eliminating a horde of monsters, at Guiling's feet lay a pile of loot and light orbs. Qin Feng's message arrived about Meido. Use the guild's teleportation point to the Evil Spirit Academy. Guiling immediately replied, Understood, Master. At this moment, little horns had sprouted on her head, and there was a tail behind her. Clearly having advanced once again. At the base of the Evil Spirit Academy in the Meido ruins, a young mage girl happily pushed the door open. Master, did you look for me? Qin Feng nodded, yes. In a few days, there is a boss that requires your skills. But he suddenly paused, wait. Why are you only level 15? The girl smiled shyly. I used all my experience points to advance. My profession. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. You've advanced 3 times already. He, at that very moment. Guiling also entered with a chilling aura. I'm familiar with this, Master. I've arrived. Qin Feng looked at her, speechless. She had only just reached level 15. Don't tell me you've also advanced 3 times. Guiling replied obediently. Master once taught me that advancing one's profession is the most important thing. So I prioritized advancing every time. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't handle those 2 girls. Advancing is indeed important. But your level shouldn't fall too far behind either. Get up, let's go. For the next few days, I'll lead you all to grind levels. The 2 girls immediately replied happily, yes. 3 days later, at the wild volcano area of the Meido ruins, An, Yu, Xiao, He, and Wang Meng had already arrived. An, you looked at the coordinates. This is exactly the spot the expert sent. Xiao He was still clutching his stomach, wailing, oh, my feast. My instant noodles. Suddenly An Yu's eyes widened. In front of them, more than 20 people were already waiting. That's Di Yi and Quan, the master of perfect evasion. Other than Shadow, he is the only one who can solo a boss. And that is Hui Yao Wuda, guild leader of the Holy Night Hall. Guild of the Holy Night Hall. Hua Hung Shia, the #1 ranked mage. Zhu Bai, the healer. Ban Gao Wei Gatai, the gatekeeper. Zhao Meng Yu, Su He. They are all top-ranked elites. An, you took a deep breath. Did they all come because of Shadow's invitation? Then, she looked at 2 foreign faces. Who are those 2? I've never seen them before. On the other side, Juma whispered, Lord Theodore. There are only 20-something people here. Didn't the Daxia government say they would mobilize 100 people? Could the plan have been leaked? But Theodore remained calm and smiled. Don't worry, Juma. My plan has never had any loopholes. He scanned the crowd. The people present here are all elites. Among elites, quality is more important than quantity. This only proves that Daxia takes this raid extremely seriously. Juma nodded. I understand, but in his heart, Theodore sneered. I have already used the spirit divination to predict the outcome. The dream nightmare, at its peak, will drag everyone carrying sorrow into an eternal dream. Only one lucky person will find the path back home. The prophecy is clear. My plan will definitely succeed. All the Daxia people will die in the dream nightmare, and I will successfully return to Mo country. It's just a pity, Juma, Tony, Mei Qing, and Suo Kunshan. I'm afraid you all will have to stay behind as sacrifices. Just then, a fierce gale swept across the sky. Boom! Everyone below was forced back a few steps. Someone exclaimed, What is that? A massive bone dragon descended from the sky. A diamantier dragon boss. No, that's not right. Look, On its back is Shadow. This dragon is Shadow's mount. Qin Feng stood on the back of X. He slowly descended before everyone. The aura of an Epictear dragon made all the surrounding mounts tremble. Theodore and Juma couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This is Shadow. He actually has an Epictear mount. This rate of growth is truly terrifying. A cold killing intent flickered in Theodore's eyes. But it doesn't matter. Today will be the day you die. At this moment, Qin Feng jumped down from the dragon's back. His cold eyes stared straight ahead. His gaze locked onto the mastermind behind this quest. Theodore, that look startled Theodore. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Qin Feng said coldly, "Everyone is here. Lead the way, Theodore." After speaking, he calmly walked past him. Theodore panicked, sweat pouring down his face more heavily. He kept thinking, "We have never met before. How does he know my name?" He tried to steady himself, stay calm. There are many ways to find out someone's name. Don't let his aura scare you. Thinking this, he raised both hands and smiled. "All right. Please follow me, everyone. Today, we will win the first kill together." A Diamantier boss. He remained extremely confident in his heart. My divination is 100 fun terum accurate. This plan cannot possibly fail. Inside the cave. At that moment, intimate sounds echoed, making others blush. It was Mei Qing and Tony. Suo Kunshan stood by, blushing, and reminded them, "Hey, stop that, they're coming in." Mei Qing sneered, "Just when it was getting exciting, we got interrupted." Tony laughed, "It's fine. After this job is done, we'll head to Mo country. We can do whatever we want then." Suo Kunshan whispered, "Quiet, they're here." At this moment, Theodore had led everyone into the cave. Mei Qing and Tony immediately hid. Mei Qing smirked, "Finally, the time for revenge has come." Tony grinned, "It's time to avenge TT." Suo Kunshan gritted his teeth, "Go to hell, Shadow. I will get revenge for my wife." Just then, the system prompt appeared. "Ding, you have entered the depths of the Purgatory Volcano. This area is of nightmare difficulty. The rate of life force consumption has increased by 1,000 times." Theodore stood in front and spoke loudly. "This is the Diamantier boss, Purgatory Dream Nightmare. Has everyone felt its pressure yet? Honestly, I think, with just this many people, we can't defeat a Diamantier boss. We should mobilize more people to be safe." And you immediately replied, "No need. Everyone here is an elite. Just tell us the boss's mechanics." Theodore's eyes turned cold. "Oh. You want to know? Once the boss is triggered, there's no turning back." And you frowned. "What do you mean, no turning back?" Theodore replied, "This is related to the boss's mechanics. The explanation is very complex, so I don't want to talk much. I'll ask one last time. Do you really want to fight with this many people?" Everyone laughed loudly. Of course, with the expert Shadow here. A Diamantier boss is nothing, that's right. We trust the expert. The first kill of a Diamantier boss definitely belongs to Theodore closed his eyes slightly and pretended to sigh. "Fine, it seems you people from Daxia are all too confident." While speaking, he leaned down to pick up a stone. Then, he wore a murderous smile. "Actually, the mechanics of this boss are quite simple. You only need to know one thing. That is, today, all of you are going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted all his strength to throw the stone hard toward the nightmare hell. Nightmare Hell, activate. The stone instantly struck the boss. The Nightmare Hellflower awakened in a flash. Lava erupted violently. The entire cave shook. The terrifying aura of the S-RANK boss filled every corner. At the same time, all players were afflicted with the nightmare status. A nightmare gauge immediately appeared above everyone's head. Someone panicked. What is this status? This isn't good. There's a trap, Wang Meng shouted immediately. Retreat. But when everyone turned to look back, Tony, Meeking and Su Kunshin had already appeared at the cave entrance. Tony laughed loudly. Haha. You Daxia pigs want to run, not a chance. He immediately used the Book of God's barrier. A giant fortress wall rose up, completely sealing off the exit. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Damn it, the exit is blocked. Bastards. Someone pointed at Theodu. That guy is stuck here too. He can't escape either. Theodu smiled eerily. Do you think I'm as stupid as you are? Juma used so. But no one answered Juma. He turned his head and only saw that Juma had been struck by an arrow, piercing through his head. He collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Vaivu said coldly, the shadow expert was right. Different races have different hearts. You foreign venomous snake, go to hell. She immediately unleashed the demon-breaking arrow. A series of arrows flew straight toward Theodu. He sneered and took out a card. You fools. A flash of light appeared, and his figure vanished instantly. Instead, Su Kunshin appeared in that exact spot. All of Vaivu's arrows hit Su Kunshin directly. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Su Kunshin vomited blood continuously and collapsed. Vaivu was shocked. Where is Theodu? Why did I hit someone else? Outside the cave, Theodu had appeared right behind Tony and Meeking. Meeking was startled. Lord Theodu. Tony was astonished. Did you just use the ring of shadow teleportation to swap positions? Then he looked around. Where is Where is Su Kunshin? Theodu said in a low voice. The plan has been exposed. I suspect Su Kunshin betrayed us. Tony flew into a rage. What? People from Daxia are truly untrustworthy. Theodu continued. There's no time left. We are logging off immediately. The flight has been restored. After saying that, all three logged off simultaneously. In the real world, inside a certain house, the bodies of Juma and Su Kunshin twitched violently on the bed, then quickly stopped breathing. Theodu looked at the scene and sighed. They died within the boss's domain. Their souls were dragged into the nightmare. They cannot be saved anymore. It's a pity for Juma, but it's worth it. As long as Shadow and all the elites of Dixie die along with them, all sacrifices are worth it. He recalled the prophecy. The nightmare hellflower in its peak period will drag everyone carrying sorrow into the nightmare. Only one lucky person will find the path back home. Theodu wore a triumphant smile. The prophecy is slowly becoming reality. After this battle, the vitality of Daxia will suffer heavy damage. Once we return to the country, we will mobilize all our elites to hunt down the survivors. Daxia will eventually perish completely. At this moment, the nightmare hellflower radiated even more. Intense flames and aura. The players below felt themselves sinking deeper into the nightmare. Someone screamed in panic, I'm dead. What should I do now? Zhao He asked confusedly, what exactly is this nightmare? Wang Meng explained calmly. Those who fall into the nightmare state cannot respawn or log out. We are trapped in an area where life expectancy drains 10,000 times faster. And we still have to face a diamond rank boss. Someone asked in despair. So doesn't that mean we're definitely doomed? Just then, everyone received a notification. System, you have received an invitation to join Shadow's team. Do you accept? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feng stood at the front and said calmly, if I have gathered everyone here, then I surely won't let anyone die. Next, you all just need to follow my commands absolutely. Do exactly as I say, and we will definitely defeat the boss. His words immediately caused everyone's morale to stabilize. Notifications rang out one after another. System, Rain at Late Night joined the team. Vo Duck Wei Hong joined the team. Upholder of Justice joined the team. Wang Meng joined the team. Grey Rose joined the team. Safety First joined the team. 10 Miles of Green Mountains joined the team. Ghost Spirit joined the team. Hard as Soft joined the team. Dribbling Past joined the team. Everyone said in unison, Expert, we trust you. Qin Feng immediately commanded, 10 Miles of Green Mountains. Use Soul Link. The little mage replied, right away, Expert. She immediately waved the calligraphy brush in her hand, casting the skill. Threads of light connected all members in the team together. Everyone looked at the strange effect in astonishment. Qin Feng explained, Soul Link will share everyone's resistances, thereby slowing down the accumulation of the nightmare. Only those who have advanced their profession possess special resistances like nightmare resistance. This is also the reason I required everyone to complete at least one advancement. Tranvo Dan nodded, so that's how it is. Just then, the nightmare hellflower began to mutate again. 6 giant vines covered in sharp thorns extended out, rushing straight toward everyone. In the blink of an eye, the 2 corpses of Juma and Su Kanchun were tightly coiled and pulled into the air. Qin Feng continued, those who die or fall into the nightmare state will be captured by the boss to become nutrients, for it to absorb their life expectancy until they die completely. Therefore, absolutely do not die. If someone falls, they must respawn before the boss drags them away. Then, he quickly divided the teams. Team includes Shadow, Upholder of Justice, Wang Meng, Hak Bo Lam, Dai, Lai Tu, Rain at Late Night, Sei Tian Tu, Duan Kwai Hong, Lin Cao Kai, Vo Duck Wei Hong, Grey Rose, Ghost Spirit, 10 Miles of Green Mountains, Samad, Hard as Soft, Da, Nautra, Ao Sung, Ai Ingyu, Si, Dribbling Past, Dak Bo Thin Ha, Ko Deep Nam Sun Ta Vuong Chen Nan, Fan No Tung Troy, Na Va Cinch, and Safety First. Qin Feng said, I have divided everyone into groups. The Nightmare Hellflower has 36 million HP, divided into 3 stages. However, in the first stage, it will control 6 vines to attack. Each team is responsible for destroying 1 vine. At this moment, Safety First suddenly raised his hand. Wait, Expert. Why am I in a team by myself? Qin Feng replied calmly, you are correct. Your combat operation is very good. I am looking forward to you. Just then, a vine covered in sharp thorns rushed forward. Safety First immediately cast the rolling dodge skill, successfully dodging all attacks. Immediately after, he used the skill, Moon Slash, slashing hard at the vine. Haha, thank you, Expert, for trusting me. But when he saw the damage number appear, his eyes widened, 250. How strange. Why is the damage so low? Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Such a beautiful textbook operation. And the result was only 250 damage. Qin Feng explained calmly, "Forgot to tell you. In the first stage, the boss reduces incoming damage by 90 fun terum." Safety First immediately broke into a sweat. "What? Then how do we fight this?" Just then, Qin Feng's figure suddenly vanished. He immediately executed Shadow Shield / combined with Gift of Liberation. Countless sword lights erupted on the boss's body. 666,666, Qin Feng said coldly, "Fight like this." Immediately after, he threw venomous shrapnel. Another huge damage number appeared, 637,805. Everyone was left open-mouthed. Under a 90 fun TRM damage reduction state, Qin Feng could still deal over 700,000 damage. Qin Feng said calmly, "If the vines have no targets to attack, the boss will cast an Oreo-Fefek damage skill, strong enough to kill everyone on the battlefield instantly. Therefore, everyone's task is to attract all the vines. And you must absolutely not die. Leave the rest to me." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." At that moment, the Nightmare Hellflower extended all 6 of its giant vines, rushing forward. Someone shouted, "All the vines have appeared." Tranvo Dan raised his shield to block the attack, directly confronting one vine. On the other side, Zhao He and Wang Meng immediately stepped into battle. Qin Feng reminded them, "Teams, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, one sword dealt 786,000, then 763,000. Huge damage numbers continuously appeared. While everyone was fighting for their lives to hold back the vines, only Qin Feng was constantly rushing forward, attacking the boss's main body. Each time, Shadow Shield / was unleashed, it dealt over 700,000 damage. Zhao Hei's eyes lit up. "Wow, Expert is so cool. The damage is terrifying." But just because she was distracted for a moment, a thorny vine tightly coiled around her, then lifted her upside down into the air. Zhao Hei screamed in fear, "Oh no, help!" Wang Meng yelled worriedly, "Die, lie too." At that moment, a blade of light flashed, cutting through all the vines. The only person capable of producing such a slash was Qin Feng. He appeared, caught Zhao Hei, and carried her princess tile. The vines also vanished accordingly. Someone cheered happily, "The vines have vanished." Too bad that romantic moment lasted. For not long, Qin Feng immediately threw Zhao Hei straight to the ground, and said coldly, "Don't lose focus. Next time, you will really die." Zhao Hei lay on the ground holding her butt, eyes brimming with tears. "I'm sorry, everyone." Only then did she realize her butt had been pricked by thorns and was bleeding, hurting so much she was trembling. On the other side, the Nightmare Hellflower began to change again. From inside the flower, a figure gradually appeared. Someone pointed and shouted, "Look, quickly. Something is crawling out of the flower." A red-haired girl slowly appeared from the heart of the flower. Her skin was white as snow, and her figure was alluring, seductive. Someone subconsciously muttered, "There's a girl." Another swallowed, "What a beautiful figure." Immediately someone shouted, "Is now the time to admire her?" But then they added in a lower voice, "But she really is beautiful." Right then, 3 balls of light shot out from the boss's body. Qin Feng immediately reminded them, "Attention. The boss has entered stage 2. These 3 balls are made of nightmare energy. They will randomly lock onto 3 targets, then continuously pursue them. Anyone touched will have their nightmare meter increased by 10 fon terum. At the same time, the ball will split into 2, Therefore, absolutely do not let them touch you. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone was hit by a ball. Immediately, the ball split into two and continued to move in search of a new target. Damn it, run fast, we're done for. Qin Feng shouted, "Don't panic. The speed of these balls is not fast. Those targeted must immediately separate from the formation and lead them away." The rest continued to handle the vines. Just as he said, countless new vines grew from the nightmare hell. Qin Feng continued. In stage 2, the boss's damage reduction effect is only 50 fun taram left. As soon as he finished, his figure vanished again. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the middle of the vines. Sword light burst out continuously. Everyone, stick to the mechanics. Leave the boss's main body to me. Before Qin Feng now stood the red-haired girl. Born from the nightmare, Hellflower. He had closed in on the boss's true form. Qin Feng dashed straight toward the boss. His eyes flashed with intensity. He thought to himself, this is a perfect chance to use this diamond-grade boss to test his firepower. After unleashing his full power, just how strong could he be? Thinking this, he immediately activated Shadow Assassin's image. 3 clones carrying overwhelming killing intent appeared simultaneously with his main body. They rushed toward the nightmare Hellflower. Immediately after, the 3 clones and the main body struck at once. Grace of Deliverance, countless sword lights, slashed directly into the boss's massive body. Next came the Crimson Blade. A sequence of skills launched by Qin Feng in rapid succession dealt a massive amount of damage to the boss. Nearly 6 million. Then came the throat slit, applying a bleeding effect for 3 seconds, with a total damage output equal to 900 funtaram. After completing the entire skill combo, Qin Feng observed and calculated silently. Even while the boss still had a 50 funtaram damage reduction, one combo still dealt nearly 6 million damage. The lower the boss's HP, the higher the damage of the Crimson Blade. Just a few more times will be enough to finish it. At that moment, a shrill scream rang out. Ah, no! Qin Feng turned his head instantly. Wang Meng shouted, "The light orbs are increasing. Whoever is targeted by an orb, hurry and break away from the formation. Don't run around blindly." In front of everyone were countless red orbs created by the boss. The orbs constantly chased the players. A shield warrior roared, "Don't lead them over here. Don't interfere with our progress." Vine said, then kicked the other person, forcing them to run in another direction. Across the battlefield, shouts rang out continuously. Why are there so many light orbs? The light orb speeds up when it hits a vine. Within 3 seconds. Too fast, can't dodge it. Qin Feng said calmly. Everyone, hold on a little longer. 8 seconds, no. Just 5 more seconds. I will force the boss into phase 3. His eyes grew cold. He sighed softly. The 2 things I hate most are having to activate all sorts of buffs before a fight. So troublesome. Immediately, a series of buff skills were activated. Silent Ambush, increasing the damage of Stealth Strike. Deep in the Shadows. Continue increasing Stealth Strike damage. Black Light Shield, increasing attack power by 30 fonturum. Shadow Assassin's Image. The 3 clones inherit all the current attributes of the main body. Right after, Qin Feng leaped from the ground. The 3 clones and the main body charged at the boss. All 4 launched the Shadow Slash in an instant. 216 slashes covered the body of the Nightmare Hellflower. The ultimate skill energy bar was instantly filled. Qin Feng smiled slightly. It's not over yet. Immediately after, the Crimson Blade was activated. Not just the main body, but all 3 clones attacked at the same time. 4 streaks of Crimson Blades shot toward the boss. Following that, one final sword thrust straight into its neck, that is, throat slit. A massive damage number appeared. 18,675,231. While everyone was still struggling, causing about 567 damage to each vine. Seeing the number on the boss's head, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Shadow, that expert dealt over 20 million damage in one blow. Is he even human? At this moment, the Nightmare Hellflower let out an ear-piercing screech. The boss's body gradually turned purple. The Nightmare Hellflower blossomed completely. A purple aura spread across the battlefield. Vines began to grow in increasing numbers. Someone shouted, "Be careful. The boss has entered Phase 3. The boss looked up and roared. A terrifying sonic wave swept across the cave. The ground cracked open. The vines continued to stretch, twining together into giant pillars. Someone asked in surprise, "What are those vine pillars?" Qin Feng explained, "Everyone, listen. These pillars will absorb the nearby light orbs. Every time they successfully absorb an orb, the boss recovers 10 funtarum of its HP. So, your mission is to destroy those vine pillars. Absolutely do not let them absorb the orbs. In Phase 3, if you touch a light orb, it will not continue to split. But the person who touches it will immediately fall into a nightmare state. If you are in a nightmare state and come into contact with an orb, the orb will turn into a nightmare parasite. They feed on lifespan. In a very short time, they will drain the victim's entire lifespan. So, absolutely do not touch the orbs." "Is that clear?" Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Qin Feng continued, "Focus." He just needed to hold out for 10 more seconds. He calculated quickly in his mind. The boss had less than 10 million HP left. His third skill had 3 seconds of cooldown left. Just need to complete one more buff cycle. Then use Shadow Slash to finish it. Just then, on the battlefield, a tragic scream rang out. Qin Feng looked up immediately. A player had completely fallen into a nightmare state. Wang Meng saw this and shouted, "Bad news." Someone's nightmare bar exploded nearby. Chen Wuming also cried out in terror. Our team also has someone who fell into a nightmare state. At that moment, a light orb flew straight toward the person who just fell into the nightmare. Someone noticed and yelled, "No, the light orb." But it was too late. The light orb flew directly into that person's body. Instantly, bizarre creatures crawled out from their body. The system announced, "Nightmare infiltration. Player Sarama has lost all lifespan. Permanently deceased." Panicked screams filled the battlefield. Chen Wu, seeing a light orb flying toward him, turned tail and ran. "Too scary, I can't let the orb touch me." Wang Meng shouted angrily, "Hey, don't run around." But right then, the boss absorbed a light orb. Wang Meng gnashed his teeth, "Idiot. You let the boss absorb a light orb." Chen Wuming turned pale, "I'm sorry. I couldn't dodge in time." Immediately, the boss's HP increased by 7,200,000. Wang Meng roared, "Look. The boss recovered several million HP." Qin Feng thought, "Damn it. The situation is starting to spiral out of control. Everyone's nightmare bar is almost full. This is the last chance. If the boss's HP recovers above 20 million, I won't have the ability to finish it off. At that point, we will all die. His ultimate skills. Energy bar was only 80 funtaram restored. Watching his teammates fall one by one, everyone shouted, quickly avoid the light orbs. Destroy the pillars with all your might. It's no use, Captain. My nightmare bar is almost full. Qin Feng calculated rapidly. The situation was about to become completely uncontrollable. If this continues, everyone will die. The city wall still had 50 million HP left. It was too late to break it. He could use the boot's effect to pass through obstacles, but the others could not. Just then, Wang Meng raised his sword high in the air. He immediately activated Divine Shield. Entering an invincible state for 7 seconds, his entire body radiated a brilliant light. Wang Meng laughed, expert. Just focus on fighting the boss, leave the rest to me. Qin Feng was startled. Wang Meng, what are you planning? Wang Meng continued by using haste. Blessing of speed, increasing movement speed by 100 funtaram for 5 seconds. He charged crazily toward the light orbs, using his own body to absorb them. Little Hei screamed in terror, oh my god! Wang Meng is intentionally eating the light orbs. He already activated invincibility. An Wu also shouted anxiously, Wang Meng, are you crazy? Invincibility can't stop the nightmare bar from increasing. When the invincibility ends, you will immediately fall into a nightmare. At that moment, just one light orb touching you will make the nightmare parasites drain all your lifespan. Wang Meng smiled and replied, I know that. But this is the only way to defeat the boss. I believe in Shadow. Only he can lead us to victory. An Wu went silent upon hearing this and nodded. You're right. Her entire body suddenly blazed with blue light. Behind her, a giant azure dragon appeared. That was the symbiosis of the dragon spirit skill. The dragon spirit and its master share life. Fighting together. An Wu swung her sword. The azure dragon immediately rushed out. Proactively, pulling a series of light orbs away from the crowd. In her heart, she only had one thought. Since she had decided to place all her hope on one person. Just then, her nightmare bar was also full. Fresh blood spurted from her mouth. On the other side, Wang Meng's invincibility state had also just ended. Both of them had one single thought. Trust in Shadow. Wang Meng collapsed to the ground. Before him were countless giant roots rushing toward him. Little Hei wept, Captain Wang. The others also shouted in unison. They are using their bodies to block the light orbs. Buying time for Shadow. Let's go too. As long as Shadow kills the boss, before our lifespan is drained, then everyone will be saved. Let's risk it. Chen Woming gritted his teeth and charged, using his own body to intercept a light orb. On the other side, Safety First also smiled, actively rushing to block a light orb. Don't worry, that is Shadow. He will definitely do it. The only thing we can do now is to buy more time for him. Hearing this, everyone's spirits completely changed. The fear vanished. In its place was absolute faith in Qin Feng. Haha, if we die, we die. What is there to fear? Everyone, help Shadow block the orbs. Before I die, I'll dump all my buffs on the expert. Right, all buffs. Throw them on Shadow. Holy Blessing, Bloodthirst, Valiant Protection. Each buff effect continuously blanketed Qin Feng. Light of every color surrounded him, like a brilliant rainbow. Everyone shouted in unison, Go, Shadow. Well, hold the line here. Hurry and kill the boss to pull us out of this nightmare. feeling the source of power constantly surging through his body. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Humph, these people. But deep in those cold eyes was an unprecedented warmth. He bowed his head slightly, then slowly turned around. The aura around him completely changed. His power seemed to have reached its peak. Immediately, a series of skills were activated. Silent ambush, deep in the shadows, black light shield. Grace of deliverance, shadow assassin's image. He waved his hand gently. 3 clones appeared instantly and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, the 3 clones had surrounded the boss. 216 slashes erupted crazily, tearing apart the body of the nightmare hellflower. Qin Feng still stood where he was, observing. But in a mere blink, his figure vanished. His target was the girl in the center of the flower. One sword stroke, cutting down the nightmare. In an instant, the nightmare hellflower was sliced in 2. The entire giant flower exploded into countless fragments, then quickly vanished. The vines, growing across the battlefield, also began to wither, then disappeared. The system announced immediately. Nightmare cleared, player shadow. Great Shahs won the way you. Dea defends justice. Dea is the champion. Dea's martial virtue is magnificent. In Dea, safety is the #1 priority. Dea, the world's first Diamantier boss, has been defeated. All participants receive 60 reputation points. Immediately after the announcement, those who used their bodies to defend the light orbs also simultaneously revived. Everyone looked bewildered. Then, followed by resounding cheers. We succeeded. We have taken down a Diamantier boss. Wang Mang checked his attribute panel and said, I only lost 15 years of my lifespan. An Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. The nightmare state is gone, and I am still alive. Wang Mang laughed loudly. Losing only 15 years of life to keep one's life is a huge bargain. Trusting the Great One was definitely the right choice. Someone immediately rushed toward the loot. Hurry, let's see what the boss dropped. But others immediately stopped them. Don't touch it. This loot must be distributed by the Dark Great One. Little Hay then looked around and asked in confusion. Where's the Great One? Why can't I see him? An Wu immediately sent a message to Great One Qin Feng. The boss dropped a lot of loot. Aren't you going to take it? Qin Feng quickly replied. I will be back later. It's not over yet. An Wu was puzzled. Hasn't the boss already died? At this moment, Qin Feng was riding his bone dragon, flying like lightning through the sky. He calmly said, the boss is indeed dead. But the one who deserves to die is still alive. An Wu thought for a moment, then started. You mean Theodore? But he must have boarded the plane to Mo country already. I'm afraid it's too late to catch him. At the same time, the prophecy echoed in his mind again. Theodore, the flower blooming at the right time will drag those who suffer into a nightmare. You are the only lucky one. An invisible path in the sky will take you back to your homeland. Outside in the real world, Qin Feng rode the bone dragon Osiris, soaring through the sky, chasing after the plane Theodore was on. The system showed constant notifications. Consumed 1,922.45 years of lifespan to synchronize level, bloodline skills and equipment. Consumed 1,617 years of lifespan to extract special item. Epictier Mount Osiris. In just a moment, the bone dragon flew above the plane. Qin Feng immediately disappeared from the mount's back. In an invisible state, He gently landed on the roof of the plane. His whole body exuded a bone-chilling, killing intent. Inside the luxury cabin, Theodore, Tony, and Mei Qing were raising glasses of red wine to celebrate. The sound of clinking glasses rang out. Theodore smiled, to the success of our plan. Cheers. Mei Qing also laughed. Congratulations, Mr. Theodore. Finally, you get to return to your homeland, Mo country. Theodore nodded. I congratulate you as well. From today on, you and Tony are officially citizens of Mo country. Mei Qing smiled. Yes, please take care of us in the future. Tony laughed loudly. Haha, let me see if those Dea people are wiped out yet. But as soon as he opened his phone, his expression froze. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. No, that's impossible. Theodore frowned. What happened, Tony? Mei Qing looked at the screen and was also stunned. Mr. Theodore, it's not good. The Dea people killed the Diamond Boss. And it seems no one died. The Nightmare Hellflower has been destroyed. The screen clearly showed the image. The boss turned into countless shards of light. The glass in Theodore's hand fell to the floor and shattered. How is this possible? In his head, the prophecy constantly appeared. Everything was clearly happening according to the prophecy. He snatched the phone. His eyes grew more and more frantic. The flower blooming in its prime will drag the suffering into a nightmare. Could it be that the one suffering in the prophecy is not the Dea people, but Juma and Sue? You are the only lucky one. Doesn't that mean Tony and Mei Qing are both going to die? Tony saw Theodore's pale face and asked worriedly, Mr. Theodore, are you all right? Just then, outside the plane window, a pair of eyes filled with killing intent quietly appeared. Theodore widened his eyes, bloodshot veins filling his pupils. He wanted to scream, but his throat was constricted. Tony asked, startled, Mr. Theodore, what's wrong? Theodore, trembling, pointed out the window. The darkness is outside. Tony immediately looked outside. What? But outside the window, there was absolutely nothing. Theodore still frantically shouted. I didn't see wrong. The darkness has found us. Prepare to fight. He is outside the plane. Mei Qing turned pale. How is that possible? How did he get up here? Suddenly, Tony remembered Qin Feng's mount and shouted, the dragon. He must have extracted that dragon. Mei Qing trembled, tears falling. He dared to extract even an epic tier mount. That thing required over 1,000 years of lifespan. We are dead for sure. Theodore, though terrified, tried to stay calm. Don't panic, watch the surroundings carefully. This is a civilian plane. There are still many passengers on board. If the darkness forcibly hijacks the plane, it will definitely cause it to crash. Then everyone would die. He absolutely wouldn't dare to do that. In other words, before the plane lands, we are still safe. The Mo Country airport has already gathered many elites, waiting for my return. I've messaged them to be fully prepared. At the same time, in Mo Country, someone received a report and shouted loudly. What? The darkness is following the plane here? Understood. He turned to the people behind him. Everyone enter special combat state. Mission changed. New target. Eliminate the darkness. Night gradually fell over the plane. Theodore smiled. Just need to wait for the plane to land, don't worry. Mo Country will never abandon any citizen. Mei Qing emotionally said, Thank you, Mr. Theodore. Tony also said, We will forever be loyal to Mo Country. In his heart, Theodore sneered. Haha, unfortunately, Tony and Mei Ching, your fate has already been sealed. Only I am the only lucky one. In Dea, there are still a few people holding my cards. If anything unexpected happens, I will use the Dark Star ring to swap positions with them. Just need to give a few more cards to passengers on this flight, then I can teleport back to Mo Country at any time. Thinking this, he walked up to a young man and smiled. Hello, I have a few special cards that can bring you benefits. The young man asked confusedly, what's the matter? As Theodore handed out the card, behind him, a scream rang out. Someone is dead. Theodore startled and turned back. On the bodies of Tony and Mei Ching, deep red flowers slowly bloomed. Passengers on the plane panicked. What is going on? Is there a monster on the plane? Look over there. Flowers growing on their corpses. Theodore turned pale. It's the darkness. He trembled. Impossible. How did he get on the plane? Just then, someone else screamed, the bodies have disappeared. What on earth happened? Theodore gritted his teeth, can't hesitate anymore. Dark Star ring, just this once. But just as he prepared to activate the skill, a cold flash of light flickered. The hand holding Theodore's card was chopped off. His mouth was still lingering on the word, activate, when the whole arm fell to the ground. In that moment, Qin Feng appeared from the invisible state. Holding Theodore's severed arm, he calmly said, Rest assured, Theodore, you will still return to Mo Country. We Dea people truly believe in falling leaves return to the roots. By the way, remember to help me pass on a few words. At this moment, Theodore remembered the deaths of Su Kunshin and Juma. At the same time, the prophecy he once divined also echoed in his mind. The flower of the prime era will drag the suffering into the nightmare. You are the only lucky one. An invisible road in the sky. Just then, a large hole appeared in Theodore's chest. His heart was already resting in Qin Feng's hand. Blood constantly gushed from the corners of his mouth and chest. The prophecy continued to echo. We'll bring you back to your hometown. Theodore's legs went limp, thud. He knelt down and collapsed before the eyes of horror of all the passengers. The plane was still rushing through the sky. Qin Feng slowly manifested, looked at his shoes and softly said, These shoes are indeed an invisible shoe of jade tier. Increases all attributes by 18 points. Stealth level +2, special effects. After activation, ignore damage. Touch and enter an invisible state for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds, currently 27.9 seconds left. After speaking, he jumped off the plane. In the blink of an eye, the bone dragon appeared below to catch him. Qin Feng gently landed on the dragon's back and quickly left. The plane continued to fly toward Mo Country. At the airport, someone spoke up. The plane is about to land. All positions, take your stations. The plane slowly descended onto the runway. Anti-magic barrier confirmed, completed. Anti-stealth barrier operating normally. Comet snake line completed. Incantation ready to fire at any time. Landing gear touched the ground, rolling fast on the runway. All buffs completed. Marksman has locked onto the target. Assassin squad in position. At all costs, must eliminate the darkness. The passengers on the plane curiously looked outside. What's going on? Are the Mo Country people that enthusiastic? When the plane stopped completely, the ambush team immediately stormed into the passenger cabin. But the scene before them left everyone stunned. Someone reported, Theodore is dead. There is a message written in blood at the scene. Those who offend Dea, no matter how far, shall be killed. Someone else exclaimed in horror, "It's the darkness outside." The commander immediately asked, "Is the plane damaged?" "The darkness is definitely still inside." "Did the anti-stealth barrier react?" The female mage replied, "No invisible targets detected." A man with a cold gaze said, "The level 20 anti-stealth barrier is still ineffective. The darkness's stealth level is even higher." He immediately shouted, "Don't hesitate. Raise the threat level to S. All, fire." Someone hesitated. "But Commander, there are still passengers inside the plane." He roared, "Follow orders. If the darkness is still inside, then he must be eliminated at any cost." Immediately, countless skills simultaneously fired toward the plane. The passengers inside panicked. Wait. What are they planning to do? In just a blink of an eye, a series of attacks descended. Boom. Boom, boom. Comet snake line fired. A massive wave of energy fell from the sky, hitting the plane directly. The entire plane exploded into a sea of fire. Someone quickly reported, "Life signal barrier. No living organisms detected." The ambush team approached the scene. Someone said in a deep voice, "If the darkness wasn't on the plane, then we just killed all the passengers. Dea will certainly not let this go." After this incident, flights between Dea and Mo country will be cut off again. The plan to send spies to Dea by air has also completely failed. The leader sneered, "Stupid. Without courage, what can you use to face the darkness? This is the real world. Death is real. If the darkness was really on the plane, then this was the best chance to eliminate him. Even if there was only a 1 fun taram chance, it was worth the attempt." A black man sneered, "Cao Tu Yunga, I have never trusted you. Your veins still carry the blood of Daxia. I suspect that you are a spy planted by Daxia into the kingdom of Mo. I will report this to the president." Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Tuonga struck him with a heavy punch to the face. Crack, his face instantly contorted. He was sent flying far away. A powerful aura erupted from Cao Tiangha's body. He spoke coldly. "The blood of Daxia is nothing but a curse to me. I despise my very appearance. But my love for the kingdom of Mo will never allow anyone to question it." Just then, his subordinates brought over Theodore's body. "Boss, the body has been brought." Cao Tunja nodded, "Very good." He looked at Theodore's body and said, "Rest in peace, Theodore, hero of the kingdom of Mo. I will take you back to your homeland for burial. As for your will, leave it to me to carry on." Immediately after, he activated his class. Countless cards appeared before him. Unique hidden class. The Corpse Collector. Touching a corpse allows one to obtain the skills of another class. The obtained skill returns to its initial level. If a copy skill is obtained, it can be further upgraded. Cao Tuyunga calmly spoke of Theodore's legacy. He had planted many informants to gather intelligence in Daxia. He was a man who dedicated everything to the kingdom of Mo. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have received the basic skill of the seer. Spirit Omen, Realm of Dark Essence." Cao Tiang, his eyes flashed with the intent to destroy Daxia. He held up a card and activated the Spirit Seer skill. "Show me the path to defeat the darkness." An image quickly appeared. A mother clutching her son away from an abyss. Cao Tuhunga furrowed his brows. Mother and son. The white-haired man standing beside him spoke slowly. based on the intelligence Theodore left behind. Only the Fike Heavy Industry Group of Daxia can explain this prophecy. Chairman Huang Tufan has a son, named Huang Zi. Cao Tuyunga nodded and said, "One of our informants is working at the Fike Heavy Industry Group. He is holding one of my cards. I can directly use the Realm of Dark Essence to swap places with him and enter Daxia." Before leaving, he took out a few cards and continued, "Take these cards, but remember, you must absolutely never use them." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Cao Tuyunga nodded. "This is the key for us to move between Daxia and the Kingdom of Mo. Next, I will head to Daxia. When the time is ripe, I will summon all the elites of the Kingdom of Mo there. The legacies of the heroes of the Kingdom of Mo now rest within me. I will let the whole world know that the Kingdom of Mo is the true conqueror of this divine game." After speaking, he immediately used the Realm of Dark Essence. In the blink of an eye, a young man sitting in a restroom appeared exactly where Cao Tuyunga had been. The young man panicked. What is happening? I was clearly just going to the restroom." A person beside him calmly explained, "Don't worry, friend of Theodore, welcome to the Kingdom of Mo." The young man became even more terrified. The Kingdom of Mo. Scene changed to the Dreamland Hellboss area. Qin Feng logged back in. As soon as he appeared, everyone shouted, "Darkness!" "The big boss is back," Qin Feng asked in surprise. "Oh, everyone hasn't left yet, waiting for me." Chen Woming smiled and replied, "Of course. I told everyone not to touch the loot. Waiting for the big boss to collect it yourself." Qin Feng sneered inwardly. "Humph, I suspect it's because you couldn't break the wall and couldn't get out. That's more like it." Thinking this, he just calmly said, "You've all worked hard. Since I've obtained the first kill of the diamond boss, everyone can share this loot to strengthen yourselves." After speaking, he reached out and used the Hand of Greed to collect all the loot. Everyone was astonished. That's the legendary Hand of Greed. It can increase both the quantity and quality of loot to its limit. No wonder darkness is growing so fast. Qin Feng said as usual, "I only take the lifespan and the assassin class gear. The rest, you can divide among yourselves. I have already transferred everything to the government's loot storage space." Wei Yu smiled. "Thank you, big boss," she asked while secretly glancing at the spatial ring. Her heart was filled with shock. So many treasures. She asked again, "Oh, right. What happened to Theodore's group?" Qin Feng replied calmly, "They're all dead." Wei Yu was startled, Qin Feng didn't explain further and headed toward the wall that Tony had built. At this moment, many players were still frantically attacking it. "Damn it. We've been attacking for half a day and haven't even taken 10 fun Tarum durability off. How long are we supposed to keep breaking this cursed wall?" Just then, everyone stopped. Qin Feng just glanced at it and unleashed the shield shadow slash. In an instant, the massive wall exploded into pieces. He calmly walked out. "Let's go." Everyone stood there, stunned, as expected of darkness. Afterward, Qin Feng rode away on his bone dragon. On the flight, he checked the loot. 3 treasures. Among them, 2 were legendary grade. 1 skill book, 1 weapon, and 1 piece of armor. He chuckled. "Very good. Directly evolved the execution skill," the system echoed. Ding, consumed 102,000 evolution points. Endless nightmare. Execution move. Quality increased from legendary to ancient mythic. Activated, Nightmare Descent State. Accumulates 40 nightmare points. Applies to all enemies within Ibai Odroda radius. Each attack adds 40 nightmare points. Maintains for 14 seconds. Passive effect. Nightmare Death. Increases damage dealt to targets under the nightmare status by 80 Funtarum. The damage dealt to targets suffering from the nightmare status. Qin Feng nodded. The nightmare attribute is truly a divine skill. When facing other players, once the opponent falls into the nightmare status, they will be unable to log out. Combined with the cursed flower bloom, it is possible to kill them completely within the game. It's just a pity the nightmare status can still be dispelled by cleansing skills or items. Afterward, he picked up the sword he had just received. The system displayed information for the blade. Satun Soul-Slaying Blade. Assassin class weapon. Physical attack, 1440. Strength, 168. Agility, 168. Backstab damage increased by 177 Funtarum. Level 24 requirement. Unique effect. Each time a player is defeated, a soul is absorbed. Each soul stack increases base physical attack by 200 points. Maximum of 20 stacks. Effect lost upon player death or changing weapons. Unique effect. Damage dealt to shields and barriers increased by 488 Funtaram. Qin Feng laughed excitedly. Haha, at maximum stacks. The Saint TNH sword will provide an additional 4,000 points of base physical attack, plus the increased effects for backstab damage and shield breaking. It is truly terrifying. The system continued to show notifications. Special effect. Each attack adds 33 points of stripping effect. Qin Feng nodded after reading. It even has a stripping effect. Each attack builds up the stripping gauge. When reaching 100 Funtaram, it will disable all active attributes of the target. If this sword is used to fight the Hellflower Nightmare, it could directly remove its nightmare attribute. Once it loses this attribute, the boss's danger level will be greatly reduced. The system displayed another line of text. Those who die under this blade shall become the third generation, grandson of darkness. Qin Feng stroked his chin. Oh. Any AI killed by this sword will permanently receive that title. Grandson of darkness displayed according to one's ID. No wonder it's named the Grandson Creator. Finally, a pair of diamond grade gloves. Besides basic stats, gear of diamond grade and above has a chance to possess special attributes. Special effect. Every 30 seconds, it creates a shield that blocks one magical effect completely. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This has been a huge harvest. It was worth gathering so many people. In 3 days, the heavy industry of Fai Keksu will have accumulated 800 years of lifespan. It is time to go to the hidden Leaning Magic Tower to collect the profits. Then, I will go all out to reach level 25. Use the Judgment Envoy summoning to undergo the trial. A few days later, in the area of the decaying village near the Mado ruins, a player being chased by a monster shouted loudly. The boss is a level 18 Jadagrade Bo-Na code. People around immediately panicked. Why is a Jadagrade boss here? Run. Just then, a young man stepped forward. Don't panic, hold the formation, I will control the boss. Everyone, attack with all your might. Today, I will lead you all to victory. That person was Prince Than, the son of Hong Tuesday Fan. Everyone was stunned. Prince Than? Are you crazy? This is a Jadagrade boss. Do you think your darkness? Prince Than Run. Prince Than sneered disdainfully. Humph, today, I will let you all open your eyes to the power of the abyss. Open your eyes and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast the skill, Abyssal Mud. A pool of thick black mud centered on him quickly expanded, engulfing the entire area around the boss. Prince Than laughed arrogantly. Darkness is just a shadow hiding in the night. But I am the true night. Coming from the abyss. The system showed a notification, Abyssal Mud. Within the range of the Abyssal Mud, all actions of the target are reduced by 99 Fontarum. Everyone was amazed. The boss is controlled. Prince Than shouted, "What are you standing there for?" Full-scale attack, Home Tuesday Fan also shouted immediately. Everyone, focus your fire. A series of skills hit the boss simultaneously. Its health bar began to drop continuously. Someone rejoiced. Great, finally doing damage. But immediately after, someone noticed something unusual. Wait, the boss has entered phase 2. It's charging energy to unleash a big move. Above the boss, a massive energy orb quickly appeared. That person immediately screamed. Oh no, it's an AOE skill. Set up defense quickly. Another person turned and ran in fear. Are you kidding? Run. At that moment, Prince Than continued to cast a skill. Abyssal, Hikying. A series of black chains shot out, binding the boss tightly. Home Tuesday Fan was surprised. The boss's big move wasn't interrupted. Prince Than smiled contemptuously. A bunch of losers. His eyes turned pitch black. At this moment, he looked more like a monster than the boss. He pointed directly at the crowd behind him and shouted, "My pathetic mother. Look at the bunch of mice you brought with you. With me here, this battle is a guaranteed win. Yet everyone only knows how to run. Without a shred of courage." He laughed loudly. Let me awaken your true potential. To show you how strong the true Fei Kexu industry really is. Immediately after, the blood essence of all nearby players was forcibly extracted. Home Tuesday Fan looked around in confusion. Prince Than had cast the Abyssal Sacrifice skill. Blessing from the Abyss. Forcibly sacrificing life to temporarily increase 99 Fontarum. Of all attributes, all players were forced to rush straight at the boss. Swords, spears, and magic spells erupted simultaneously. Adist can still pause. A flurry of wild skills exploded onto the boss's body. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion echoed through the area. Bainagu was completely annihilated. Its colossal body shattered into countless shards of light. Then, it gradually faded away. Glowing loot items appeared one after another. The system chimed with excitement. Fike Industry has successfully defeated the S-rank boss. All the players cheered. That's incredible. This is the first time our Fike Industry has taken down a S-rank boss. Everyone shouted in unison, Prince Qing. Prince Qing. Prince Qing. Prince Qing spoke up. All right. Everyone, go ahead and distribute the loot. Qing, come with me. Prince Qing followed her silently. As soon as they reached a secluded area, Huang Hufen's expression turned stern. Prince Qing, tell me the truth. Where did you get those skills? Prince Qing scoffed coldly. We just won the battle. Why are you treating me like I've committed a crime? Huang Hufen demanded. Answer your mother. Prince Qing replied, I got them from the boss drop. Huang Hufen stared straight at him. You are lying. Prince Qing gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Huang Hufan shouted, You are a mage. those skills you just used, those are absolutely not mage skills. It's true we defeated the S-RANK boss. But that skill alone drained over 300 years of life from the entire guild. That was the lifespan we were preparing to pay to the darkness. Qing, the price for this skill is too high. You must understand. Prince Qing couldn't hold back anymore and snapped back. Enough, the guild only defeated the boss because of me. Yet you treat me like a criminal. All day long, it's just darkness, darkness, darkness. I don't want to end up like you. Being a dog for the darkness. I'm sick of your incompetence and weakness. From now on, I won't let you control me, just wait. Sooner or later, I will kill the darkness. I will make Fike Industry the #1 guild in the Great Eye. Having said that, he turned and left. Huang Hufan immediately called out. Stop, you are too young. You have no idea about the survival laws of this world. Right then, a girl ran over, gently grabbing Prince Qing's shoulder. Qing, don't be like this. Auntie only wants what's best for you. Prince Qing turned his head coldly. Best for me. Immediately after, he swung his hand and slapped the girl hard. If you really want what's best for me, then why do you keep forcing me to pair up with someone as ugly as you? Slap. With just one blow, the girl fell to the ground. The system appeared. You have killed Xiao Hui. Her body gradually dissolved into light, leaving behind spheres of loot on the ground. Huang Hufan rushed toward Prince Qing in horror. What have you done? Prince Qing just sneered. This is what you forced me to do. Saying that, he walked away without looking back. Huang Hufan called out after him in despair. Wait, where are you going? Scene shift to another location. Cao Xiaoyi was using his abilities on the corpses of Su, Kongshan, and Yuma. He chuckled. Indeed, these are very interesting skills. Rest in peace, Su, Kongshan, Yuma. 3 days later, at the hidden site of the magic leaning tower, a guard was yawning, when suddenly the whole sky turned dark. He looked up. A giant bone dragon was descending. On the dragon's back was Qin Feng. The people below were immediately panicked. Giant dragon boss, everyone, enter battle state. Someone else shouted, what battle? Use your heads. Run. It turned out the legend that the magic leaning tower had a dragon was true. Qin Feng spoke calmly. No need to be nervous. It's me. Call your guildmaster Huang Hufan out here. I've come to collect the 800 years of life. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it was the big shot from the darkness. They immediately bowed. Great one. You came at a bad time. The guildmaster is not here. Qin Feng frowned. Not here. I had an appointment with her at this time. The man explained in a hurry. 2 days ago, the guildmaster and the young master had a major conflict. Since that day, neither of them has logged into the game. We don't know what happened. The guard told Qin Feng that. A few days ago, the guildmaster and the young master had a falling out. Both haven't logged in for 3 days. Hearing this, he deduced. Huang Hufan is a person who keeps her word. If she made an appointment and didn't show up, it must be due to unavoidable circumstances. Just then, he received a mission. Emergency bounties with huge rewards. After being hunted by the Heaven Sky Guild, the remnants of the Black Dragon Association fled to Nam Viet. But unexpectedly, that place was their main headquarters. After regrouping, the strength of the Black Dragon soared, quickly stirring up chaos across Nam Viet. Because the players and the local authorities were slow to develop, They were completely at a disadvantage, forced to send an emergency request for aid to Great Xia. Thinking for a moment, Qin Feng decided to accept the mission, because, after all, he had never been to Nam Viet. Based on his past life's memories, he believed that with Huang Hufen's ability, she would not be in danger during this stage. So, for now, he would deal with the mission first. He told the guard, "Let me know when the guild master comes online," and immediately set off. Replying to a message, he said he would arrive in just 1 hour, which greatly shocked the other party. From Meido to Nam Viet is over 1,000 kilometers. Yet Qin Feng's dragon reached supersonic speed. Meanwhile, a few hours before Qin Feng left Meido, it was pouring rain. Prince Qing was still sitting silently under the bridge. Huang Hufan finally found her son, gently urging him to come back. She explained, "The skills Prince Qing is using come from the abyss face. Although powerful, they will gradually erode your mind, eventually turning the user into a slave of the abyss." She also admitted, "In the past, I never truly respected your thoughts, which made you anxious to prove yourself through shortcuts." Huang Hufen promised to listen to his opinions from now on, not force him to be with Xiao Hui anymore, and treat him as an adult, to build a stronger guild together. Those sincere words made Prince Qing move to tears, and he softly called her mother. But just when the two were about to reconcile, Cao Xiaoyi suddenly appeared, saying, "If you go back, it will only cause Prince Qing to continue being controlled by his mother like before." He was in a spirit form, thanks to the Soul Walker skill, making him immune to all physical damage. After that, he began to entice Prince Qing, promising to help him make the guild #1 for Meido to become the strongest mage, and even defeat the darkness and top the leaderboards. Huang Hufen angrily demanded his identity, and immediately used illusion chains to restrain him. But all the chains passed through Cao Xiaoji's body, without any effect. In a split second, he rushed over, grabbed Huang Hufen's face, and used the heroic throw skill to slam her to the ground, making her cough blood. Seeing his opponent struggling, he mockingly sneered, "The strength of Great Xia's top guild is too weak." After that, Cao Xiaoyi continued to poison Prince Qing's mind, saying that Huang Hufen only told half the truth. The abyss face will indeed erode the mind, but there is a way to cleanse it. According to him, Huang Hufen wants to take her son back, only to continue controlling him and forcing him to live according to her will. While if you stay with her, Prince Qing, you will never have freedom or respect. Although severely injured, Huang Hufen still struggled to stop her son, continuously begging him not to believe his words. Cao Xiaoyi calmly told Prince Qing, "It is true that the abyss face can be cleansed, but only the unique hidden class, the exorcist, can do it." Right after that, he took off his cloak, revealing strange patterns on his arms, and smirked. "Who told you that I was dead?" He immediately activated the exorcist ability, reducing the side effects of the abyss by half. A flow of power radiated out, covering Prince Qing, causing the erosion marks on his body to diminish significantly. His eyes also returned to normal. Seeing the erosion marks decrease, Prince Qing was extremely happy. Meanwhile, Huang Hufen was stunned because, according to all the information, she knew the exorcist had died long ago. Even so, she still tried to stop her son, asserting that the real exorcist was a girl, not the person in front of them at all. Cao Xiaoyi just smiled, telling Prince Qing to judge for himself what is real and fake. Then secretly used the yin-yang harmonization skill, to manipulate his emotions. He kept planting seeds in Prince Qing's head that his mother always used love as a shackle to deny his worth and control him. Just kill her, and you will have freedom and everything you want. After speaking, he threw a dagger in front of him. By this point, Prince Qing had almost lost all reason. Step by step, he picked up the knife and headed toward his mother. Huang Hufen, both pained and desperate, kept screaming that he was using magic to control him. But Prince Qing could no longer hear anything. In his mind, there was only one twisted thought. To fight the darkness, one must embrace the darkness. He raised the blade high and stabbed down without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere. Afterward, Prince Qing turned to look at Cao Xiaoyi, asking coldly if he could really help him obtain everything. Receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately smiled with a murderous intent and asked for the next plan. Cao Xiaoyi took out a divination card and recited the prophecy about how Prince Qing's power would cover all of Grey Shia. Even the darkness will not be able to escape. At the same time, a red star will appear to sweep away the darkness. Hearing this, Prince Qing anxiously asked, "Will the person who dies be me?" Cao Xiaoyi replied that prophecies certainly will happen, but the outcome is still decided by people. If you want to survive, Prince Qing must quickly utilize the abyssal power to enhance the guild's strength, preparing for the day of confrontation with the darkness. Having said that, he handed the red card to Prince Qing, promising to return when the time was ripe, then vanished. After Cao Xiaoyi left, Prince Qing immediately used the abyssal puppet skill on his own mother's corpse, turning Huang Hufen into a puppet, retaining all the abilities she had while alive, and obeying her master's commands absolutely. When she bowed and called him master, Prince Qing calmly said that from now on, the two of them would build the guild together. Fike Heavy Industry will become the strongest force. Moving to Nam Viet, inside the abandoned saintly ruins, a group of people were leisurely fishing, drinking tea, and resting after setting up a whole table of food. Right then, a level 18 golden rank two-headed peacock bull appeared, roaring and scaring all the fish away. The group immediately coordinated to control and freeze the boss, then took turns breaking its armor and dealing damage. When its health dropped to half, the boss went berserk, broke the ice, and prepared to use the twin earthquake skill. Just then, Guildmaster Tingahai leisurely walked out, still biting his straw, calmly throwing his fishing rod. The fishing line immediately bound the boss tight, making it unable to move. Right after that, she unleashed her finishing move on the Abyssal Nightmare, stunning the target in place, then dealing massive damage. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed bull demon was eliminated. The whole group immediately cheered with excitement because of the finishing move, so precise and beautiful, performed by the guild leader. After defeating the boss, Ahai smiled proudly. As the only hidden class in Nam Viet, a fishing expert belonging to the assassin class, she can use a fishing rod as a long-range weapon. She made the whole group deeply impressed. The atmosphere quickly returned to being joyful. Everyone gathered to drink tea, leaving the loot there to be picked up later. But just then, in the nearby bushes, suddenly, a noise rang out. A group of people appeared silently, smiling contemptuously. The Qiaozi Alliance. Because they were too busy drinking tea, they forgot to pick up the dropped loot. One of them was using a stealth skill, quickly leading his accomplices forward, cleaning up all the loot, picking it up while laughing gleefully at the huge bargain they found. Meanwhile, on the Alliance side, they were still chatting happily, completely unaware that danger was looming. Realizing the moment had come, the leader immediately opened the blood slaughter field, greatly boosting all stats for his teammates. Then ordered a full-scale attack, an ambush. Suddenly, the group of anglers couldn't react in time, and were almost wiped out in the blink of an eye. Screams of agony echoed everywhere, and the assassins laughed like lunatics, killing while incessantly mocking them. When everyone had fallen, countless items continued to litter the ground. The leader gloated, saying that the people of Daiha only deserve such an outcome. However, just as they were still being smugged, one of them suddenly noticed something rushing through the sky at an incredibly terrifying speed. Right after that, another turned pale and shouted that it was Shadow, simultaneously confirming intelligence from the Black Dragon that the guild in Meido is real. The whole group immediately deployed a shield, camouflaged, and then scrambled to retreat. Just then, Qin Feng arrived at the scene, riding his mount. Looking at the loot still lying on the ground, he frowned slightly, guessing he had arrived a step too late. What confused him was, the opponents obviously had discovered him beforehand and ran away, even though he had been hidden the entire flight there. After the members of the Qiaozi Alliance cursed angrily. They were not only ambushed by foreigners belonging to the God of War Guild, but even the loot they had worked so hard to defeat, the boss for, was stolen clean. Ahai got angrier the more he thought about it, thinking the opponents didn't dare to face them directly, so they only knew how to play dirty and run away immediately, leaving them with no chance to take revenge. Just then, everyone received news. The government had invited Shadow to support them. Hearing that, Ahai was extremely excited, believing that with Shadow's strength, this time they would definitely catch that group. As soon as he knew Qin Feng had reached the riverbank, she immediately led everyone to run over. At the scene, Ahai couldn't hide his surprise when meeting Shadow for the first time. While the others were stunned by his mount, his epic tier mount left them dumbfounded. The representative of the Nam-Viet government is Alan Koi, who quickly introduced himself. Ahai also introduced himself as the leader of Qiaozi Alliance. Afterward, Alan Koi asked why the opponents ran away so fast that they didn't even have time to pick up the loot. Qin Feng calmly replied that they knew he was coming, so they retreated in advance. That can only prove one of two possibilities. Either the government has a mole, or the opposing side possesses a hidden class with special abilities. He asked to hear the entire situation in Nam-Viet. Alan Koi immediately explained that the strongest power currently is the government. Behind them is the Qiaozi Alliance, while the God of War Guild was just a small guild of foreigners. Previously, they only specialized in theft, thanks to an assassin possessing a high-level stealth skill, making it very difficult for the government to track them down. But ever since the Black Dragon remnants in Meido ran over, joining God of War, they suddenly became extremely fierce, continuously slaughtering players, and Qiaozi Alliance was already their seventh victim. Qin Feng immediately denied the possibility that the Black Dragon remnants could create such a huge change, thinking there must be another reason behind it. Alan Koi also agreed, because through investigation, they kill people in a very strange way, even intentionally targeting low-level players. Many times to escape in time, they even abandoned the loot. Their PK points were abnormally high. While the higher the PK points, the more restricted they are, unable to level up, and upon death, they lose all their lifespan. Therefore, no one understands what their true purpose is. Hearing that, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that when PK points exceed the limit, there is a possibility of summoning the executioner, an entity that will hunt the target to complete death. But if the goal of God of War is to summon the executioner, then that brings no benefit. What bothers him more is why the opponents always know his every move in advance. In his memory, only the fortune teller class possesses the ability to foresee the future, but Theodore died by his hand long ago. It's just that at that time, he didn't use the cursed flower to dispose of the body. Thinking of this, Qin Feng began to suspect perhaps the Mo side possesses a class or item capable of resurrecting Theodore. He immediately asked for the hideout of the God of War Guild. A Landkoi revealed their base is the Blood Slaughter Abattoir, located in an underground factory. Qin Feng also warned that place is full of traps and extremely strong defense systems. Even if they attack, the opponents will still quickly escape. However, Qin Feng calmly replied that to know the whole truth, just capturing one member of God of War is enough. Then asked everyone to lead the way immediately. At the same time, at the Blood Slaughter Abattoir, Kitty, having just returned, thanked the intelligence provider. Because thanks to being warned about the appearance of Shadow, the group managed to retreat in time. That guy smiled mysteriously, revealing that the Black Dragon Knights had silently followed Shadow and traced his hideout. Inside the base, a member of the God of War Guild stared fixedly at the prophecy card, then laughed insanely. He believes that the red color on the card is getting darker, meaning that the baleful star is about to descend, wiping out all of Shadow. The first prophecy had come true. Just need to continue raising the PK points to the required level, and they can summon the baleful star and destroy Shadow. But according to them, once Daiha loses Shadow, then it will be no different from the Qiaozi alliance. Just a prey waiting to be slaughtered, and the army of the Mo nation will take the opportunity to attack straight in and annex everything. The Black Dragon remnants also hold deep hatred. They shift all the responsibility onto Shadow for driving them to Nam Viet, killing Theodore, then continuously hunting them, leaving them with no way out. One guy gritted his teeth and swore that after Shadow dies, the first thing he will do is kill the people of the Heavenly Guild, who caused him to lose an arm and a leg, then take revenge on the women of the Mado government. And Zhanghai. Those words filled with vengeance made the whole group laugh in hysterical madness. However, Kid remained vigilant. He wondered if Theodore really died by Shadow's hand, then why is the prophecy still effective? He declared. He would only continue to cooperate if he saw concrete proof, because he didn't want to become a pawn used and then left behind. Hearing that, the other guy just smiled, saying that previously he himself also suspected like Kid then told him to open his eyes to witness a miracle. Right after that, the card in his hand glowed bright red. The mental world skill was activated, and he immediately swapped places with Cao Tuigia. Seeing Cao Tuigia appear, Kid immediately froze, because this was the power that once belonged to Theodore. At the same time, the one who just disappeared sent a message, attached with a photo taken in front of the Statue of Liberty, proving he had really returned to the Mo nation. Witnessing everything, Kid was completely convinced. Moved, he knelt down with all his subordinates, vowing absolute loyalty and begging Cao Tuigia to bring them back to their homeland. Cao Tuigia coldly declared, as long as the baleful star can be summoned and Shadow killed, then everyone will be returned. At the same time, he secretly used the harmony of yin and yang to manipulate emotions identical to how he once controlled Prince Than. In just a moment, Kid's group was filled with murderous intent, shouting, "Kill," in unison. Meanwhile, outside the blood slaughter abattoir, Tan Feng and the others had also arrived. The guide immediately introduced, "This is the base of the God of War Guild," and reminded them that it is extremely dangerous inside. This place intentionally doesn't set up a protective barrier to lure the enemy. Inside is a maze. With countless traps and deadly mechanisms, the government once organized an attack, but suffered heavy losses. Observing for a moment, Tan Feng immediately realized, this place doesn't not have a barrier, but there is absolutely no barrier. The entire defense system relies on traps and mechanisms. He asked the guide, and learned his name as a Kwang Bad Luck. Even though the name sounds unlucky, a Kwang still smiled awkwardly, explaining that he is actually very lucky. It's just that teammates are often wiped out. Bosses often go berserk, and missions always encounter traps, so he was nicknamed like that. He also said the government sent him to guide and promised a big reward if the mission succeeded. Keat, CA added that God of War's strength is not strong, but thanks to the rugged base and Hitandran tactics, so far no one has been able to eliminate them. Moreover, as soon as someone intrudes, the alarm system will immediately detect it, creating enough time for them to escape. Hearing that, Tan Feng calmly said that if they capture the core crystal of the base, then the hideout will change owners. At that time, the God of War group will have no place to rely on to escape. He intended to go alone, but Kitsuka proactively asked to follow, because he once participated in investigating this place and knows the terrain well. A Kwang also wanted to join the team, but Tan Feng just smiled and said Keat, CA is fine. But that unlucky name, A Kwang, doesn't sound very lucky. A Kwang hurriedly explained, it's just a nickname teased by friends. He himself has survived until now, proving his luck isn't bad at all. Finally, Tan Feng agreed for both to go along, but warned them that if an unexpected situation occurs, then they must protect themselves. Just as he finished speaking, inside the base, a deafening warning sound immediately rang out, announcing continuously that there was an intruder in the hideout. Hearing the warning sound throughout the base, Kao Tu Yugaya asked what was happening. Kid laughed coldly, thinking it must be the government people, risking their lives to rush in and die. But the possibility cannot be ruled out that it is Shadow. He curiously asked Kao Tugia if he could help him read his fortune, to know whether to retreat or stay and play with the intruder. Kao Tugia immediately used his divination ability. After a few seconds, the prophecy appeared exactly as before. The Black Dragon Knights appeared silently. The lucky ones followed Shadow back to the hideout. The red hue grows deeper, and the omen of disaster draws near. It will eventually descend to swallow all shadows. Seeing that the content was identical to the previous prophecy, Kid was deeply confused. Kao Tui explained that divination can only point toward a turning point, determining one's destiny. Before a prophecy comes to pass, no new one can emerge. If two prophecies are identical, it proves that everything is heading toward the same fate. Hearing this, Kid immediately interpreted it in a way that favored himself. He laughed smugly, believing that the current intruder was the darkness, while he himself was the disaster, the red color mentioned in the prophecy. According to him, symbolized the deadly traps of the slaughterhouse. Both the blood red and the darkness would surely perish here. Cao Tui did not object, only coldly stating that how to interpret the prophecy was Kid's prerogative, and he would return when the time came. With that, Cao Tui used the spirit realm to swap positions with the subordinate from before, then vanished. The drama grew even more intense. Kid immediately led his men to prepare to eradicate the darkness. The one who had just returned stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand what the old man was talking about. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, along with Ge and the unlucky A Kuang, had entered the base. Ji carefully pointed to every brick under their feet, reminding everyone to follow the exact path. Otherwise, they would trigger a trap. The group successfully passed the first area. Just after crossing it, A Kuang curiously asked what would happen if they took a wrong step. Ji picked up a stone and threw it onto the trap area to demonstrate, confirming that countless spikes would shoot out, turning the intruder into a beehive. However, the strange thing was that the stone landed, but no mechanism was triggered. Everyone was stunned, even when Ji stepped into the position herself, where she had died 6 times before. Everything remained perfectly quiet. She thought in confusion that perhaps the trap was broken. Seeing this, A Kuang happily declared that it was safe ahead and walked forward. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped down, he accidentally triggered a new mechanism. In an instant, countless sharp spears shot out from behind, piercing straight through Ji, just like the last time. A Kuang turned pale with fear, continuing to apologize and saying he would wait for her to reset. Observing everything, Qin Feng quickly realized that the traps still existed, only the activation method had changed. He immediately told A Kuang to take all of Ji's lifespan and leave. He explained that every mechanism in the base had been recalibrated, making all their old experience not only useless, but a trap that could cost them their lives. He decided to continue inside alone. At the same time, Kid and his men were silently watching through the surveillance system. Seeing the darkness take the bait, the whole gang laughed triumphantly. Kid coldly pressed a switch. Immediately, the ground beneath Qin Feng and A Kuang suddenly collapsed, creating a giant deep pit. Both fell straight down. Qin Feng landed calmly and gracefully, while A Kuang fell on his back and head, crying in pain. Right after that, the door above closed, cutting off their escape route. Just then, a buzzing sound came from ahead, and a screen slowly lit up. Kid's voice came through, full of excitement, saying that the guest this time was the darkness, and he wanted to play a game with him. Appearing on the screen with a smug smile, he announced he wanted to play a game with the darkness. The rules were simple. Each person had to stand in a circle, next to a chainsaw. Then a button would appear. Each press would carry a probability of triggering the opponent's chainsaw. The initial probability was 16 and would increase each turn. By the 6th turn, the chainsaw would definitely activate. The game would only end when one person was cut in half, and the survivor would receive all the lifespan of the opponent and be allowed to leave. Hearing this, the unlucky A Kuang laughed scoffingly, thinking the game was meaningless, because if he died, his teammates could just revive him. Kid mocked him, saying this was the blood-red slaughterhouse. All creatures had to follow the rules, including him. If the rules said the chainsaw could kill, then no matter how strong the darkness was, he couldn't resist. However, as the owner of the base, he had the authority to make the game more interesting. As soon as he finished, a series of dream poop beetles of platinum grade crawled down from the ceiling. A Kuang disdainfully prepared to attack. But Qin Feng immediately stopped him, explaining that this monster would explode upon taking damage, releasing dream poop, toxic gas, and creating a dangerous chain reaction. Awakeng hurriedly dodged, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he accidentally swung his blade at one on his head. The monster exploded immediately, triggering the surrounding swarm in a chain explosion. After the violent blast, both Qin Feng and Awakeng lost about 20 funtarum of their HP and fell into the dream poop state. Awakeng paled, knowing he had fallen into a trap, while Qin Feng calmly remarked, "Your nickname Unlucky is truly well deserved." On the screen, Kid laughed gleefully, then explained that once in the dream poop state, players could not revive or log out. If they died, their consciousness would be trapped in the dream for 3 days, while their body in the game would be at the mercy of others. Hearing this, Awakeng angrily declared he would never press the button. At worst, they would stay here forever. But Kid laughed, saying that if no one died under the chainsaw, they would both be crushed into meat, as the walls around them slowly closed in. He also revealed that each button press would slow down the walls. He then announced the game had officially begun. Watching the walls closing in, Awakeng panicked completely. He kept calculating who should press the button first. If he pressed it first and the chainsaw activated, the darkness would die. But if he let Qin Feng press first, the probability in the next turn would be higher, and he would be in danger. The more he thought, the more conflicted he became, contradicting himself, to the point of biting through the knife he was holding in his mouth. Just then, Qin Feng calmly told him to stand still and not do anything. Awakeng was baffled, as the walls were about to crush them. But Qin Feng just repeated, "Trust me." On the screen, Kid laughed even louder, mocking the darkness for giving up on resisting and having no courage left. When the distance between the two walls became very small, Awakeng cried in fear, while Kid smugly announced that after they both died and fell into the dream poop state, he would steal all their lifespan treasures and strip the darkness of everything. Yet, as Awakeng despaired, thinking he was about to be crushed into pulp, Qin Feng stood still with a calm expression, showing no intention to act. Just as Awakeng thought he was about to be crushed, all the mechanisms suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes in amazement, as both the walls and the chainsaw had stopped working. In the control room, Kid was furious, shouting because he didn't understand what had happened. Right after that, the system announced that the blood-red slaughterhouse had been cleared. The core crystal of the hiding place had been stolen, and ownership of the base now belonged to the darkness. Before Kid could even recover, a small dragon rushed in, knocking him flying out. Awakeng, standing nearby, just widened his eyes, unable to believe Qin Feng had captured the entire base. Qin Feng looked dissatisfied, as everything had taken longer than expected. At the same time, Auxilio summoned 12 bone dragons to attack the entire base. Kid's men fell into chaos, and apologized to his master because the terrain was too complex, making it take the dragons a long time to reach the center. Even so, Qin Feng's plan succeeded just as intended. His initial order was clear: secretly steal the core crystal without alerting the enemy, then capture Kid alive. After hearing the report, Qin Feng calmly told to open all the mechanisms and lead the way to the control room. The dragon followed the order and flew ahead. Only then did Awakeng snap out of it, realizing it was all a distraction plan. While he and Feng intentionally drew kids' attention. The dragons had secretly infiltrated the center to take control of the base. Tan Feng nodded, confirming Kwang wasn't wrong, but didn't forget to tease him, saying if it weren't for that famous, unlucky aura, the plan would have gone even more smoothly. Kwang could only scratch his head in embarrassment. However, Tan Feng quickly reminded him that they were both still in the dream poop state. If they died in the next 3 days, it would be a huge hassle. So, he told Kwang to stay as far away as possible, to avoid bringing more bad luck. After that, he ordered a dragon to escort Kwang to a safe place to hide. But just then, the dragon reported that something was wrong. Before Kwang could defend himself, saying he wasn't as unlucky as people thought, Tan Feng asked what had happened. The dragon reported that all of Kid's subordinates had simultaneously activated their self-destruct skill, dying on the spot, and respawning outside the base to escape. They only left behind a massive amount of lifespan, worth hundreds of years. Hearing this, even Tan Feng was speechless, with only one thought in his mind: the nickname, Kwang the Unlucky, definitely wasn't for nothing. After leaving the base, Tan Feng met Gigi again. She had just respawned and was very curious, repeatedly asking why, in just a short moment, the blood-red slaughterhouse had changed owners, and where Kwang the Unlucky had gone. Tan Feng just shook his head, telling her not to mention him because he only brought bad luck. Since he had reached the limit of the number of hiding places he could own, he decided to hand the blood-red slaughterhouse over to the Nam Viet government, while giving the key to Ji. She was stunned, not expecting Tan Feng to be so generous, and was so moved she planned to invite him for tea as a thank you. But Tan Feng immediately clarified that this wasn't free. The price was 1,500 years of lifespan, and when the government collected enough, they had to give it to him. Even though the price was high, Gigi still clutched the key, tearfully thanking him. Just then, a girl arrived with a joyful expression. After thanking Tan Feng for destroying the blood-red slaughterhouse, she gave him the reward: the most precious assassin skill book, Nam Viet Shadow Dance Shield. She smiled shyly, explaining that she had originally intended to send Kwang the Unlucky to assist him, but hearing he didn't like him, she sent him elsewhere. Reading the skill effect, Tan Feng was quite satisfied, as every time he entered stealth mode, he would receive a damage erection shield, proportional to the stealth level. He immediately used evolution points to upgrade the skill from gold directly to epic, shortening the cooldown to 100 seconds. After completing it, Tan Feng calculated that with his current stealth level, he would receive 21 shield layers, extremely useful when facing bosses with slow but high damage attacks, because this effect was like having multiple extra lives. Immortality, however, a cloud of smoke quickly reminded them that, even though the Scarlet Slaughterhouse had been occupied, Kid and his subordinates still escaped. After this defeat, they would surely act more stealthily and dangerously. She was worried that if the War God Guild continued to slaughter players, then the peaceful life in Nam Viet would be shattered. Everyone would have to grind for levels from morning till night, with no time left to rest. Hearing this, Kitsie immediately clutched her head and cried out. Just the thought of no longer being able to drink afternoon tea was enough to drive her crazy. A cloud of smoke also nodded gloomily, because that was an almost unavoidable prospect. Tan Feng pondered silently that the people of Nam Viet could live comfortably in the middle of this harsh world was because this place possessed the most hidden classes in all of Daiha. If they didn't hate internal strife so much, then from his past life, Nam Viet could have become the strongest land. Seeing the two still feeling down, Tan Fong calmly declared he would stay in Nam Viet until he caught Kid, while helping to raise everyone's overall strength during that time. Hearing this, Qi Ca and a cloud of smoke secretly rejoiced because the plan to stall the shadows had succeeded. A cloud of smoke even secretly thought that despite being famously cold, Tan Fong still couldn't bear to refuse. When seeing a girl shedding tears, Qi Ca immediately jumped up excitedly, asking where they should start. And a cloud of smoke did not forget to emphasize their working hours are only from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. They must have a break for tea in between, and weekends are strictly for resting. Hearing that, Tan Fong was speechless. Then he told both of them to form a party with him. Right away, he also requested the government to send people to find all Jada tier bosses or higher. The two girls happily agreed. Deep down, they both believed that the days of being led on a hunt by a legend would surely be extremely comfortable. Right after, the three rode a dragon and set off. On the way, a cloud of smoke introduced the first target, the toxic Blackfish King, a Jada tier boss that the government had failed to defeat 3 times. Because the Blackwater layer around its body is immune to almost all long-range attacks, Tan Fong immediately told her to lead the way, and warned that if they discovered any traces of Kid, she must report it to him immediately. Upon arriving, Qi Ca calmly sat down to fish. Making Tan Fong very confused, she signaled to keep quiet and explained that the toxic Blackfish King rarely appears. To meet it, one can only fish it up. Furthermore, whenever its health drops to 30 funterum, it will dive into the black water to heal, and no one can stop it. A cloud of smoke suggested they should clear out the surrounding monsters first, to help Tan Fong accumulate energy for the finishing blow. Tan Fong was quite surprised, because she knew his skill mechanics so well. Blushing because she was caught, a cloud of smoke shyly took out her phone. On the screen were countless pictures and videos of Tan Fong that she had saved, even decorated with pink hearts. She confessed she was a diehard fan of his and had watched the videos of him hunting bosses no less than 100 times. Witnessing that scene, even Tan Fong felt a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to react. Just then, a group of monsters approached. A cloud of smoke hurriedly asked if she should help him charge his energy. But Tan Fong had already taken action. The blades from his shadow blade flew out like lightning, piercing straight through the monsters' heads. After clearing the monsters, Tan Fong's energy bar had filled by 1/3. A cloud of smoke stared at the massive damage numbers in amazement, while Tan Fong just shook his head because his attack speed was too slow, so the energy accumulation was not fast enough. Hearing that, a cloud of smoke suggested she support him with a special skill. On her hand appeared a golden aura. Then she introduced herself as a unique hidden class, the Enchantress, belonging to the Warlock type. Most of her skills are curses and debuffs on the opponent, and the Sun technique is a finisher. It can reduce up to 80 funteram of the target's total stats. This skill doesn't need energy, but the casting time is quite long. Moreover, she must be alone with the target, and cannot let anyone else see. Both shy and gathering her courage, she said she only wanted to use that skill with Tan Fong. However, Tan Fong just thanked her and flatly refused, asserting that he already had another way to accumulate energy. Right after, he summoned his mount Os, and ordered it to gather all the surrounding magic beasts. Today, Austrias immediately created a giant tornado, sucking a swarm of monsters into one place. Waiting for the number to be large enough, Qin Feng jumped straight into the middle of the tornado, then unleashed a shadow nightblade, wiping out all the magic beasts in the blink of an eye. Looking at the massive damage numbers covering the screen, a cloud of smoke could only widen her eyes. Because there were so many, she couldn't count them. A series of golden pillars of light fell down, and Qin Feng's energy bar was instantly full. He turned to ask Qi if she had hooked the boss yet. At that moment, Qi's fishing rod shook violently. She pulled hard, and the toxic Blackfish King, Nuriel Jadatir, was instantly pulled out of the water. Then it quickly ran away, running while shouting to leave the boss to Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately launched the Crimson Blade finisher. However, the damage only reached 40,000 points, making him surprised, because the boss's health bar had only dropped by about 1. Observing the black mud layer covering the opponent's body, he quickly realized it was reducing 90 Fontarum of incoming damage. If he couldn't finish it off immediately, then when the health drops to 30 Fontarum, the boss would dive into the black water to heal, and no one could stop it. Right at that moment, the Blackfish King sprays a barrage of toxic mucus. GKA and Yilan Yan rush to evade the smoke. They keep warning that even a single touch of the poison, without a detox skill, would surely be fatal. Facing the counterattack, Qin Feng immediately uses his skill. He casts Liberation and summons shadow images to create 3 clones. Then, he simultaneously unleashes Shadow Slash to strike the throat. This time, the damage spikes to over 843,000 points. His energy bar is also fully replenished. Qin Feng smiles, originally intending to finish the boss with one move. But now he decides to test his new finishing skill. He immediately activates Endless Nightmare. Within the area of effect, the target continuously accumulates a nightmare gauge. Every strike adds points to it, and significantly increases the damage dealt. When the gauge reaches 100 Fontarum, the target falls into a nightmare monster state. It sinks into a deep slumber and takes triple the burst damage. Qin Feng combines the new skill with his Shadow Slash. A single strike instantly kills the venomous Blackfish King. He receives hundreds of thousands of experience points, evolution points, tradable longevity points, and a permanent boost to nightmare resistance. Countless loot items litter the ground, making G jump for joy because the boss was defeated before it could even dive back into the water. After gathering the spoils, Qin Feng receives additional evolution points, over 10 pieces of equipment, and a treasure map. Opening it, he discovers that the legendary treasure lies within the primeval forest, near the ruins of Jianghai City. However, because of the long distance, he decides not to go looking for it himself, choosing instead to assign this mission to Zhao He. He believes her luck will be put to better use. Thinking this, he generously gives all the remaining loot to Jika and Yilan Yan, making both girls overjoyed. Qin Feng continues to urge everyone to set off and hunt more bosses. But Jika shyly points out that it is already 5:30 p.m., with only half an hour left until they get off work. Hearing this, Qin Feng is speechless, then replies that much time is enough to kill 2 more bosses. Meanwhile, in the primeval forest near Jianghai City, Wang Meng, An Wu, and Zhao He are following the treasure map. Above their heads, a giant magical beast is fast asleep. Footsteps echo softly in the quiet forest. Wang Mang confirms that according to the map, the legendary treasure is hidden here. An Wu cautiously reminds everyone to be extremely vigilant, as this forest has never been explored by anyone. No one knows what kind of terrifying monsters they might encounter. Just as the group is carefully advancing deep into the primeval forest, the crunching sound of eating continues incessantly. Wang Mang and An Wu turn around and discover Zhou He and the donkey are still happily eating snacks as if on a picnic. Wang Mang helplessly tells her to eat more quietly to avoid attracting monsters. An Wu also chuckles because she looks too relaxed in such a dangerous place. In reality, the sound of chewing is what woke the giant monkey that was sleeping in the tree. It opens its glowing red eyes, annoyed at being disturbed. While Zhao He remains blissfully unaware, she only sighs, lamenting that her luck seems to have vanished lately. So she tried to change her fortune with the snacks she bought from a mysterious merchant. In the dungeon, the seller claimed these were treasures from another world, capable of bringing good luck. So she excitedly invites everyone to try them. An Wu laughs, thinking they are just ordinary snacks. Wang Mang also takes a few to taste, acknowledging they taste quite good. But Zhao He remains firm, believing the snacks truly have magical properties, continuing to munch on them as she speaks. Just then, the giant monkey can no longer stand it, roaring violently before leaping down from above. A single slam causes the ground to crack open. The group pales when they realize it is a level 18 fierce-eyed ape. An Wu instantly feels despair, knowing that with their current strength, they have absolutely no chance of winning. But, strangely, after appearing, the boss ignores Wang Mang and An Wu, focusing only on Zhao He. It grabs her and the donkey, roars in frustration, and then throws both of them high into the sky, as if trying to get rid of the source of the noise. Seeing the culprits have vanished, the fierce-eyed ape satisfyingly dusts its hands and walks away, leaving Wang Mang and An Wu bewildered by what just happened. The two can only guess that the boss was woken up by Zhao He, which is why it was angry. Now that its anger has subsided, it doesn't bother attacking anyone else. They immediately split up to look for her. Meanwhile, Zhao He and the donkey are still flying through the air, screaming in panic. Fortunately, a barrage of branches and vines cushions their fall. The donkey gets tangled in the vines, left hanging in the air, while Zhao He, being heavier, falls straight to the ground. Getting up, she breathes a sigh of relief, thinking if not for the vines, she would have been crushed, then sadly concludes that her luck hasn't improved at all, even after eating the snacks. But at that very moment, a chest suddenly appears behind her, exactly like the one drawn on the treasure map. Zhao He is immediately overjoyed, believing she has finally found the legendary treasure. Rushing over to open it, unexpectedly, at that exact moment, the snacks on the donkey's neck fall off, rolling directly onto the chest. The chest suddenly turns bright red and slowly opens, revealing sharp teeth and a terrifying long tongue. It turns out this isn't a treasure, but a level 20 SSS-rank devouring monster. Zhao He backs away in terror, but quickly realizes, if the pastries hadn't accidentally fallen and woken up the monster, I would have been the one swallowed by it. Thinking of this, she immediately believed that the mysterious merchant had not lied to her, and that the pastries truly brought good luck. After eating all the pastries, the monster narrowed its eyes in satisfaction, knowing that she absolutely could not go head-to-head with this JAD A-tier boss. Zhao He immediately opened the system interface to send a distressed message to Qin Feng. With just a single slash, Qin Feng defeated another boss, dealing over 1,800,000 damage. GG and Yadunyan, a cloud of smoke stood behind him, constantly praising his terrifying strength. Qin Feng calmly told the two to quickly collect the loot so they could continue hunting other bosses. Yadunyan happily ran off to pick up the items, constantly exclaiming at the abundance of treasures. However, by 8 p.m., both G and Yadunyan were exhausted and declared they would not continue. They made an appointment with Qin Feng for 9 a.m. the next day and immediately logged out, leaving him speechless. Just then, Qin Feng received a distress message from Xiao He. She announced that she had found a legendary treasure, but it was a treasure chest monster that she couldn't defeat. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately asked for the location and flew there on his dragon. When he arrived, Xiao He was still sitting at a distance from the monster, waiting for reinforcements while continuing to eat her lucky pastries. Qin Feng, the moment he appeared, unleashed a crimson, throat-slitting strike, slicing the monster in half in the blink of an eye. After destroying the Devourer of Greed, he received a large amount of experience, evolution points, and longevity, successfully leveling up to 3. Looking at Xiao He, he couldn't help but exclaim that, even in such a remote place, she could find loot. Xiao He was still stunned because Qin Feng was now much stronger than before, taking down a Jada tier boss in one hit. Afterward, Qin Feng curiously asked how she knew the chest was a monster before touching it. Xiao He recounted the entire process. She accidentally fell into the cave, almost opened the chest, but a rice cake suddenly fell, waking up the monster first. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately took note of the strange pastry. Xiao He took one out and gave it to him, explaining she bought it from a mysterious merchant. Lately, she had been having bad luck, but ever since eating these pastries, her luck had noticeably improved. Qin Feng was half skeptical, as in both his lifetimes, he had never heard of such a strange prop item. Seeing him hold the pastry and observe it carefully, Xiao He was immediately excited, thinking that finally, she was about to see the true face of the darkness. But right then, Qin Feng used shadow integration to merge his body with the shadows before calmly eating the pastry. When he reappeared, he only nodded, praising the delicious taste, which made Xiao He sulk because her plan to see her idol's face had failed. Afterward, Qin Feng explained that the Devourer of Greed is a type of monster, extremely dangerous. If a player is swallowed by it, they will be trapped in the monster's stomach until it is destroyed, or it catches another victim to replace them. During that time, the player cannot log out, and even risks starving in real life. However, after destroying it, the real treasure appears. As he spoke, he used the Hand of Greed to open the real chest. Inside were more evolution points, many pieces of equipment, a key, and a map, leading to the city of the unjust dead. Looking at these two items, Qin Feng immediately changed his expression because these were extremely rare items. He began to suspect that the lucky pastry might actually have the ability to increase luck. In his memories, the city of the unjust dead is a forbidden zone for the living. Previously, only one person had ever stepped inside. No one knew what he had gone through. Only that after emerging, he quickly spread terror everywhere, slaughtered countless people, and in just 1 month, climbed to the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Although he was now much stronger than that person was back then, Qin Feng still decided not to recklessly rush in, but to prepare thoroughly. He kept the key and the map, while all other loot was handed over to Zhao He to distribute to everyone. After thanking him profusely, Zhao He was carried out on the dragon's back by Qin Feng. On the way back, he thought the most urgent task was to complete the level 25 judgment trial to see what rewards he would receive. Switching to the Fallen Spirit Academy, Qin Feng took the bell and began the challenge. The envoy immediately appeared, confirming whether he was ready or not. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose to begin. A teleportation circle appeared under his feet, taking him to a completely new space called the Land of Judgment. As soon as he arrived, the system continuously announced the successive of many other players into the trial arena, including Zhao He Yadanyan, Wang Meng, A Guang the Unlucky, and many other familiar players. The system continued to teleport a series of players into the trial arena, including Ge Gui Ling, Zhao Du, and many others. While safely guarding their hideout in the soul-purifying land, Qin Xiaodu was suddenly transported to a strange place, but before she could understand what was happening, she saw Su Yan also appear nearby. Just then, the system notification rang out. There are 100 targets in the arena, but only one is the sinner. The judge's mission is to find and destroy that exact person. Killing the wrong one or running out of time will result in failure. Qin Feng immediately asked how to identify the sinner, but the envoy only replied briefly that he should use his own eyes to judge. As soon as he finished, the trial officially began. The ground under everyone's feet quickly descended, and the system notified that Qin Feng only had 30 minutes to complete the mission. On the other side, all those who were brought into the maze also received a different notification. They only needed to survive for 30 minutes to receive a huge reward, and if they could kill the judge, the reward would be of God tier level. Hearing this, Qin Xiaodu was completely confused. She didn't understand why she was dragged here, and then became a target to be hunted. In her heart, she only thought, if the God tier reward could truly cure her legs, then she would risk her life to try once. But immediately after, she saw Qin Feng appear in the thick black mist. Realizing the judge was the darkness, her face turned pale immediately. Not daring to make a single sound, she turned and ran, knowing that to be discovered meant certain death. Meanwhile, Qin Feng began to observe the people around him. Above a girl's head, the words, female, 19 years old appeared, but many others had no symbols at all. He was thinking, when suddenly someone rushed to attack, screaming that they wanted to kill the darkness. Qin Feng gently used ghostly shadow to let the entire attack pass through his body. The opponent hadn't even recovered from their shock before they threw a smoke bomb to obstruct his vision within the smoke. Qin Feng continued to see above her head the words, female, 19 years old. He immediately realized this was one of the fanatic fans who used to follow Song Fei. In just a moment, many more of Song Fei's fans and Song Fei himself appeared, all rushing forward to attack him madly. A series of explosions rang out, but Qin Feng remained unharmed. By now, he finally understood. All the people who had just appeared were illusions created by the trial. But the words above their heads were the clues leading to the real sinner. From signs like, female, 19, fanatic fan. In his mind, he could only think of one person, Zhao Du. At that time, Qin was still limping through the maze. Not wanting to waste time, chasing everyone in the vast maze. Qin Feng immediately activated Endless Nightmare. In an instant, the entire maze was shrouded in black mist and nightmares. All those affected by the effect collapsed one after another, losing the ability to resist. Next, he summoned 3 clones using killing shadows and ordered them to split up and search. Through the vision of the clones, countless pieces of information kept flashing before his eyes. Finally, he stopped in front of Qin Feng. At this moment, she had completely fallen into a dream state, and above her head, the words, "Sinner," appeared clearly. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng glanced at her once and fired a poisonous throwing knife straight through her body. The system immediately announced that he had destroyed the correct sinner and perfectly completed the introductory trial, simultaneously placing on the mark of the 3 realms of darkness. What surprised Qin Feng was that after dying, Xiaodu dropped longevity points and even coordinates in real life at the old stadium in Jianghai City, along with the respawn location in the game. He immediately realized that Xiaodu was a real person, not an illusion. Like the others, just then, the envoy appeared to congratulate him. Qin Feng had passed the trial perfectly, then summoned a primordial tier treasure chest. The chest slowly opened, and bright golden light immediately flooded the space. The primordial tier treasure chest slowly opened, revealing the reward, which made even Qin Feng gasp in surprise. It was the Blade of Judgment, a primordial tier divine weapon. The sword possessed terrifying base stats, with 888 points of physical attack, 888 points of elemental attack, and all attributes were increased by 88 points, while strongly increasing cooldown reduction, attack speed, and accuracy rate. More importantly, it possessed 10 points of divinity, along with a special rule effect. It contained an independent space, called the Place of Judgment. Every time this sword was used to finish off a target, it would consume 10 divinity points to drag the victim into the Place of Judgment. Holding the sword in his hand, Qin Feng immediately realized this was a primordial tier divine weapon, the strongest type of gear in the divine realm, each piece possessing unique powers that no other item could replace. The system continued to introduce the sword's effect. As long as he judged the sinners inside the Place of Judgment, the user would continuously increase their divinity and raise the weapon's base stats. If he continued to complete judgments, the divinity limit could also be expanded from 10 points up to 10,000. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall his past life, when he had entered the world's top 100, only by possessing a mythical tier divine weapon. Each time it was activated, that weapon could grant the user immunity to all damage and boost all attributes. However, placed next to the primordial tier Blade of Judgment, even the mythical weapon of the past was not worth mentioning. Thinking for a moment, Qin Feng asked the envoy if this sword only required him to continuously judge sinners to become infinitely stronger, just like the mechanics of the trial he just went through. The envoy nodded to confirm, explaining that according to the rules of the divine realm, gods could only bestow the primordial blade in this manner. As for the entire trial just passed, it's essentially just a tutorial for the successor to get accustomed to the weapon's power. Tan Feng continued to wonder why all the people appearing in the maze were merely illusions, while only Tan Xiaoyu was a real person. The divine envoy smiled and revealed the answer, leaving him extremely surprised. Because Tan Xiaoyu is the one who blasphemed the gods in her past life, she had come into contact with the eye of judgment and conceived the intent to steal the power of divine judgment. For that very reason, she was marked by the game's rules as a sinner, and forced to become the target of this judgment. The divine envoy explained, Tan Xiaoyu was once a blasphemer in her past life, because she touched the eye of judgment, and wanted to steal the power of judgment. Qin Feng asked why she was still let go. The divine envoy replied that the power of judgment is a primitive rule that encompasses the entire universe, time, and every dimension. If Tan Xiaoyu currently really carried that sin, then all living beings with the same name in the past, present, and future would all be judged. But in this life, she has never committed a sin, nor does she have the memories of her past life anymore. So judgment now would contradict fairness. Hearing that, Tan Feng understood everything. The trial was created specifically for him. As a lesson, to learn how to use the power of judgment, the divine envoy confirmed. This is also the only way to grant the primordial blade to him, and at the same time, this trial will gradually awaken the seal of sin and the past life memories of Tan Xiaoyu. When her memories are fully restored, she will truly become a blasphemer. Just by completing the judgment, she will limit the divinity of the blade of judgment will increase by over 1,000 points, enough to unlock the judgment blessing. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming that. When Qin Feng asked what the judgment blessing does, the divine envoy explained that the talent of infinite evolution along with the ability to reincarnate are already blessings from the power of judgment, and the judgment blade is just a key. To truly master this power, he must learn the ancient divine language, the language that wrote every law of the universe. Only by understanding it can he bestow more blessings upon himself, and even rewrite the rules of his own existence. Before leaving, the divine envoy said he had erased Tan Xiaoyu's memories of the trial, for her to step by step recover her memories and become a complete blasphemer. As for Qin Feng's path of power, it has only just begun. Leaving the trial grounds, he received the Divine Ancient Language Manual. This book can generate up to 247,000 learning materials for the ancient divine language, compiled by countless civilizations in the universe. Hearing that huge number, Qin Feng could only sigh, not knowing when he would ever finish learning it. Meanwhile, at the respawn point of the Holy Relic, in Jianghai City, Tan Xiaoyu woke up in a daze, not understanding why she had died, while she was still guarding the soul-purifying land before. Just then, her past life memories suddenly flooded back, making her clutch her head in pain. Each image of Qin Feng always protecting her, helping her level up and find equipment appeared one by one, making her cry, realizing those dreams were actually real memories. But she didn't understand why in this life, Qin Feng was cold toward her. All memories after level 20 had vanished, leaving only the intuition that Qin Feng of the present and darkness were the same person. She was certain that something happened in the past life that caused him to change. She also guessed that he kept his past life memories, which is why he was so strong. Refusing to give up, Tan Xiaoyu was determined to rely on her memories to surpass everyone, waiting for the day she became the strongest to return and take revenge on Qin Feng. Immediately after, she contacted Tran Vodan, reporting that she had discovered a bloodline boss extremely suitable for a priest. Tran Vodan was very surprised, immediately asked for the location and led his men there. After receiving the coordinates, he promised that if they could take down this boss, the guild would reward Tan Xiaoyu with 15 more years of life. Tan Xiaoyu quickly arrived at the meeting point, and Tran Vodan immediately asked for the whereabouts of the bloodline boss. He even suspected she was playing a prank on him. Tu Du quickly explained, this is a hidden boss, only appearing after activating the correct mechanism. Even though it's just a platinum boss, it only exists for 2 hours each time, and the summoning method is extremely complex. She affirmed she knew the strategy to take it down. In exchange, she hoped after the battle, she would receive the boss's bloodline skill. Hearing that, Tran Vodan laughed and promised not only to yield the skill, but also any equipment for priests. If dropped, it would also belong to her, because in his eyes, those items were worthless. Tan Xiaoyu rejoiced and began explaining the strategy. In her heart, she was extremely confident, because in her past life, she had once defeated this boss and knew the bloodline skill, healing and the magic staff. It dropped would help her become much stronger. She advised, when the boss uses the bone cage to trap defensive players, then immediately switch another tank to take the hits. As for all the remaining people, absolutely do not destroy the bone cage, but must focus all damage on the boss. Tran Vodan was confused as to why they shouldn't save those trapped. Tu Du explained the bone cage has a huge amount of health. Destroying it even causes an explosion dealing damage, so just continuously rotating the tanks is enough. Hearing that strange plan, everyone felt unconfident, because it required many defensive players. But Tu Du remained firm. The platinum boss doesn't have very high health, so it would be quickly taken down. Seeing her so confident, Tran Vodan decided to follow and immediately called for more tanks. To support, when the squad was full, he asked how to summon the boss. Tan Xiaoyu pointed out 3 signs, located on the coastal rocks, in the form of coral and inside a cave. Just need 3 people to touch all 3 signs simultaneously, then the boss will appear. Tran Vodan immediately ordered to act. 3 people activated the mechanism together. Immediately, the level 20 platinum grade skeletal witch manifested along with a 2-hour countdown clock. Seeing the familiar scene, Tan Xiaoyu was extremely excited, believing that with the memories of her past life, only she in darkness knew this secret. She secretly vowed to rely on that advantage, to never die again, crazily get stronger and become the strongest person just behind darkness. But just as everyone rushed to attack, the boss immediately cast a bone cage, trapping all the people who rushed in first inside the bone cage. Screams sounded across the battlefield. More than 1 hour passed, the number of bone cages increased, causing the whole team to gradually fall into despair. Tran Vodan was furious because the 6th bone cage had appeared. There was only 1 tank left, while the boss still had more than half of its health, and there was less than 30 minutes left. He turned to question Tan Xiaoyu whether the strategy was really correct. Even though sweat poured from worry, she still stuck to her guns, asserting this was how she used to do it. It's just that the team's damage was too weak. Just then, everyone suddenly discovered the 6 bone cages had connected into a giant prison, surrounding the entire battlefield. Immediately, countless bone spikes shot out like a rain of arrows, piercing through everyone's bodies, the whole team. Before they could react, they were wiped out in an instant, leaving behind full items scattered on the sand. Tran Vodan was enraged and rushed to yell profusely, then slammed Tan Xiao's head into the sand because she had caused him to lose 7 tanks. Tu Du still tried to argue, claiming she had never encountered this skill last time. perhaps because the current team dealt too little damage. But just then the boss had fully recovered its health, with only 20 minutes left before it vanished. Having no other choice, Tran Vo Dan decided to ask for help from darkness. Receiving the message about a platinum bloodline boss with only 15 minutes of existence, Qin Feng was a bit surprised but immediately requested to be added to the team, then rode his dragon there. When everyone was anxious because there were only 10 minutes left, a huge burst of energy suddenly exploded right at the boss's location. With just a single blow, Qin Feng had wiped out the skeletal witch, leaving everyone in awe. Tran Vo Dan could only smile awkwardly, and Qin Feng immediately asked how they found a hidden boss with such complex activation conditions. Tran Vo Dan honestly said, the one who discovered it was Tan Xiao, the girl who once guarded the gate for him. He just called Tu Dudo out to greet, then discovered she had disappeared. Since when? Qin Feng immediately understood everything. He guessed Tan Xiaoyu's past life memories were gradually awakening, because he and the guild back then had once led her to defeat this boss, then granted her the bloodline along with the magic staff. Thinking of the scene where he was beheaded by Tong Fai in his past life, Qin Feng's gaze gradually filled with killing intent. He knew when Tan Xiaoyu fully recovered her memories, it would also be the time she had to face judgment. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoyu was running away, covered in injuries. Tran Vo Dan's messages kept flooding in, from calling her back to threatening to kick her out of the guild. Gritting her teeth in pain, she remembered the Holy Temple Knights in her past life were just a bunch of people specializing in tricking others into slavery, while her own guild back then was the strongest force in Jianghai. She vowed never to fall into their trap again, simultaneously holding a grudge against both darkness and Vo Duc Weihong, and determined to make them pay. Just thinking of that, she received a notification that she had been kicked out of the guild. Looking at her miserable appearance, along with the 3-world haunting title above her head, the people around kept mocking her, while Cao Tu Yugia stood from afar, quietly giving a meaningful smile. On the other side, Qin Feng rode his dragon away, looking at the judgment blade, then realized, to increase divinity, he had to judge criminals. Even though Tan Xiaoyu could provide over 1,000 divinity points later on, he still had to wait for her to fully become a blasphemer. In the meantime, as crime in real life kept increasing, after the divine game appeared, and countless cases still had no solution, Qin Feng decided to contact an Vu to begin the journey of hunting down criminals. And Vu immediately responded in surprise, asking how Qin Feng knew about the case of the serial killings currently shaking Jianghai. A series of young women were constantly disappearing, suspected of being raped, then murdered. But because the perpetrator had the ability to destroy evidence, the investigation agency couldn't find any traces. After looking at it, Qin Feng immediately realized this was the famous case that had never been solved throughout his past life. Because they couldn't find the bodies, the authorities were completely stuck, the people lived in fear, and the number of victims kept increasing. Even until the moment he was reincarnated, the perpetrator had still not been caught, and this case remained one of the 10 greatest mysteries of the Divine Game's arrival. Realizing the culprit had started acting very early, yet possessed the ability to wipe out all evidence, Qin Feng understood this was an extremely difficult opponent. After thinking, he decided to take Kuai Lin with him to hunt the culprit. In Zhanghai City in real life, the 2 teacher and student quickly arrived at the place where the victim last disappeared. Although quite some time had passed, Tan Feng still hoped to follow the slight killing intent left behind. Kuai Lin immediately deployed the 9 yellow spring needles. Her eyes turned pink. The yellow spring blade rushed straight forward to find traces. Just a few minutes later, she felt the killing intent still remaining and immediately led the way. Following that trail, the two quickly headed towards the place where the culprit was hiding. In a house nearby, a girl was tied tightly and her mouth was muffled. She could only panic and whimper. When witnessing the perpetrator going crazy, Qin CNN XMT, the Ji Koenge Turchak MTM Tun Sat Nan Vien Guan, Kunang Gun Kun, Thout Gui, Kine Si Gay Ba Troi St Hai Hun Tai Met, Chabit Kuk Trong Tu Yat Von Thi Si Tin Lei, Han Kuji Jian Riex, Bang Jin Tran Mayang, Va, Non Arki Ji Feng, Dijung Tuna LPP, Tic Nan Rah Ki Ban Va Kin, Hong Ki Bai Ti, 6, Vi Ji Ba Hun Unthout, H Ki Ban Bien Yuen Thun Gigithich, Chak Giyup, Dien, Thuk Thi, Kukain Han Mi Yunge, Huba CNN Goi Han H. Thik Un Bien Yuen Thong King Kon Te Si Dong, Cheko Unthout GGMGI, Va Temps Thuk Tin, Va Thuk Tin, CNN, Goi. Hanzak Enguk Dijung Tu Nalan Pamlam Non Si, Rituian Bien Chie Kothout, Ca Nung Si Gay Trok, Mgi Kine Mchen Thea, Ki Hun Chuan Ba, Un Si Ti Ban Chan. Yang Xiaoya begged in desperation. She brought up the affection he once held for her. Those words drove Hu Kabin into a frenzy. He roared about how he had been infatuated with her for years. Yet in her eyes, there was only Qin Feng. After being called fat by Yang Xiao, vulgar and repulsive, he lost all control and attempted to force himself upon her. Even though she was being threatened, Yang Xiaoya would rather die than submit. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. As Hu Kabin roared, Yang Xiao managed to cry out for help before being kicked away by him. Outside, Gui Ling confirmed to Qin Feng that this was indeed the culprit. Seeing the scene left behind, filled with corpses, she asked if he needed to be captured alive and handed over to the police. But Tan Feng coldly replied, "Just kill him on the spot." Before Hu Kabin could understand what was happening, Gui Ling had already lunged out to attack. However, thanks to the terrifying attributes gained from consuming many humans, he threw just one punch, sending Gui Ling crashing straight to the ground. At that moment, Tan Feng appeared behind him. Realizing this guy's attributes were abnormally high, because he had murdered so many victims. Just as Hu Kabin was shocked that Tan Feng knew his name, the blade grazed his neck, decapitating him in a single strike. Immediately after, the system activated the judgment space, allowing the capture of the souls of those judged by the blade. Upon execution, Tan Feng immediately chose to capture, causing Hu Kabin's soul to be sucked into the judgment realm. He also realized that this was the manager from his company, the person who always stole credit in real life, blamed his subordinates, and had even called to threaten him after the game appeared. It was unexpected that he was lucky enough to awaken the hidden class, executioner ghost. If he hadn't been eliminated today, he would have continued to commit mass murders just like in his previous life. Gui Ling then stood up, apologizing for being struck by the opponent, but Tan Feng only calmly said it was normal, because the enemy's class had the potential to grow extremely strong. When Gui Ling asked about Hu Kabin's body, he said he had already taken care of it, then told her to go untie Yang Xiao. After being rescued, Yang Xiaoya repeatedly thanked everyone. Qin Feng also messaged Addis to report that the culprit had been dealt with. Request that personnel be sent to the scene, because there is still one corpse and one survivor. Upon hearing the news, An Wu could not help but be amazed by his speed in solving the case. Yang Xiaoya sobbed, thanking darkness for saving her life once again. Qin Feng simply waved his hand, instructing Guiling to stay and wait for the authorities, then immediately departed. Watching that receding figure, Yang Xiaoya suddenly realized that even the way he waved his hand was exactly like Qin Feng. In her heart, she silently expressed her gratitude to him. She turned and said, Guiling's master is a very warm person. This even surprised Guiling. Meanwhile, inside the judgment space, Hu Kaban regained consciousness. Thinking he was still alive, he laughed maniacally, vowing to continue eating humans, and then return to kill darkness. But at that very moment, Qin Feng appeared coldly, declaring the start of the trial. Chains from all four directions immediately coiled tightly around Hu Kaban, suspending him in midair. The system began to read all his memories and every piece of evidence regarding his crimes. When the first images appeared, even Qin Feng could not help but be startled. In Hu Kaban's memory, Qin Feng saw a blonde girl who had just been murdered. Then, a figure in a black cloak appeared, proposing a collaboration. He requested that every time Hu Kaban killed someone, he must preserve the body and contact him. Just by touching the corpse, he would grant 15 years of lifespan. While the body could be disposed of, however, Hu Kaban pleased. Not only that, he also instructed that when the killing level reached level 10, he would be rewarded with an additional 100 years of lifespan. Seeing on the stranger's arm a star symbol flash when he touched the corpse, Qin Feng immediately grew suspicious. This was a profession related to corpses. After only a month of reflection, he realized it was very similar to the abilities of the hidden profession, Soul Walker. This left him extremely shocked, because the master of that profession should have died long ago. Qin Feng quickly pieced everything together. From the guild, the god of war in Nam Viet, the Black Dragon Association in May, to those pulling the strings behind it all. Finally, he concluded they were all related to Theodore. It turned out that after Theodore died, instead of cremating the body, it was transported to another country. The mysterious figure had exploited that corpse to steal the profession and silently expanded his influence, forming alliances with various organizations to deal with Daxia or even Qin Feng himself. Thinking about how they continuously accumulated kill points, Qin Feng immediately recalled the executioner who slaughtered, in his previous life, a special mechanism that specialized in punishing those who killed too many people. As long as the kill count exceeded the threshold of 100, the target would be hunted down by the executioner. Currently, his kill count was still 0, so he was not yet affected. But he began to suspect that his adversary might be conspiring to force him to accumulate kill points. It is high enough to activate this mechanism. Even though the specific plan is still unknown, he decides to be more vigilant in the future. Just then, the system finishes reading the data and collects full evidence of the crime. Hu Kaban is officially convicted. The Judgment Blade's basic stats increase by 6 Fun Taram, and it gains an additional 6 divinity points. When the system asks whether to execute, Tan Feng immediately carries out the judgment without hesitation. Hu Kaban falls to his knees in a panic, begging and promising to offer all his lifespan and equipment in exchange for his life, but Tan Feng ignores him completely. The light from the Judgment Blade engulfs him, transporting him into another dimension. As soon as he opens his eyes, Hukaben finds himself back in the room that held the victims. Right after that, the girls he murdered appear one by one. Seeing them, he is frozen with fear, but they coldly declare that it is now their turn to devour him. Amidst his desperate screams, Hukaben is torn to pieces. When only his skeleton remains, his body instantly restores itself to perfection. Then, the door opens again, and the bloody victims step back in, and the torture continues repeatedly without end. The system declares that Hukaben will be imprisoned in the execution dimension, resurrected forever to suffer eternal torture. Witnessing this, Qin Feng mutters, "This is the true power of judgment." Just then, Chen Wuming unexpectedly sends a distress signal. He says that after defeating the Bone Relic Master, the team received a strange key. But as soon as they studied it, the key suddenly exploded, opening a mysterious portal. Right in front of everyone, hearing Chen Wuming report that the key suddenly exploded to form a portal, Qin Feng immediately replies, "This is extremely lucky." Then he quickly rides his dragon to the location. Upon arrival, he explains that the Bone Relic Master has an extremely low drop rate for the Bone Relic Master's tomb key. If two people in two different places receive this key, they will automatically resonate. To open a two-way portal, the key holder has the right to choose whether to enter, but only the winning side is eligible to hunt the boss in the tomb. Chen Wuming hears that the boss is only at the diamond rank and grows even more worried. Because even if they win, they might not be able to defeat the boss. Qin Feng just smiles, saying that is the reason he is here, then suddenly pushes Chen Wuming directly into the portal. Before following, he tells the others to stay put, strictly forbidding them from acting recklessly. Inside the Bone Relic Master's tomb, the other team from Qin Feng Pavilion, the #1 guild in the Bashu region, is extremely excited, thinking they just defeated a hidden boss and unlocked a reward. The group keeps bragging that at the current stage, no one is strong enough to compete with them, not even Shadow. The leader is Lu Zhan, the guild master of Qin Feng Pavilion, possessing the unique hidden class, Wind-Stepping Swordsman. While waiting for the opponents to appear, he constantly runs around to stack up damage reduction shields. Before long, he reaches nearly maximum stacks, causing his teammates to praise him endlessly, because no one has ever broken that defense. But just then, the system announces that the person entering the tomb is Shadow Vio Duck Hong. The atmosphere instantly freezes. Lu Zhanfeng and the entire guild are dumbfounded, because they just mentioned the opponent, and now the person himself has appeared. Qin Feng and Chen Wuming step inside. Seeing Lu Zhanfeng, he immediately recognizes this as his rival from his previous life. The Qin Feng Pavilion side no longer acts arrogant, because they clearly understand Shadow's feats. From topping the leaderboards to soloing Diamond and Emerald bosses, Lu Zhanfeng frankly admits that even if they all rushed him together, they might not even be able to touch him. Qin Feng recalls the battle in the tomb from his previous life, when the two sides were evenly matched, and eventually the time ran out, so no one received the rewards. This time, Lu Zhanfeng proactively bows, saying that due to the tomb's rules, the two sides are forced to clash. He asks Shadow to forgive him if there is any collision. Qin Feng calmly asks, "Why do you know you can't win, yet you still refuse to surrender?" "Because if you die here, the lifespan dropped cannot be retrieved." Lu Zhanfeng just smiles and says surrender would indeed reduce losses. But the people of Bashu only fight to the end. They do not run away. Moreover, having a chance to spar with Shadow without becoming enemies, he absolutely does not want to miss it. Hearing this, Tan Feng privately appreciates that it is this combative spirit that helped Chu Hofeng Pavilion become the strongest guild in the Southwest. He firmly declares he will not hold back. Lu Zhanfeng smiles and replies, "That is exactly what I desire." Just then, the system officially announces the rules of confrontation for the tomb. The two sides will duel compulsorily in a 1v1 format, and any challenge issued cannot be refused. The system quickly announces the battle rules. Throughout the duration of the duel, each person is only allowed to combat their own opponent and must not attack a third party or leave the combat zone. Those who lose or violate the rules will be immediately expelled from the tomb. There are only two ways to win. Either defeat all players on the opposing side, or seize the war flag intact and bring it back to your base. If after 5 hours there is no winner, the match will end in a draw. Everyone will be forcibly expelled from the tomb, and the gate will close forever. After the winning side is determined, only the victorious team has the right to challenge the tomb boss, Golden Bone High Priest. Upon hearing rule number 6, Lu Zhanfeng immediately formulated a strategy. He divided his team into 2 groups. One group continuously challenged Qin Feng to 1v1 duels. To buy time, even if they lost, they would immediately swap in another person. The other group would take the opportunity to flank and steal the flag, then bring it back to their headquarters at all costs. As soon as the plan was implemented, the first member rushed in to duel with Qin Feng, but was taken down instantly by a single highly toxic dart. The next person hadn't even managed to strike when they were also one-shotted by Qin Feng, leaving the entire Jufeng Pavilion horrified by such terrifying speed. While continuously taking down his opponents, Qin Feng only managed to remind Chen Woming to guard the flag well. Immediately, several Jufeng Pavilion members shifted their focus to harassment. Chen Woming tried to hold them off so his teammates could steal the flag. Under pressure, Chen Woming immediately activated the Holy Shield technique, entering an 8-second invincibility state, then swung his spear to counterattack, loudly declaring he would protect the flag at all costs. But just as he focused on the group in front, the others silently circled around to the back, swiftly snatched the war flag and ran away laughing. Seeing the flag snatched right before his eyes, Chen Woming could only panic and cry out in desperation. The Jufeng Pavilion members were overjoyed after grabbing the flag, believing that victory was within their grasp. Lu Zhanfeng also praised his teammates, thinking that as long as they delivered the flag to the base, everything would be over. But while the group was running away, one person suddenly stepped on something. A massive explosion rang out. Toxic smoke blanketed the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the flag bearers had been defeated, leaving only life force orbs scattered everywhere. Witnessing that scene, Qin Feng calmly explained that from the very beginning, he had secretly planted countless toxic traps on the battlefield. Because the traps had the same stealth level as himself, no one could detect them. Moreover, since the opponents stepped on them themselves, it did not count as him actively attacking, completely within the rules. Having said that, Qin Feng continued to send another person back to the altar. Although Jufeng Pavilion continuously swapped players to duel to buy time, they were all one-shotted by him in the blink of an eye, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Lu Zhanfang immediately accelerated, rushing across the battlefield, actively detonating all the poison traps with his shield, reducing his own damage taken. Seeing him safe after a series of explosions, his teammates immediately understood his intention. Lu Zhanfang was using himself to pave a safe path for the whole team. Some wondered why he didn't take the chance to steal the flag, but the others just smiled, because they understood Lu Zhanfang's true goal was to directly challenge the shadow. Meanwhile, as the remaining members rushed in to steal the flag, Chen Wuming stood right in their way, declaring he would protect everything belonging to the shadow. His opponents mocked him for being alone, but Chen Wuming remained calm, waiting for the right moment. Just as Qin Feng initiated a duel with Lu Zhanfang, the flag was immediately teleported to another location by the system, according to the match rules. Chen Wuming smiled, knowing the opponent's plan had completely failed, and the annoying damage reduction shield of Lu Zhanfang could no longer stop Qin Feng from exerting his full power. The blood energy on Qin Feng surged violently. He even praised Chen Wuming for doing a great job. In the blink of an eye, all members of Ju Pavilion except Lu Zhanfang were one, leaving only life force orbs scattered across the ground. However, Lu Zhanfang refused to admit defeat. He suddenly appeared, holding the defeated Chen Wuming in one hand, then declared the battle was not yet over. After Chen Wuming was eliminated, the final duel between Lu Zhanfang and Qin Feng officially began. Without hesitation, Lu Zhanfang unleashed his full strength, executing the wind-stepping sword technique. His movement was as light as the wind, combining offense and defense. Each sword strike was endless, so fast that the tomb was filled only with wild winds and countless slash marks. He was completely immersed in the battle, feeling he had touched the realm of a sword saint. But he didn't know how much time had passed. As his strength gradually faded amidst the blinding wind and blades, he finally saw Qin Feng move. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Thanks, the wind feels very cool." When Lu Zhanfang finally came to his senses, he realized only Qin Feng's afterimages remained before him, and his body could no longer hold on. But in helplessness and regret, Lu Zhanfang slowly dissolved, leaving behind all over the tomb the marks of the recent battle. After Lu Zhanfang disappeared, Qin Feng couldn't help but highly evaluate the wind-stepping swordsman class. With its 99 layers of damage reduction shields, combined with extremely fast movement and attack speed, an average person would find it almost impossible to defeat this opponent. Unfortunately, all of Lu Zhanfang's attacks could not touch him, and the shields were destroyed by his killing intent. Combined with the hundreds of slashes from the shield shadow slash, the system immediately confirmed Qin Feng as the winner, simultaneously announcing the tomb boss was about to appear. Outside, Chen Wuming contacted him to ask about the situation. Qin Feng briefly replied that he had won and was preparing to fight the boss. Upon learning the gate was locked, Chen Wuming worriedly asked if he needed any support, but Qin Feng just told him to stay quiet. Just then, the skeletal cult master, Nipa, a diamantier monster, officially appeared. Recalling his past life, he and Lu Zhanfang had never encountered this boss. Because the time limit had expired, Qin Feng understood this was also the first time he had to figure out its mechanics on his own. The boss immediately charged in with its spear. Flames erupted across the battlefield, and it struck a powerful blow against the ground. Taking advantage of the dust to obscure vision, Qin Feng launched a Shadow Blade 2 probe, but the attack was completely nullified by the boss. Meanwhile, the boss's counterattack couldn't reach him either. He realized something was unusual. Qin Feng immediately shifted his target to the bracelets on the boss's wrists. One Shadow Blade strike shattered a bracelet, but in the blink of an eye, it regenerated. Facing the boss's fierce assault, Qin Feng quickly retreated and activated the dark light shield, then summoned 3 clones using Susa Shadow. All 4 entities unleashed Shadow Blade strikes simultaneously, destroying all 4 seal bracelets at once. As the bracelets shattered, the boss let out a violent roar. Qin Feng instantly understood they were seals, surprising the opponent's true power. The boss entered its second stage. Its entire body ignited with blue flames, and its health bar refilled completely. Immediately after, a crimson eye opened on the boss's abdomen, activating a chaos domain that covered the battlefield. A chaos status bar appeared above Qin Feng's head. He instantly realized this was the signature ability of the God of Skeletons. Once the chaos bar fills, the target enters a berserk state, doubling damage and attacking everything nearby, until only one survivor remains. Many teams in his past life self because of this effect. However, Qin Feng just laughed, because to him, this was nothing but a free damage buff. He actively activated Shadow Berserk, charging straight at the boss with chaotic aura, leaving even the opponent stunned. A series of skills like Shadow Blade, Susa Shadow, Red Lotus Blade, Venomous Dagger, Dark Harmony Blade, and Nightmare Endless rained down without pause. The boss's health bar dropped at a terrifying speed, and before long, it was completely depleted. The system notified Qin Feng successfully eliminated Nipa, the Diamantier avatar of the God of Skeletons. Received 560,000 experience points, 400 evolution points, 228 years of life force, tradable items, along with 14 pieces of equipment and 7 skill books. When it was all over, Qin Feng stood dazed for a moment, wondering what had just happened. After defeating the boss, in front of Qin Feng, 2 teleportation portals appeared. The system announced the tomb was conquered. The winner could choose to go through either portal. Qin Feng immediately messaged Chen Wuming, stating he had taken the loot intended for the assassin and the necessary life, while everything else belonged to him. Chen Wuming was shocked, not expecting Qin Feng to defeat the boss so quickly. While he had contributed nothing, responding, Qin Feng directly tossed all the loot through the portal, then calmly said, if Chen Wuming hadn't held the banner, they wouldn't have one. These items rightfully belonged to him, including the lost life force. Chen Wuming was deeply moved, learning that Qin Feng wasn't returning but heading to Bashu. He could only respectfully see him off. Upon arriving in Bashu, Qin Feng saw Lu Zhanfeng respawn, in a state of extreme depression. Teammates immediately asked about the fight with Shadow, but looking at his face, they had already guessed everything. Lu Zhanfeng sat slumped on the ground, crying like a child. Even though everyone comforted him by saying losing to the world's strongest player was no shame, he still bitterly admitted he had used every skill, strategy, and trick, but couldn't even touch a hair on Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, his 99 layers of damage reduction shields were shredded, and his health bar completely evaporated. Hearing this, a member concluded there was only one possibility. Shadow was hacking. the group found it increasingly plausible. Constantly comforting themselves that no one could solo a diamond boss, break Lu Zhanfeng's shields, and dodge perfectly, unless they were cheating. Just as they were clamoring to report Shadow, a knock was heard at the door. Opening it, the group went silent, as the person standing there was none other than Qin Feng. They thought he had come to finish them off, so everyone was on guard. But Qin Feng only brought out a pouch of life force. Then calmly said this was the over 20,000 years of life force that Zhu Feng had lost in the tomb. He had brought it back. Lu Zhanfeng was stunned, asking why he didn't keep it or finish them off. Qin Feng just replied calmly that the battle was over. The boss was defeated, so there was no reason to kill them anymore. The entire Zhu Feng froze. Upon learning Qin Feng had defeated the diamond boss alone, everyone unanimously knelt down to apologize for judging a noble person with their own petty mindsets, declaring that from now on, any matter concerning Shadow was a matter for Zhu Feng, even if it meant crossing mountains of blades or seas of fire, they would never refuse. Qin Feng felt awkward, not understanding why these people were suddenly so agitated. Seeing them blushing, and saying that as long as the master gave the word, they would do anything, he hurried to wave them off, asking for the coordinates of all bosses from Jadatir and above in the Baishu region. Lu Zhanfeng forced a smile and said that would be difficult, because the major guilds have wiped out everything. Bosses outside the map. Even the diamond-ranked bosses are gone. The only way to find one is to go to the Spirit Wandering Dungeon. An extremely dangerous place, rumored to be haunted. But according to him, those who managed to walk out of there were all completely naked, mentally traumatized, and took days to recover their senses. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately remembered something. His gaze shifted slightly, and he decisively demanded to be guided there immediately, to the Spirit Wandering Dungeon. Just at that moment, a group from the Shu Daoshan Guild also arrived. They did not believe the rumors about ghosts at all, deciding to explore it for themselves, to see what secrets this place was truly hiding. As the Shu Daoshan group stepped into the Spirit Wandering Dungeon, they scoffed at the idea of ghosts, declaring that the men of Bashu were righteous, and evil spirits must keep their distance. But not long after, the Dragon King of Linjiang appeared before them. Platinum rank. Seeing that the boss was huge and seemed likely to drop good loot, Guildmaster Guinai immediately led his men to attack. At first, the boss showed signs of weakness, but just as Guinai swung his sword to deliver the finishing blow, the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. Right after, the boss swung and knocked him backward. Before he could even recover, all the equipment on his body was stripped away one by one, leaving him without even his pants. The two girls with him were blushing and panicked, but just a few seconds later, their equipment also vanished entirely. The group finally believed that the place was truly haunted, fleeing from the boss in a completely miserable state. At the same time, Qin Feng and Lu Zhanfeng entered the Spirit Wandering Dungeon. The system warned that this was a berserk zone, where life force drains 100 times faster. Lu Zhanfeng nervously reminded Qin Feng to be careful, because the place was haunted. But Qin Feng calmly replied that it wasn't caused by ghosts. Just then, the naked Shu Daoshan group ran towards them begging for help. Seeing the scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but tease that the Baishu players were certainly very open-minded, causing Lu Zhanfeng to quickly explain they were longtime rivals of Zhu Fengji. Immediately after, a rustling sound echoed again. Qin Feng was targeted by a mysterious thief. But thanks to his invulnerability status, he lost nothing. While Lu Zanfeng had his gear stripped on the spot. Scared, he yelled that a ghost was right next to them. Qin Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. He unleashed his Dark Knight blade, slicing the Dragon King in half with a single blow, to the horror of the Shu Tao Shan crowd. Then, Qin Feng entered stealth mode, discovering that the culprit behind it all was not a ghost, but an epic-level NPC called the Saint Thief, William Scott. He possessed high-level stealth and agile footwork, specializing in roaming around to steal treasures. However, he had been injured by Qin Feng this time, and the theft targeting him was blocked by his shield, making the thief both angry and greedy for the treasures on Qin Feng, especially the dagger. Qin Feng immediately told everyone to leave the area, explaining that the ghost was actually just an thief hiding in the shadows. When asked if he could handle it, he simply said, "His stats are much lower than an boss, so it's worth a try." But instead of leaving, Lu Zanfeng and Gui Ni began to argue. Due to the feud between Zhu Fengji and Shu Tao Shan, the two sides provoked each other constantly, finally deciding to use the old rules to settle the score. Whichever side assists the dark forces more in dealing with the Saint Thief wins, and the loser must publicly kneel and apologize before all of Daxia. Lu Zanfeng mocked Gui Ni, saying that someone without pants couldn't possibly be of any help. But Gui Ni just scoffed and told him to open his eyes and watch. Just as they were arguing, Gui Ni unexpectedly brought out a skill book and solemnly presented it to Qin Feng as a gift from Shu Tao Shan. After receiving it, Qin Feng immediately used over 200 evolution points to upgrade the ultimate marking skill to mythic quality. This skill allows marking a target for 30 seconds, locking onto their location, and increasing all damage dealt to the target by 20 fun tarum %. Qin Feng nodded, praising it as a very useful skill. Hearing the praise, Gui Ni was extremely proud, and excitedly explained that as long as he hits once, even if the Saint Thief is in stealth, he won't be able to escape the pursuit. Lu Zanfeng immediately called him a fool, because blurting out the plan like that would only make the opponent cautious. Gui Ni paled as he realized his mistake. Sure enough, the Saint Thief had heard the whole conversation, and immediately decided to give up on attacking further, because the people here didn't have any items worth the risk anymore. Seeing the opportunity slipping away, Lu Zanfeng suddenly shouted for the Saint Thief, and intentionally boasted that he was keeping an epic-level treasure called the Heart of Ba Shu. He loudly provoked him, asking if a super thief could resist a treasure symbolizing all of Ba Shu, which helps significantly reduce damage from behind, and is the emblem of the leader of this land. Even Gui Ni and the others were shocked, never expecting that a legendary treasure would be in Lu Zanfeng's possession. To the Saint Thief, that item was like a perfect work of art, causing him to completely lose his reason. Even knowing it was a trap, he could not resist his greed, rushing to seize the heart of Ba Shu. The moment his hand touched the treasure, Lu Zanfeng shouted to signal Qin Feng, and one strike of the Dark Knight blade immediately hit the Saint Thief, but he still managed to grab the treasure and escape. Lu Zanfeng sat on the ground, clutching his rear in pain, crying and regretting, because the heart of Ba Shu had been stolen. Gui Ni and the others worriedly asked if the strike had been successful or not. Meanwhile, the sacred thief ran while laughing triumphantly. Even though Qin Feng had dealt damage and applied the ultimate mark, He still believed that, as long as he could last more than 20 seconds in this complex maze, the opponent would never find him again. But when the mark's duration had about 20 seconds left, one of Qin Feng's clones suddenly blocked his path. The sacred thief easily dodged the attack, then mocked it for being just a clone. However, right after that, clone after clone continuously appeared in pursuit. Every time he successfully dodged, he would change direction and continue running, believing that as soon as the mark expired, he would escape. Finally, when the countdown hit 0, the ultimate mark vanished. The sacred thief clutched the heart of Bashu tightly, laughing happily, thinking he was safe. In his mind, there was only one thought. This treasure was worth a massive amount of lifespan, and would help his plan to break the seal. Take a step further. Just as the sacred thief was gloating, he suddenly stopped, frozen when he saw Qin Feng appearing amidst the numerous spoils and lifespan scattered on the ground. At first, he thought it was just a clone, but he quickly realized this was truly the real Qin Feng. Even so, since the ultimate mark had expired, he tried to reassure himself that the opponent could not see him. But as he met the cold, murderous gaze of Qin Feng, the sacred thief immediately felt uneasy and decided to flee at once. Unexpectedly, as he turned around, a series of clones appeared before him, blocking every exit. Only then was he horrified, realizing he had fallen into a trap set by Qin Feng from the very beginning. Without giving the opponent another chance, Qin Feng immediately unleashed endless nightmare. The aura of nightmare quickly spread through the space, causing the sacred thief's nightmare status bar to skyrocket and fill up in an instant. His eyes immediately turned blue, and in his mind, countless terrifying phantoms simultaneously appeared, surrounding him from all sides. Unable to bear the overwhelming fear, the sacred thief screamed in panic, continuously begging for his life and offering to surrender. Witnessing this desperate sight, Qin Feng calmly looked at him and spoke softly. "So, this is the sacred thief's weakness." The system suddenly announced, "Epict your NPC sacred thief. William Scott voluntarily submits." It asked Qin Feng if he wanted to recruit him into the Shadow Guild. At this moment, the sacred thief had transformed into a young boy, trembling and continuously begging to surrender. Qin Feng did not hesitate to choose to recruit him, officially making William Scott an NPC belonging to the guild. Gui and the others ran over, astonished, to learn that the one causing chaos in the Yawling dungeon was just a pickpocket. Seeing everyone about to beat him to take back their items, Qin Feng immediately stopped them, explaining that William was now a friendly NPC. Anyone could use lifespan to buy items from him. Hearing that, Lu Zhanfeng immediately told the sacred thief to open his shop. As soon as he opened his robe, countless treasures of all kinds appeared, including the heart of Bashu and the private items that had just been stolen, making everyone both ashamed and angry as they demanded their things back. Besides the stolen goods, William also sold 2 extremely valuable items. One was the sacred thief's talisman, consumed after each use, allowing the user to randomly steal an item within a 3-meter radius if the target remains unaware. The second was the skill book, Sacred Thief's Hand, valued at 500 years of lifespan, which could permanently steal 2 attribute points randomly from each monster. This could only be used once per target. After calming down, Guia and Lu Zhanfeng realized this skill was extremely valuable. So, although it pained them, They bit the bullet and spent 500 years of lifespan to learn it. The system also announced William had gained 1,000 years of lifespan from sales, of which half was automatically transferred to Qin Feng's guild fund. Realizing the guild gets 50 fun taram of the revenue from the NPC, Qin Feng immediately thought about having William go to ruins everywhere to earn lifespan for the guild. Soon after, he continued using evolution points to upgrade Sacred Thief's Hand to mythical rank. After evolving, the skill could permanently steal 5 random attribute points, increase the accumulation limit to 3,000 points, and unlock a passive effect. Increase all current attributes by 20 fun taram, and could be used on any target. Just then, William sensed that Qin Feng possessed the aura of a mythical skill belonging to the Star Thief race. He immediately knelt and swore to serve him for life, hoping that Qin Feng would pass that skill down later. Qin Feng calmly replied that if he performed well, he would consider it, making William overjoyed. But at that moment, the entire cave shook violently. Rocks on the ceiling cracked continuously. A giant creature, tied up by countless chains, fell in front of everyone. It was a giant eye with a series of long tentacles. As soon as it appeared, it shouted, demanding them to release William and told him to try to run away, while it would block their path. William hurriedly ran over to explain that things were not like that. But before he could finish, the Great Eye fired a petrification beam at everyone. Lu, Shanfeng and Guia were instantly turned to stone. Only Qin Feng managed to activate his shield to block the attack. Seeing the petrification spell fail, the Great Eye was shocked. Immediately after, the chains on its body tightened even further, causing the giant creature screams in agony and despair. The Master Thief cries out the Great Eye's name as she sees her about to lose her life while trying to save him. Tan Feng calmly asks William, "What on earth is going on?" William chokes back tears as he recounts that Aristotle, also known as the Great Eye, has been his companion since he was a nameless thief. The Great Eye possesses the ability to find every treasure, and William has a natural talent for stealing anything. So the two of them traveled everywhere together, becoming a famous treasure-hunting duo. Until one day, the Great Eye discovered a chest. The treasure radiated a white light inside a dungeon. The two thought they had struck gold, so they went together to open the chest. But as soon as it was opened, countless golden chains lunged out, piercing through the Great Eye's body and binding her tightly. William then realized it was a primordial level trap. To break it, one must accumulate 1 billion years of lifespan. To save his friend, he stayed in the dungeon for years, collecting lifespan. However, just now, the Great Eye saved William and was forced to use her power, triggering the seal's punishment, falling into a dying state. After submitting to Tan Feng, William knows he will never gather enough lifespan to save his friend anymore, so he can only cry in despair. At that moment, Tan Feng quietly draws the blade of judgment. William panics, thinking his master intends to finish off the Great Eye. He desperately steps in front to block him, begging. Without a word, Tan Feng swings his blade, striking the golden chains. In the blink of an eye, all the chains shatter one by one and vanish. William is stunned when he realizes the seal has been broken. Tan Feng explains. He just tried attacking with a primordial grade weapon. Surprisingly, the seal was actually affected. The Great Eye opens her eyes and wakes up. William joyfully embraces his friend, knowing Tan Feng is their savior. William immediately advises the Great Eye to join the Shadow Guild. The Great Eye looks Qin Feng over and is utterly amazed to discover he is wearing top-tier gear, with skills all reaching the mythical level, and even possessing ancient god power. Immediately after, the system announces NPC Epicrate, Aristotle, the Eye of Knowledge, has actively submitted. Qin Feng immediately recruits her into the guild. Aristotle possesses many special abilities, like being able to grant an effect daily, doubling monster kill XP for 3 hours, setting up formations, and using lifespan to query various information. Though she doesn't know everything. After officially joining, the Great Eye bows to thank Qin Feng and promises to serve him wholeheartedly. Qin Feng immediately assigns her a task to boost his experience. Afterward, he goes with William back to the guild to continue collecting lifespan. Finally, he tells the Great Eye to lift the petrification status on everyone, and tells William to return all the stolen goods. The two acknowledge the order. Right after that, Qin and Cao Feng are released by the Great Eye from their petrified state. All lost belongings are also returned. Cao Feng blankly asks about the monster. Where is the Great Eye? Qin Feng calmly replies that she has been tamed. Hearing this, both Qin and Cao Feng are shocked. In just a short moment, he has tamed 2 consecutive Epicrate NPC. Qin Feng tells everyone to pick up their gear. Everyone is happy, especially Qin, holding on to her limited edition underwear like a treasure. Then Cao Feng hands the heart of Bathuk to Qin Feng, saying that he and Qin have agreed only he is worthy of possessing this divine artifact. Both kneel down, wishing for Qin Feng to become the king of Bathuk. Hearing that, Qin Feng just darkens his face and sends them both flying with one strike, coldly declaring, "From now on, the heart of Bathuk will vanish from the world. Bathuk will also have no more kings, because the people of Bathuk are kings of themselves." Scene shifts to an area 200 kilometers south of the Mado ruins. Qin is fighting a Jatagrade boss alone, with 2 blades growing from its arms. With extreme speed, she continuously dodges strikes, then counterattacks. One hit deals nearly 20,000 damage. After over 20 minutes, the boss has only 13 HP left. Qin thinks to herself, if she can take down this boss, she will be strong enough to kill Jatagrade bosses alone. Even though the gap with her master is still large, she can finally see the hope of catching up. Surrounding the battlefield, many people are watching from the shadows. They all admit Qilin's combat technique is extremely outstanding, always maintaining a perfect distance, dodging strikes and counterattacking continuously. However, they also assess this style is only effective against one target. If surrounded by many, it would be hard to manage. Among those watching, there is a blonde girl sitting on a subordinate's back. The subordinate asks permission to snatch the boss, but she smiles and refuses. According to her, Qilin is a highly seasoned hunter, always vigilant and will retreat the moment danger is detected. So there is only one moment to strike. Just as Qilin emerges to land the killing blow, the blonde girl slams her staff onto the ground. Immediately, a red magic circle appears beneath Qilin's feet. Seeing the magic circle spreading, Qilin immediately speeds away from the area of effect. She doesn't know who just appeared, or what the formation does, so the safest choice is to retreat first. The blonde girl just laughs coldly, calling Qilin a rat of the Shadow Guild, with faster reflexes than average. She then orders her subordinates from the Van Sun Vu New Guild to take over the boss. Kuai Lin remains hidden and watches, calculating that she dealt over 23 of the damage. So even if they kill the boss, the loot will still be locked to her. Only she can pick it up later. As expected, the boss is quickly defeated, but the Van Sun Vu New side only contributed 27.5 Fun Tarim damage, so their looting rights are locked for over 43 minutes. The crowd immediately guards the loot, while Kuai Lin sneaks in like a ghost. Just as her hand is about to touch the item, the blonde girl suddenly laughs coldly and activates the formation a second time. A cage appears right under Kuai Lin's feet, leaving her completely immobilized, unable to move, use skills, or take damage, until the caster voluntarily lifts it. The blonde girl introduces herself as a player with a unique, hidden profession, Formation Master, capable of both offense and defense, also using sensory formations to detect all stealthed targets within Warshami Erdwin. Immediately after, she activates the lifespan draining formation. Kuai Lin panics, feeling her lifespan being continuously drained. She immediately sends a distress signal and her location to Tan Feng. In reality, this skill only takes a maximum of 5 years of life. But the caster intentionally creates the feeling of being drained dry to make the victim panic. Her true purpose is to lure out the shadow, to avenge her brother, Tong Fai. That girl is Tong Tu Vu, Tong Fai's younger sister, who has an incredibly special relationship with her brother. Shortly after, Tong Tio Vu senses the pressure in the air and knows Tan Feng has arrived. In the blink of an eye, all her subordinates are killed instantly, leaving her horrified by that terrifying speed. Kuai Lin sighs in relief and thanks her master for saving her. Tan Feng just glances around and judges that Van Sun Vu New is just a bunch of people specializing in exploiting others. Then tells Kuai Lin to stand still, while he handles the leader first. Facing Tan Feng, Tong Tu Vu immediately activates a resurrection formation, causing all the just-killed subordinates to come back to life on the spot instead of returning to a checkpoint. They all rush toward Tan Feng, with special talismans stuck on their backs. Just as they get close, Tong Tu Vu activates a self-destruct formation, turning all subordinates into living bombs, exploding right next to Tan Feng. Kuai Lin screams her master's name in terror, while Tong Tu Vu laughs maniacally because she believes she has finally avenged her brother. However, when the dust settles, Tan Feng still calmly walks out, even though his dark barrier has been shattered. His health bar is still full. He coldly remarks that the opponent is something when they forced him to lose 1 layer of defense. Tong Tu Vu laughs out loud again, immediately launching another formation. In an instant, Tan Feng is hit by the seduction curse of the goddess of love, Alina. His eyes slowly shift into a controlled state. Tong Tu Vu laughs, asserting that Tan Feng had lost from the moment he walked into the trap. She reveals she possesses the ancient god tablet of the goddess of love, Alina. Any one hit will accumulate a seduction meter. Once full, they will become her slave forever. This is a power with rule of low rank, so normal people cannot resist. But at that moment, Tan Feng's blade of judgment glows. The system notifies only rule of L power can resolve a rule level curse, and he can spend 10 divinity points to resist. Without hesitation, Tan Feng chooses to resist. 10 divinity points are consumed, leaving 6 left. Simultaneously, a beam of light from above covers him, erasing Alino's seduction curse. Tong Tu Vu is stunned, seeing her power broken. unbelieving that Qin Feng possesses a power even greater than her divine power. Not giving the opponent a chance to react, Qin Feng immediately rushes forward with immense killing intent. The dagger is pressed against Tong Tu-Vu's throat. But at that moment, her body suddenly turns into an illusion and disappears. The strike misses its target, leaving only the subordinates Qin Feng killed. Observing that scene, he immediately realizes this is the ability of a soul walker, also remembering the mysterious figure who appeared in Hokai Ban's memories, and understands that this person saved Tong Tu-Vu. When Kuai Lin runs over to ask if he killed the opponent, Qin Feng just shakes his head, saying she escaped. He also reminds Kuai Lin that a secret force has united to deal with him, and the ambush just now was only part of that plan. Qin Feng doesn't worry about himself, but warns Kuai Lin that despite her strength, she still lacks experience. Very susceptible to traps from those using dirty tricks. So from now on, she must be extremely careful. Afterward, he gives Kuai Lin all the loot from the previous boss, including the bloodline, instant death, and the dual sword mastery skill book. Kuai Lin is surprised that Qin Feng didn't keep it for himself, but he explains this bloodline mainly helps accumulate the instant death stat, completely unsuitable for his fighting style. And he already learned dual sword skills long ago. Kuai Lin happily thanks him, and immediately fuses the new bloodline. From then on, every strike can accumulate the instant death stat. Once 100 points are reached, it will instantly kill the target. Qin Feng continues to tell her to visit the guild to meet the two new recruited NPC, because they have many very useful functions. Simultaneously, assigning the task of monitoring foreign guilds, and especially Van Sun Vunu. If any movement is detected, must report to him immediately. As for himself, he will set off to Ba Thuc to grind to level 30, moving to a secret cave in Nam Viet. Tong Tu-Vu just escaped and is coldly questioned by Cao Taiyugia for acting on her own. He scolds her for being too naive, thinking that just relying on a bit of the goddess's power is enough to kill the shadow. Song Shou burst into tears. She said she was only one step away from getting her revenge. She was about to give it to her brother. If Cao Xiaoyi hadn't intervened, everything would have been different. She choked up and recounted that every night she dreams of Song Fei covered in blood, crying out for her help. So no one could understand the deep hatred in her heart. Cao Xiaoyi replied coldly, saying that everyone here bears a blood feud with the darkness. If she ruins the overall plan for the sake of personal revenge, the others, including Tan Xiaoyu, would tear her apart without mercy. He affirmed that with their current strength, no one in the entire game could kill the darkness alone. If she really wants to avenge Song Fei, then from now on, she has no choice but to absolutely obey every command. After a moment of silence, Song Shouo finally gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Cao Xiaoyi coldly ordered the plan to begin. He activated his ability to absorb kill points from those around him, raising the stack count to 450, helping all stats increase by 900 fun terum. After completion, he regretfully said that if it weren't for Song Shou's rash actions, plus the kill points from the Yunthian Guild's obstruction, they would have already reached 500 stacks. Song Shouo trembled, admitted her fault, and asked for punishment. Cao Xiaoyi coldly told her not to apologize to him, but to let the others decide the punishment. Immediately, the crowd around her wore lecherous expressions and dragged Song Shou aside, Despite her desperate pleas for help, Cao Sha declared he would go find the remaining 50 stacks himself, while everyone else must wait for orders. In his mind at that moment, there was only one goal: to kill the darkness. Tan Sha watched everything with a look of terror, feeling as if the final piece of the puzzle was slowly revealing itself. Shifting to Tan Feng, he was reviewing the list of boss coordinates sent by Gui Ni and Lu Zhanfeng. After reading it, he couldn't help but be amazed to discover that the dueling dungeon still hid many bosses. Perhaps because of the Holy Thief's existence, the people of Bashu had never fully explored this place. Just the number of those bosses was enough to help him reach level 30, and even have excess experience for his 4th evolution. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Lu Zhanfeng and Gui Ni competed to lead the way. One wanted to fight the Dark Knight because it dropped gear suitable for assassins, while the other suggested hunting the bone-rot lizard for higher efficiency. The two sides argued, neither giving in, until Tan Feng spoke up, deciding to clear every floor. Whoever discovered a boss first would lead the way. Gui Ni quickly led the group to meet the soul-devouring woman, and before she could even explain the full 4-stage mechanism, along with the Soulfire shield and the boss's skills, Tan Feng had already unleashed his shield Shadow Slash. In a flash, the Jada tier boss was insta-killed, bringing in 180,000 experience points, 92 evolution points, 87 years of lifespan, and a series of gear and skill books. Gui Ni stared wide-eyed, because last time she and Lu Zhanfeng fought for over half an hour, and couldn't even break the shield of this boss. Lu Zhanfeng immediately argued, claiming that if Gui Ni hadn't hidden in the back, waiting to ambush, the two of them wouldn't have suffered so much. Gui Ni just laughed awkwardly, explaining she still had to be wary of the Holy Thief. Tan Feng used his greedy hand to loot the spoils, taking all the assassin gear and lifespan, then split the rest between the two and immediately continued hunting the next boss. Not long after, the group encountered the skeletal war elephant, Tauros, a platinum tier boss. The result remained unchanged. Tan Feng only needed one strike to end the boss, gaining another 1,200,000 experience points, 64 evolution points, 55 years of lifespan. Along with many other gear and skill books, Gui Ni and Liu Zhanfeng immediately rushed in to grab the remaining spoils. Besides the assassin gear and skills, Tan Feng continuously swept through every boss in the dueling dungeon. Dark Knight Karen, Fire-Melted Giant, Silent Priest's Son, Gatekeeper the Chen, Poison Hand Falcon, Nation-Destroying Witch Jacobs, Knowledge Demon I Wu Jin, Ghost Village Demon Zhao Da Kan, and finally, the Descendant of the Skeleton King, Pharaoh, were all insta-killed one after another. After taking down the final boss, he received 170,000 experience points, 88 evolution points, 83 years of lifespan, tradable items, and many gear and skill books, and officially reached level 30. Tan Feng was satisfied, thinking that only another 400,000 experience points were needed to complete his 4th profession evolution, requiring the defeat of just 3 more bosses. But immediately after, he suddenly stopped, realizing that all the bosses had been wiped out. Lu Zhanfeng and Gui Ni were also stunned. Lu Zhanfeng sweated, saying it took them days to find all those bosses. Yet Tan Feng only took 1 hour to kill them all. He added that the first 4 floors of the dungeon no longer had any bosses, only the 5th floor remained. but no one had ever managed to open that door. Qin Feng immediately asked for directions. When the group arrived, the fifth-floor door suddenly opened on its own. Cold black mist surged out. Everyone was shocked to realize that perhaps only after all bosses in the dungeon were defeated, would the path to the fifth floor be opened? Guini guessed that inside there must be an extremely powerful boss. Just as they were about to enter, Guini suddenly stopped Qin Feng. She honestly admitted that previously she had never believed in nicknames like Messenger of Black Justice, Cold-Faced Formula, the world's handsomest man, silver-haired male model, the Invisible King, or unrivaled under the heavens. But after today, she was completely convinced. Wanting to return the favor, Guini took out a rare prop, Mandarin Duck Hot, which increases all stats by 10 fun taram until death, and enthusiastically invited Qin Feng to enjoy it. Qin Feng ate while praising the delicious taste. Seeing this, Lu Zhanfeng refused to lose, immediately bringing out his specialty, 88 chicken from Ju Feng. These dishes increase 50 fun taram, resistance to all abnormal states until death. Qin Feng tasted it and kept nodding in appreciation, causing the two to argue over which was better. One side insisted Mandarin Duck Hot Pot was number one, while the other insisted the 88 chicken deserved the top spot. Qin Feng just laughed and told them both to sit down and eat. After the meal, all his stats increased by 10 fun taram, and state resistance increased by 50 fun taram. The group continued deeper into the fifth floor. Amidst the endless bickering of Guini and Liu Zhanfeng just then, a giant stone statue resembling a human suddenly glowed in its eyes and slowly looked toward the group. Guini broke into a sweat looking at the stone statue before them. Doubtful whether it was a boss or not, Lu Zhanfeng also had chills down his spine, because the aura was too terrifying. Right at that moment, the stone layer on the surface began to peel, revealing pale white skin underneath. In a blink, the entire stone layer fell off, revealing a beautiful woman wearing glasses. It was Gleam, a diamantier, boss level 20, a loyal follower of the goddess of obsession. Seeing the boss appear, Qin Feng immediately warned the two to be extremely careful, because diamond bosses all possess special mechanisms, and he immediately charged in to attack. He successively launched his Soul Slang, Shadow and Shield Shadow Slash, but the damage dealt was significantly lower than usual. Lu Zhanfeng was surprised, and Guini immediately explained. Diamond bosses have the ability to reduce 90 fun taram of incoming damage. Right at that moment, Glinia roared, her entire body erupting with pink light, unleashing a seductive scream. A seduction bar immediately appeared over the heads of Guini and Lu. After just a few seconds, it was nearly full. Qin Feng, thanks to his magic shield, was completely able to resist it. Guini was quickly seduced first, while Lu Zhanfeng's meter had only accumulated about 70 fun taram. Guini immediately lost consciousness, her mouth only muttering for her mother, while a 5-minute countdown clock appeared over her head. Qin Feng explained, if the time ends and we haven't killed Gleam, then Guini will forever become a slave to the goddess of obsession, not even being able to escape in real life. Lu Zhanfeng panicked and asked if killing Guini would save her. But Qin Feng shook his head, saying only by destroying Glinia. Before the clock ran out, could the effect be dispelled? At that moment, Guini completely lost her mind, laughing while swinging her sword to attack Qin Feng. Lu Zhanfeng immediately kicked her away and held on to Guini, telling Qin Feng to just focus on hitting the boss, while he would hold back their teammate. Glynia laughed eerily, then summoned a series of slaves bearing the mark on their foreheads exactly like her own. Looking at that crowd, Qin Feng suddenly realized they were all real people who had been seduced. But what puzzled him was that he should have been the first to set foot in this place. So why did Glynia possess so many slaves? There was no time to think. He immediately used his shadow night ring to wipe out all the slaves. However, Glynia just laughed and continued to summon another wave, even more numerous than before. Observing carefully, Qin Feng finally discovered the source of everything. It was the book in the boss's hand. The thing continuously summoning endless servants, thanks to destroying so many targets. His finisher energy bar was also just filled. Not missing the opportunity, Qin Feng activated Endless Nightmare, causing all enemies within a range of 80 meters to accumulate 40 points of nightmare, and at the same time, when falling into this state, they would take 80 fun terem more damage. Immediately after, he unleashed his shield shadow slashing straight at the book in Glynia's hand. The book shattered instantly. The boss screamed in pain, and Qin Feng knew clearly that the battle had entered its second stage. Glynia's entire body radiated pink light, then suddenly leaped over the heads of the slaves, using her own body to plunge down like a meteorite. Qin Feng easily dodged to the side, calmly commenting that the move was too slow, even killing her own slaves. But immediately after, he noticed something abnormal. A pink thread from the slaves' corpses flew straight into Guini's forehead, causing the countdown clock on her head to immediately drop from over 4 minutes to just 59 seconds. Liu Jianfeng panicked, and Guini suddenly exploded with power, knocking Liu Jianfeng away and executing the finisher. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless flying swords rotated around her. Qin Feng immediately realized Glynia had empowered Guina, helping her temporarily use her profession's finisher. Without hesitation, Liu Jianfeng activated Wind-Stepping Indestructible, constantly running to accumulate 99 stacks of shields, and stood in front of Guini. He executed Swift Wind Shield Slash, creating a wall of wind, choking up as he begged Qin Feng to focus on killing the boss, while he would hold back Guini at any cost. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He quickly assessed that Glynia only had about 20 million HP left, belonging to the group of diamond bosses with not too large health pools. At this time, Guini only had over 40 seconds left before completely becoming a slave. Glynia continued to charge, but was avoided by Qin Feng. He continuously unleashed Shield Shadow Slash combined with Throat Cut, making the boss's HP drop to half. Without the supporting book, all of Glynia's attacks only carried seduction effects, very easy to dodge, and her damage reduction ability also dropped from 90 Funterum to 50 Funterum. Qin Feng's energy bar quickly filled. He immediately activated Endless Nightmare, causing the boss to fall into a nightmarish state, then followed up with a series of shadow-piercing skills, Shadow Throat Slit and Dark Night Harmony Blade. When the execution gauge was full, Qin Feng did not hesitate. Unleashed Wild Crimson Blade, delivered a heavy slash straight onto Glynia's body. The boss only managed to let out a painful cry before being completely annihilated. He received 580,000 EX, 267 evolution points, 324 years of lifespan, tradable items, along with 21 pieces of equipment, and 12 skill books. Just then, the clock above Guini's head had only 8 seconds left. The link connecting her to Qin snapped completely. Qin fell down. Lu Zhanfeng hurriedly rushed over to catch her, realizing she had just escaped the fate of becoming a slave. Qin was still dazed. As for Lu Zhanfeng, he was overwhelmed with emotion, almost crying because he had finally saved his friend. Immediately after, Qin dropped a cursed tablet of the goddess of extreme love, exclusively for female characters, allowing all attacks to carry additional charm attributes. Seeing Qin Feng wasn't using it, Lu Zhanfeng blushed and asked to try the equipment. Qin Feng asked confusedly if he was a woman. Lu Zhanfeng replied seriously that, although biologically male, in his heart, he had always felt like a girl. Qin Feng tossed the tablet to him. However, as soon as he picked it up, the system immediately announced a gender mismatch. Equipment failed, no eligible user found. The tablet began to dissolve. Watching the treasure vanish right before his eyes, Lu Zhanfeng was so angry he pointed and cursed loudly, demanding the tablet return, thinking he had just been blatantly discriminated against. Looking at the stone tablet gradually dissolving, Qin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. Clearly, he was the first person to arrive here. So why were there other players inside? Suddenly, he remembered what Tong Xiaoyu had said. The power of the goddess of extreme love carried a rule that ordinary people could not resist. Thinking of that, he immediately realized Tong Xiaoyu also once had a similar stone tablet, but she didn't become a slave. At that very moment, the system announced enough EXP to advance to the 4th profession. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately advanced. A massive surge of darkness from outside flooded into his body, creating a terrifying scene, leaving both Lu Zhanfeng and Qin stunned. The 3 dark system professions officially ascended from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. All stats skyrocketed. Physical strength and spirit were both doubled. Agility specifically increased to an extremely terrifying level. At the same time, the stealth level was also doubled. The 2 standing nearby thought a new boss had appeared. The system continued to trigger new passives to help Qin Feng remain undetected even when attacking while stealthed, and the stealth-breaking attacks retained their full effect. Opening his eyes, countless dark currents swirled back into his body, making him look no different from a phantom. The next passive was even more overpowered. Every attack effect, while stealth, would be concealed and still receive half the benefits of his stealth level until the strange phenomenon vanished, and Lu Zhanfeng and Qin breathed a sigh of relief, amazed that it turned out their leader was just advancing profession, calculating all effects from gear, skills, and job traits. Qin Feng reached stealth level 42. Even so, he reminded himself not to be complacent, because there were still high-level jobs, items, and bosses that could see through this state. As the game progresses, toward the end, stealth levels would gradually lose their advantage. Legend has it, the strongest assassin is not the one with the highest stealth level, but the one who makes the whole world forget their very existence, even deleting all related memories. But to this day, no one has reached that realm. Setting that thought aside, Qin Feng immediately ordered Qin to issue a bounty, offering a reward of 1,000 years of lifespan for anyone who finds the coordinates of the epic level boss, Deathwing Angel, because after level 30, players would be able to fuse their second bloodline, and he wanted to prepare thoroughly. Hearing the reward and that the target was an epic level boss, both Qin and Lu Zhanfeng were astonished. After giving instructions, Qin Feng immediately left In his heart, he recalled that in his past life, the Deathwing Angel appeared only once, then was killed by the global 4/5th ranked player. No one knew how the battle unfolded. Only that after fusing that bloodline, that person shot up to the top 6 in the world. That was enough to prove this is an assassin-type bloodline. Extremely terrifying, and this time, Qin Feng was determined to obtain it. In just a short amount of time, the bounty from Shadow had spread across the world in every language, offering a reward of 1,000 years of lifespan to anyone providing the true coordinates, and anyone reporting false news would be penalized with a death. The news immediately caused a sensation. Everyone was amazed, because Shadow was aiming straight for an epic boss and even seemed to want to solo it himself. Elsewhere, a subordinate reported this matter to Cao Xiaoyi, but he only calmly replied that he had known for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but worry, thinking that Shadow was growing too fast, and had become a real monster. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. She ran over and shouted loudly that she had met the Deathwing Angel before. When asked about the location, she said in her past life, she and Tong Fei had met it at Wangzi City, the city of the dead. The group immediately laughed, mocking her talk of past lives, even teasing her because her level and stats were too low. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry her face turned red, and Cao Xiaoyi immediately shouted for everyone to be quiet. After that, he seriously asked again about Wangzi City. Xiaoyu explained, this is a place in legend, where only the dead can reach. Located in the direction of Zheng, and she had already marked it on the map. Without any doubt, Cao Xiaoyi immediately ordered Kui Dexi to lead the elite team and set out for Wangzi City. Watching the leader head out with the strongest members, everyone whispered in confusion. They could not understand what kind of status Tan Xiaoyu possessed. That made Cao Xiaoyi trust her so deeply. As they prepared to leave, Cao Xiaoyi suddenly turned back, his murderous intent surging violently. He coldly warned them that from now on, if anyone dared to show disrespect to Tan Xiaoyu, he would kill them with his own hands. The threat left everyone petrified with fear. Even Xiaoyu herself was astonished. Kudir immediately reminded everyone not to provoke the Lord further, and the crowd hurriedly nodded in plea. Seeing this, Xiaoyu tilted her head with triumph, crossing her arms and ordering those who mocked her to kneel and apologize. No one dared to argue. They all knelt down immediately, and she scoffed in satisfaction, thinking that since she was so adorable, there was no reason for anyone to dislike her. Only those who had hurt her were in the wrong. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Jinling ruins. Kudi finally asked about the mystery that had puzzled him for so long. Why did Cao Xiaoyi value both Song Xiao and Tan Xiaoyu so much? Cao Xiaoyi calmly explained. Song Xiao's class had a rare ability that could bypass levels of stealth and formations. Her skills were the key to hunting down the Shadow. As for Xiaoyu, she was the Shadow's younger sister. The critical factor in killing him. Hearing this, Kudir was completely stunned. But Cao Xiaoyi asserted that he never spoke of unverified information. He revealed that the true identity of the Shadow was Tan Feng, an ordinary office worker. He was an adopted child in Xiaoyu's family, so they shared no blood relation. Previously, Tan Feng loved Xiaoyu dearly, but due to family conflicts, they had a total fallout. One became the world's strongest powerhouse, while the other fell to the depths of life. Kudi immediately suggested exposing the identity of the Shadow to the whole world, but Cao Xiaoyi shouted in anger. According to him, Even if everyone knew the shadow was Qin Feng, no one would dare to confront him. On the contrary, it would only let Qin Feng discover their existence. And given his methods, they would all certainly face death. Afterward, Cao Xiaoyi revealed the most important secret. Tan Xiaoyu possessed memories of her past life. Kudir could not help but be shocked, as this was hard to believe, but Cao Xiaoyi insisted that those very memories were the only key to killing the shadow. There was only one chance. If they could not defeat him in one strike, it would be their lives on the line. Not long after, the group arrived before a bottomless cliff. Cao Xiaoyi confirmed this was the entrance to Yongzi City, which Xiaoyu had marked, and jumped into the abyss without hesitation. Seeing their leader take the lead, Kudir and the others gritted their teeth, jumping after him, determined that even if it cost them their lives, they had to kill the shadow. Falling for a while, everyone's movement suddenly slowed down, but immediately after, they were horrified to discover that their lifespan was draining away 100 million times faster. The amount of lifespan they carried wasn't even enough to last a minute. Gao Xiaoyi immediately used his Soul Walker ability on the whole team, helping everyone become immune to the lifespan drain, which left everyone deeply impressed. Before them appeared a magnificent city shrouded in darkness, the Yongzi City. The group approached the city gate, where the system announced the gate was locked. But Gao Xiaoyi calmly walked right through it. As soon as they entered, the lifespan depletion rate returned to normal. At that moment, a figure appeared, curiously, asking how they managed to enter Yongzi City without a key. It was the guardian of the Death Shrine, an epic level 35 boss, the Deathwing Angel. Seeing that the boss possessed high-level intelligence and could speak, everyone was utterly astonished, except Gao Xiaoyi, who calmly stared straight at the opponent and said they didn't come there to confront him, but to help him more accurately, to save him. Hearing this, the Deathwing Angel just looked at him, confused, and coldly asked if his brain was malfunctioning. The Deathwing Angel stood on high, wielding a blade, as red as blood in both hands, and launched a slash, bearing terrifying power, directly at Gao Xiaoyi group. Yet, everyone stood calmly still, and the attack passed straight through their bodies, as if striking into the void. In disbelief, the Deathwing Angel immediately lunged to stab his sword directly at Gao Xiaoyi, but still could not inflict any damage. Gao Xiaoyi calmly said the opponent could not harm him, then reiterated that he had come to save him. Hearing this, the Deathwing Angel scoffed, believing that as the guardian of Yongzi City, he had no need for anyone's help. Gao Xiaoyi then explained that soon, a person named Shadow would come to kill him. He is the strongest expert on Earth, who has never tasted defeat against any boss he targeted. Right now, Qin Feng is tracking the Deathwing Angel to seize his bloodline. And once he succeeds, his power will grow even more terrifying. Therefore, the best way is for the two to join forces and strike first to gain the advantage. Those straightforward words made the Deathwing Angel become interested, but he declared that to cooperate, they must first prove their sincerity. What he needs is not just lifespan, but souls. Seeing that Gao Xiaoyi didn't understand, the Deathwing Angel explained that players only lose lifespan, which is why they can resurrect. But the soul is the core of life. Lifespan is just like an outer protective layer. If the soul is destroyed, one dies permanently. Low-level monsters only crave lifespan, but he craves souls above all else. After hearing this, Everyone was shocked, as it was their first time learning of this terrifying rule. At that exact moment, someone from the group stepped forward, calmly offering his soul, in exchange for a chance to destroy the darkness. He only hoped that after his death, his comrades would look after his mother. Kite stood still and nodded in agreement. The Deathwing Angel laughed, but said one soul was still not enough. Without a moment's hesitation, all the remaining people stepped forward in unison, volunteering to offer their own souls. Seeing his comrades so determined, Kite could only remain silently in pain. As everyone deactivated their Soulwalker state, countless streams of dark light immediately erupted from the Deathwing Angel's body, piercing straight through each person. Cries of agony echoed as they were lifted into the air, then thrown into the violent depths of the abyss of wrongful death, where their lifespans were burned away, at a rate 100 million times faster. In the blink of an eye, their bodies withered and aged before fading away. While their souls were sucked up by the streams of light, the Deathwing Angel absorbed it all with delight, then descended before Gao Xiaoyi to ask for the plan for their next cooperation. Gao Xiaoyi immediately proposed that he leave the Wangxi Death City secretly to enter the human world, to join forces with allies in an ambush, waiting for the right moment to destroy the darkness. However, the Deathwing Angel shook his head, stating that as an epic-level boss, he was bound by the rules, unable to leave the range of activity around Wangxi Death City. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoyi immediately deactivated his Soulwalker state and suddenly threw a powerful punch, injuring the Deathwing Angel. He explained that as long as the two maintained a combat state and did not stray too far apart, then the Deathwing Angel would be able to bypass the regional limit and follow him anywhere. Having heard this, the Deathwing Angel laughed with great interest, admitting that Gao Xiaoyi had prepared extremely thoroughly and agreed to the partnership. At the same time, he also wanted to see with his own eyes the darkness that he had always mentioned and just how powerful it truly was.